It's alive.
It's live.
All right. Welcome to From Center Ice, the podcast. My name is Courtney, and I have 6 friends with me today. I'm recording this after the From Center Ice happy hour, so it's a little off the rails here, but it's gonna be a good time. We're gonna talk some hockey, probably, maybe, and some other random stuff. We also have two podcast virgins here in Spencer and in Evan. So the others are sort of a part of podcasts. Kat is an honorary member of a podcast, but we will start with Beth because she is next to me. Beth, what is your podcast?
Hi guys, my name is Beth. I am with Let's Talk WoHawkey. We cover all things Blackhawks and women's hockey. Half of it's sad, the other half is not.
And where can they find you on the internet?
On the internet, you can find us on Twitter and Instagram at Talk WoHawkey Pod, and also on the YouTube at Let's Talk WoHawkey.
Go follow them. Me and Jacqueline were just on there last week.
Last week, yeah. Something like that. What is time?
All right. Joel, you're up next, buddy. What's your podcast?
Yeah, so we have the High Pundit podcast. It's a podcast based on Colorado Avalanche mainly, but we also do other Colorado sports too. But us being big hockey guys and having both worked in the industry for them, we decided most of our episodes are hockey. So,
got you. Where can the people find you on the internet?
Yeah, they can find us. Well, my personal Twitter handle's right below me, but High Pundit just kind of everywhere, Spotify, Apple. Trying to get into the YouTubes, but not quite yet. Okay. And like Instagram as well. So,
gotcha. Bailey, you are next, my girl. What is your podcast?
So I am a co-host on the Surgecast. We just started season 2 at the beginning of the summer. Going into the second season, I podcast with my lovely co-host, Zach Martin. And finding us on the internet, you can find the podcast at the Surgecast on Twitter. You can find, we just got on Apple Podcasts, which is fantastic. We've been struggling with it forever, but you can find the podcast wherever you stream your podcasts, including YouTube at the Surgecast. Go subscribe.
Kat, I know you're only an honorary member, but where can the people find you on the internet?
Oh, yeah. So you can find me on Twitter at Caniac Chick. That's Chick without the K. If you want to hear me on a couple podcasts, I do a lot with the Surgecast. I feel like an honorary member at this point. And then if you have TikTok, it's Katergy, Katergy 74 for one Jacob Slavin. And appreciate any follows. It's just fun hockey times.
And then our virgins. Spencer, who is your NHL team?
Hi, I'm Spencer. I'm a Colorado Avalanche fan, and I'm literally just a guy. But you can find me on Twitter at McWinnon. It's like McKinnon, but with a W instead of a K.
Is McKinnon your favorite player then?
Actually, no.
Who is?
I have too many to name. If you want me to
pick come on. You got to pick one, my dude.
We'll just go with Kale because he's got the best number and he's best defense in the NHL. We can fight about it later.
I mean, according to the NHL awards, he is the best defender in the NHL. Evan, who is your team?
I'm also an Avs fan. Been an Avs fan since the early 2000s. If you want to follow me, my name is at Evan-Joback. If you want to see me whine and complain about the Avalanche and Broncos, feel free to give me a follow too. So,
who is your favorite player?
Favorite player? Well, I was always a big Patrick Waugh guy growing up. Now, current player, probably Nathan McKinnon. I mean, he's unbelievable. So it's he's definitely my guy.
Definitely can't argue with that. McKinnon is definitely a special player there. So I didn't ask the rest of you. Kat, who is your favorite Hurricanes player?
Jacob Slavin, number 74.
All right. I happen to fancy his brother Josiah here in the Blackhawks organization.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
Bailey, since you are also a Hurricanes fan, who is your favorite player?
We talking current or all time?
Whatever you want. Give me both. Give me both.
All time. I've got his picture hanging up on my wall featuring boyfriend. Picture hanging up on my wall, Cam Ward.
Cameron Kenneth Ward, Blackhawks legend.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, Cameron Kenneth. Oh yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Favorite. He's the one that got me into the game, so I feel like that's
Okay.
kind of fair.
Goalies
Current player.
only.
It's between Aho and Svechnikov.
Solid. Where's the love for Tavo, my dude?
I say that all the time. Anytime they're talking about
or
Canes, I'm
Auntie
like,
Santa?
where's the love
Mr.
for
Andy
Turbo?
Beach, you mean?
I love
my
I love Turbo. Trust me, if you're on Kane's Twitter, there's
There's a lot of love for
fans.
Turbo.
Yes, it can.
Well-
it's a lot.
There is only one team that they have won the Stanley Cup with, and that is the Chicago Blackhawks. So that moves us to the reigning Stanley Cup champions. Joel, who is your favorite Avalanche?
So all time, it's got to be. I actually have to think on that. Currently, it's Pavel Francouz.
Great
just
answer.
because
Drunkest guy at the parade.
Mhm.
That's debatable. That's actually
Well,
That's what
debatable.
EJ said
Somebody
in
that was
the
there.
Yeah.
so.
You did have Lehkonen drinking out of a shoe, so there was
Yeah.
that.
And then there was
It was
Rantanen
already
with the
15
jersey
deep.
chug. So
At least he wasn't confused for like a fan like Bowen Byron.
this is true.
Poor Bo.
That was ridiculous. That actually happened right in front of a buddy of mine, and he
Yeah.
actually got really, really good video footage of it. He was like, "What's going on?" Like, it was gnarly.
Sir, you have to get on the other side. He's like, I'm a player.
All the
That
people,
is-
player. What are you doing?
Absolutely amazing. Beth, you are on the spot. Who is your favorite Blackhawk? I guess
This
we'll
is
go
a
all
really-
time and current. I mean,
There-
current's a little difficult, but you know.
A little difficult. Because I still want to live in like the 2016, 2017 time frame and say that my favorite
No,
current
dude.
Blackhawk.
Dude, 2017 they got swept by the fucking Preds. Why would you bring up 2017?
Because at least Corey Crawford was still in the organization.
Oh, you're right. You're right there.
I mean, I've always loved Blackhawks goalies, so I mean, there's Ed Belfour, Corey Crawford.
Uh-huh. Peter
Tony-
Mazarek.
Yeah, Peter, your favorite Peter Mazarek. So
Mazarek.
Cristobal Hewitt.
thank you, Gary Batman, for that one.
Oh, dude. I can't call him by his actual name now because Bettman
You-
fucked that up so
Yeah.
ridiculously.
Yeah, anytime we speak of this gentleman, his name is Mazarek, and we just laugh. And then I guess favorite current Blackhawk would have to be Patrick Kane. I mean, who's left? Who is left?
Is he still on the roster? I don't know. For now, he went fucking
Unsure.
scoreless in preseason. So
I mean,
maybe they
even
should just
Jonathan
trade his
Taves had a
fucking ass.
point.
He did. He had an assist on a Jack Johnson goal.
Out of the 6 whole goals they scored in the preseason, Johnny Taves got an assist on Jack Johnson's goal.
Oh man,
It's going to be
Alright.
really fitting in about 3 days when the first goal of the Blackhawks season is scored by JJ, and then the Hawks lose 4-1.
Sure, yeah.
Yes.
What if Jack Johnson gets a hat trick in that game?
I'll go streaking around my neighborhood.
Okay, Evan's going streaking.
Yeah, if he gets a hat trick on me.
I have a dumb bet online already, so I am not going to make any dumb bets in the off chance that it were to happen. But
All right, Spencer's not
Same
going
thing ever.
streaking.
Because knowing this chaotic squad, we put it into existence. It's gonna happen.
Has he ever scored more than like
Oh, yeah.
2 before though?
I'm
Yeah,
pretty
if you-
sure in his career, but maybe
Didn't
not.
he have like
recently.
one goal last year, and it was against?
Yeah, I
the
think
Yeah.
Blackhawks?
that was the only
was
goal
it.
he scored was the first game.
And it
Yeah.
was because their defensemen ran into each other. We're never going to talk about it, but it was fantastic when it happened. So
Players
Oh, yeah,
running
for
into
sure.
each other like Ben Bishop and Victor Hedman. That was fucking
Uh-huh.
sweet.
That was beautiful. It was really great to be like in Tampa and watch the crowd just implode when that happened.
Oh, I bet. I'm not used to being surrounded by hockey fans who aren't Blackhawks fans, so this is interesting. And way too structured because y'all teams are fucking good and ours suck.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like
To
when
be fair.
we podcast is
To be
just pure
fair.
chaos because we like to avoid the topic, but y'all are like, can we talk about our teams and how good they are? Like,
And Courtney
the
and I are
Avs
like,
just
no,
won
hold
the
on.
cup. The
Courtney, I'm not ready for this. Hold on.
No, it's fine.
So
That's over here trying to say she was dwelling on her team back in 16-17, and I was like, no, let's not go
Yeah.
back to those years.
back
There
in
was a time when the
yes.
Blackhawks
You
were
know,
really good.
Avalanche, why don't we go back to those years real quick?
don't
If you really want to, it's because that is what laid the blueprint for literally it's like greatest playoff run of all time. So I wouldn't change a
Okay.
thing. It sucks.
Yeah, we
Okay.
love storytelling, so it's all good
Yeah.
with me.
even when the Avs had a historically bad season and lost the draft lottery, that will always be fucking hilarious to me. Even though you still got Cale Makar and basically won the draft lottery.
yeah. Because
But
it's
if
like
you ignore that part, you had a historically bad season and lost the draft lottery.
Courtney, do you have any idea how much of a fear that is in my life?
so
Dude, we're making the playoffs and not getting Connor Bedard. Just bank on it
Sure.
right now.
I
I mean, I
remember
flat out told you what was going to happen when we recorded last week. So
Exactly.
I remember Carl Soderberg that year was one of our top
Soda.
scoring offensemen.
Blackhawks legend.
Like he was one of our top scoring forwards, and he came away with I think 23 points.
I think it was 14. Actually, no,
14?
It was.
Am I
14.
spotting him a few, Spencer? Am I spotting
You're
him a
spotting
few,
him
bro?
a good few. It was.
that's more than a
14
few, JJ. That's 9
It's funny
points.
that year. I also remember Francois Beauchemin having like 4 or 5 own goals in like a span
Oh
of like
my
3 months.
God.
So, like,
He's basically Brent Seabrook, but on the Avs.
Who was it that Blake Como was on a breakaway in Winnipeg and
Oh, yeah.
passed it backwards?
I remember
was-
that.
yeah.
They didn't even
Yeah.
get a shot. He was on a
No.
breakaway and
No,
passed
he
it
straight
backwards.
up turned around. Yeah. So losing the draft lottery was really just on par for the course for that entire season.
Really
But
was.
you
was like,
still got
alright.
Cale Makar.
Yeah, we lucked into him because the other 3 teams were too dumb to take him.
yeah.
Who went ahead of him?
It was
Heiskanen,
Heiskanen, Heischier.
Heischer, and Patrick.
Yeah.
Not in that order.
Wow.
But
Okay,
yeah.
it was Heischer, Patrick, and Heiskanen that went right before him.
Okay, so I love my Devils and I love the captain Nico Hischier. They're my feel-good team. Oh, y'all probably don't know that if you haven't listened, but they're my guilty pleasure team. The team that I don't invest my emotions into, but I enjoy watching is the Devils. So I love my Nico Hischier. Heiskanen is a great pick, but Nolan Patrick.
Yeah.
At the time, it was the most defendable because he was like dominating the WHL. So like, and he was projected to go first in that draft for like 3 years before he got picked second. So,
Yeah,
Yeah, there's
but
a lot
I
of
will
talk
also-
about him going into that draft.
Yeah.
the hindsight is always going to be really easy to just like layer on, especially knowing what we know now. But at the time, it's just a very different circumstance.
I
And,
will
like,
say, especially because this is the first year that I've actually paid attention to the NHL draft, like in full detail.
Okay.
And I've kind of learned very quickly that drafts never go as expected. Cough, cough, Shane Wright. So.
Oh, Shane. And also choosing Kirby Doc 3rd overall when we could have had Bowen Byram.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Stan Bowman.
Not a perfect process, so you never sometimes.
You know,
Yeah.
I wanted Bowen Byram very badly, but I am
Mhm.
glad that he was a part of that Avs team that actually won. I'm happy for him.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He played really well. And
He did.
in absence
He
of
really
Gerard,
did.
he stepped
Oh,
up.
Sammy.
Well,
Oh, Sammy,
especially
the little
coming-
pirate.
Especially coming off of the year that he had, like
With all the
Yeah.
concussions
With
and
all-
considering retirement and all that.
yeah,
Yeah.
and then
He's-
to come back and do what he did. I mean,
Yeah. So, what was in recent history, even though they are pretty recent, being not an original 6 team and all, for the Hurricanes, What was the worst season recently for y'all? I mean, you got Svetch pretty high, but was that the worst season or?
Do you mean like how the season went or how we drafted? We honestly have drafted badly.
However you feel, my friend. However you feel. What is the worst for you?
And by recent, how recent are we talking?
I mean, your whole history is recent, so
Your
So,
team is
anything-
25 years
if we're
old this
gonna-
season, so
if we're gonna,
your team is
'cause-
younger than I am, so
Yeah. So if we're gonna go to our playoff runs just
Mhm.
recently restarted in 2018, we consider, what would you say, 2011 to 2017 or 2012 to 2017 the dark years, Kat?
2012ish.
Yeah. So those are the dark years. We
oh, those were such good years for.
not for us.
Yeah, they were good.
Not
those
for
were
us.
great years.
But to be fair, we drafted again. We haven't drafted
Mhm.
badly. Like we've
No.
been so set up because of those bad years
Yep.
that like our youngins are great. Like
Mhm.
everyone wants them.
That's
So
why
this is the
Tell me
future
about this. How
Like,
does
This is the
go?
future we might get to look forward to.
Yeah,
Like,
like during COVID and like when you had to call up a bunch of people from the AHL and we haven't had any problem. Like some people are like, oh, you're playing these young guys, and we're like, we don't really have a problem playing them. Like they're
Mm-mm.
exactly who
Because
we
you have fucking Seth Jarvis, dude.
So it
we
wasn't
have
just
Seth
Seth
Jones,
Jarvis, though.
damn it!
It
God
wasn't just
damn
Seth
it,
Jarvis.
Seth Jones. We have the
But,
wrong
like,
Seth J.
Okay,
we
but
have
who
the
was it?
wrong Seth
He was already
J.
supposed to be up on the team, but we had like a bunch. Like we've had a bunch of defenders that had to step in.
Mhm.
Who was it against, Kat? Was it the Canadians or was it Detroit that played basically the Chicago Wolves?
Oh, I don't know, but that's when was that when we had Drury? Like Drury.
Yeah. So
he
there was
started.
a period in time during COVID where literally everybody on the team had COVID, and the team was basically just made up of the Chicago Wolves. And so I don't know. We still smacked their you know whats, but
Oh,
fantastic.
that's
jersey, by the
also
way.
8-0.
That's
Yeah,
also
8
why
to
I joined-
nothing. 8 to nothing.
8-0.
Fucking
Nothing. I
to
will not hear
nothing.
about the Chicago.
Postseason or preseason. Sorry, that's also why during this preseason, like when people are like, "Oh, it's like when we played Florida,
Mhm.
like they were pretty much playing all our younger guys, and we still didn't really have to worry about it. It wasn't until the last preseason
You
game.
know, I was genuinely upset when Seth Jarvis had to go back to junior after he was leading the AHL in scoring as a rookie. But then his season started back up during COVID,
Yep.
and because of the
because
NHL
of the age.
CHL transfer agreement, he had to go back to junior. That was
Yep.
such bullshit.
And then he came to Carolina and showed up and didn't have to go back.
And I'm so mad at Jacob Trouba because of that hit on Jarvis.
Oh my
Even
God.
though I was
Yeah.
rooting for the Rangers because I could not root for the Hurricanes last year, just like Beth. I'm sure you all know why, because of Tony D'Angelo.
Yes.
We
Um,
call
And
him
honestly,
TA
I
'cause
don't
he's got
blame
no
you.
D.
yeah.
Yep.
Honestly, you should not have rooted for us because of freaking Ian Cole.
Yeah.
I mean,
we
that
didn't
too.
know.
Yeah.
We didn't know a lot of. I mean, this is all
Ooh.
literally today.
The rest of y'all are impacted by this story because he was never a Blackhawk, but he
Nope.
was an
Hold on.
Avalanche, and a
Avalanche.
Hurricane
Courtney,
player.
I need to take a moment for that realization. He was never a Blackhawk.
Oh.
Yeah, because there are other problematic Blackhawk players.
Oh, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
You are
You're so right.
1000% correct.
But for once in a long time,
It is not us.
it's not us.
Yeah.
We didn't do it this time.
We'll say the Hawks had bigger fish to fry at the time.
Yes.
You
For
are
sure, yeah.
1000% correct. And Beth and I have talked about this many a time on recorded episodes. The last one famously being the wine drunk episode with the town hall.
You mean
So
when,
the Ian
when
Cole news
Grandpa
came out.
Rocky lost his shit?
Yes, old man yelling at the cloud.
Yeah. But
So the Ian Cole news, well, this recent wave of it came out today. We had the whole news it was over the summer, right? With him and the reporter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
it was
that
over summer.
happened. Yeah, right after the what was it? Free agency started.
And was that all confirmed? Like
By her
confirmed
fiance.
by
Whole
official
butt.
sources?
It was
All
by her fiance and all that too. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
her
wow.
fiance came out and confirmed it, but
Okay.
and
Yeah.
also said it wasn't just Ian Cole, that it was others, but we don't know who those others are yet.
From the team?
Apparently, according
Oh,
to her
man.
fiance.
I'm so sorry.
I'm
dude.
really glad that I have my emotional support cat here for this conversation.
Because like the only way I can relate to that is like bringing it back home to the Blackhawks, but like with everything that went on with them and Kyle Beach, like we don't know who all knew and who knew what.
Mm-hmm.
So like when you bring it to that and like you don't know which players were involved in all, it makes it really hard to root for the team because you don't know who did really messed up stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with the stuff with like Hockey Canada too in 2018. Like there's
Yeah.
still like nobody's confirmed who took part in it. There's a lot of people that put like denials into it and all that, but
And
we're,
that's I was
yeah.
going to say the same thing. Is all we have is word of mouth from other players who were on that team who basically said, "I was not involved, but I'm cooperating fully."
Mm-hmm.
When
Basically, the only ones
entire
we know
team-
are like the players who were in college, like Cale
Yeah.
McCarr, because it was only junior players.
Yeah.
I have
And when like every member of the team puts out an "I was not involved in this" statement, it's like, okay, well, some of you are lying.
Exactly.
Because if all of you said you weren't involved and she says 8 people were involved, then 8 of you are lying.
There's 8 people in the CHL, I think.
I have strong
Kat, what were you
hope.
gonna say?
I have strong hope that some of our leaders on our team actually didn't know or have anything involved with this, just because they give off the energy of they would go home and go to bed after a game instead of going out and partying, looking at Slavin and Stahl. And so I have high hope. Again, you never know, but there's high hope that actually didn't know anything was going on like this.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just like in Chicago, you have our good old captain calling the whole thing annoying with Kyle Beach and Patrick Kane being the mature one out of all of this. So
Alex DeBrincat being the most mature one, and he was 11 when
the
this
Ottawa
happened.
Senator legend, Alex DeBrincat.
Our sweet, sweet boy. Being the most
So
mature
sad.
one in all of his statements after this. And he was 11 years old when everything happened.
Exactly. So this kind of goes back to like what things Beth and I have said, because like we have fans from 3 different teams here: Blackhawks, Hurricanes, Avalanche. Like if you switch teams because of something horrible that has happened, instead of just sticking with your team but holding them accountable and wanting them to be better and to make positive changes, you're just delaying having to go through this all over again because it's so ingrained in hockey culture that every team has something.
Yeah, that's so sad too, but that's just reality right now.
I mean, it just proves more and more to the point, though, too, how much this needs to change and how much this culture has been ingrained. And it's something that it breaks my heart every single time it happens, because this shouldn't be something that breaks my heart over and over and over again, you know?
Because it just shouldn't be happening.
You're looking at Ian Cole. Like we said, he was on our team. He was on the Avs team. Like he's been on other teams, so it's probably gone on other places. So you can't really hold just your team accountable.
Exactly.
It's true.
It's every team. And I mean, by the time they get to the NHL, it's already so messed up. It starts so much earlier in junior. And even with all of the hazing stuff that goes on when they get to junior, and you saw that with Jeremy Bracco, who was formerly with the Toronto Maple Leafs. Like, it's so messed up even at the lowest levels. You have to start there and work your way up, because if you start with the kids, then they will mature and know what is right and what is wrong, which seems like it should be so obvious, but these people are so sheltered because they're just so good at the hockey from a young age. Like, you can do whatever you want and we will bail you out because you're good at the thing and you can score points.
The thing I will say though,
You make the light go on behind the net, so you can do what you want.
It's like Kat was saying, in a way, like the really, really good professionals that are there to do their jobs and just do their jobs. Like for the Avs, it's Nathan McKinnon. The dude like eats, sleeps, and breathes hockey. Like,
and also chickpea pasta.
Yeah, chickpea pasta. Like it's
but he does like in and out after a game. I read that in the hockey news.
Ooh, some tea.
It's his
But
cheat meal.
I guess my point being, it's always the really shitty ones that end up doing stuff like this. And like when even down at the lower levels, where it's like where you're talking about that culture being like ingrained. Like I saw it personally with the Eagles, where like there was players who you knew that weren't going to be on the team like the next couple years, and they were the ones that were doing like that you would hear stuff about, and the ones that were like in their craft actually took it seriously. Those were the ones that moved on into the system. And
the thing I will say though, and this is something that somebody pointed out to me when I kind of reposted and kind of spoke out about it, is that it's not just in hockey. It's something that happens everywhere. And while we as hockey fans like to consider it a hockey norm and a hockey culture that absolutely needs to be changed, it's also something that we do need to look outwardly about, and seeing that it's not just the sport. You see it in government, you see it in football, you see it in basketball. Like it's everywhere.
That's a really good point, because it's really easy to like, yeah, it's really easy to separate yourself from it, right? Like this just happens in professional hockey or professional football or professional baseball. Just go all down the line, but it's people that you just know in everyday life. And it's not that all of these people are just horrible people, you know? It's some people are just raised in such an ignorant state of mind, they don't know the difference. So being able to have honest conversations like this and be able to talk to people and see where they're coming from and maybe like level out on an even field, then maybe you'll see where they're coming from, even though you know it's wrong. And then that will bring them up to like, oh, this shit is wrong. I need to figure out how to correct this and the way that I'm thinking. And then maybe you think of things differently as well. And it's just about listening to people and hearing people and really understanding where they come from. We know what's right and what's wrong, but people are raised so differently and in so many different places, you know?
Well, a lot with what Joel was saying, like the ones that, and they probably did get some of the same thing, like the ones that are really honed in on their craft, that are really skilled, that are really focused on it. Sure, they probably did have moments where they just get anything handed to them. Like I'm sure Nathan McKinnon can have anything he wants to eat. Like, no, I'm focusing.
That man had himself a summer, let me tell you. He probably
for sure.
He deserves it, dude.
The ones that it shows more as they realize maybe growing up and going through everything, they've been told they're so good and that they have the world, like it's their oyster. And then when they finally make it, they realize, oh, I'm like medium at best. So let me go ahead and like live my life like I'm a hot shot and I can just get away with all this stuff because, hey, I am a pro athlete. I'm not the best of the best, but what do these people care about that? They just see I'm a pro athlete, so I can get away with all this stuff. And they just take advantage of that mindset that they've been brought up in. And so it's kind of
a really good point.
A lot of it too is like boys are raised with, you know, boys will be boys. And their behavior is passed off as, well, they're a boy, so this is just what boys do. But like girls are raised in the respect of like, we have to be in control of how people react to us. You need to cover your body. You can't wear that. You can't do this. You're a distraction in class because you're wearing a tank top and it's 110 degrees outside. You need to go home. Or you need to put on this shame t-shirt that's 47 sizes too big for you.
Yep.
And so, and that's a lot of it too. I mean, the whole boys will be boys thing. I mean, it's dumb. No offense, Joel and Evan. I feel like you guys aren't a part of the boys will be boys crowd. But like, when you are really good at something and told like you're going to make it, you're going to be great, you don't know what happens when people tell you no. Because no one's ever told you no. No one's ever denied you anything because you're really good at this thing. You're really good at the hockey. You're good with the knife shoes and the last Oreo and the putting the puck in the net.
You can score the points.
You can score the points. So we give you all the things. And then when somebody's like, no, I don't want this, you're like, but it's mine, so I can have it.
Well, yeah. And that's why you can kind of notice the difference too, is the stories that come out about the male athletes. It's stuff that they've gotten away with and done. And the things that come out about female athletes is things that have happened to them most of the time. It's things that have happened to them. It's not things they're doing.
Right.
And so it's just like, if you notice that, it's like, it's crazy.
And I think
it's so different.
That's a really good point. I think that's where it comes back to like listening to each other. Because I think the most interesting thing is like when the men hear like what women have gone through growing up, they're like, holy shit, I wouldn't have even thought about that, you know? And then women hear how men are brought up, just like boys will be boys, like you said, and you're like, that's why this is happening. So then you understand like why they're not getting it. And then the men see like, holy shit, I wouldn't have thought about that. So then you start thinking about it from two different angles and understanding where each side comes from and why these things are happening. And then you can like level out and see things on the same playing field, you know?
The one thing I will also say too is while they are not in the majority, it's not just women who are victims.
Absolutely.
We also have to keep
It's
that
true.
in mind.
I mean, think of Kyle Beach is the perfect person who comes
Right.
to mind. I mean,
Yeah,
exactly.
He's a professional athlete who was much larger than the person who assaulted him. And everybody treated him like, well, you're a big tough hockey player. Why couldn't you just? That's not how power dynamics work.
And
That's
it's not nearly talked about enough how men can be victims and how men need to be able to express their emotions as well. You know, both of these things, like with women, it's like, oh yeah, just tell us how you're feeling. Women are supposed to have feelings.
We're
And then
supposed
men,
to
it's like,
cry and
shut
let
the
it all
fuck up
out.
because you're not supposed to feel anything. And that's so harmful. And then meanwhile, people don't, like Bailey said, like recognize that men can also be victims of this type of thing, be it from other men or women. Like that's possible. And people say, how is that possible? Because your body
it's a biological
reacts to
response.
things. That doesn't mean that you want it or you are agreeing to it. Your body just reacts because that's what it's programmed to do.
And like you were kind of mentioning too, upbringing has a lot to do with it as well. Some people aren't like my brother. He is a very emotionally driven person, even though he may not express it. His emotions drive him in a lot of different aspects, and that's just how he was brought up to feel. Whereas I know women who are kind of the complete opposite and the classic stereotypical I don't want to share my feelings kind of male attitude. And it just goes to show that it's not it's not just a stereotypical kind of attitude. I think upbringing has a lot to go into it, but it also kind of, from a listener standpoint, having an open mind is extremely, extremely important. And just realizing how you think is not how other people think. And that's got to go into a lot of how to respond.
And I think at the end of the day, like
sure.
a lot of people really want the same things, you know, like bringing it back to just the sport of hockey. We want to be able to watch games and just root for our teams and like talk shit to our rivals and like
Yep.
the Wolves fucking suck, bro. You know, like this is what we want. We want to be
Go
able to talk shit.
Piggies!
Exactly. Like this is what we want. But then as fans, we're faced with the dilemma of like these teams bring us some of the happiest moments of our lives. You know, like the Avs just winning the cup. I'm sure Evan and you, Joel, like, holy shit. Like Beth and I know how that feels with the Hawks doing it. And Kat and Bailey, if you were watching in 2006.
I
right?
was 5 years old.
Yeah, Bailey's
Hey,
a baby. Her
You
birth
can
year's
be
a
happy
compound
at 5 years
sentence.
old. That's
I,
fine.
I didn't know what hockey was at 5 years old. So I will say. I was too obsessed with my Barbies.
Oh, I feel that.
I mean, my Barbies played hockey when I was a kid, so
I just
they
cut all
were.
of their
We're
hair off. I
13.
don't know why I did that, but like these teams, they can bring you the happiest moments ever. Like the Canes making the playoffs, getting past the Bruins in the first round, the Avs winning the fucking cup against the
You mean the
Tampa
Avs
Bay
getting
Lightning.
past the second round?
Finally,
Of the playoffs?
Finally.
Finally?
Especially the one against St. Louis, yeah, like
Finally, against St. Louis, Kadri coming back and scoring and all of these great storylines. These are the things that we want to focus on. But then
we get this.
we have this, and it's not like you can just ignore it because, yeah, it's sports, but on the other side of sports are real people. And they're not just like action figures that are scoring goals. There's
They're
real
not just little
people.
paper cards that like we have binders full of or just hanging out around the
Exactly.
house.
We
So
saw the first. I saw the. I don't know if Bailey can think of any others, but this was the season or so ago where we got TA. Was the first time I've seen that division and that like conflict in people with our team, and it was the most stressful season because you couldn't figure out if you were if you could watch hockey and enjoy it, because between feeling conflicted with him on the team and just being conflicted with other fans that you normally would be comrades with was so stressful. Like it almost didn't make it fun because of all of the extra, and like you can't really, I think we've talked about it before, Bailey, but you can't, it's like hard to separate. Like you want to separate it because you're just like, I just want to watch hockey. It's my stress relief. All my stuff is going on personally, whatever, at home with friends, family. I just want to sit here and enjoy a game. And then, but all this other stuff, you can't fully separate it because if you're going to focus on, like I've said, my favorite player is Jacob Slavin. If I am so proud of him for how he is on and off the ice, and I'm saying I am a fan of his because of his character off the ice, then you can't really just be like, well, TA just plays hockey. You can't just separate that from all the other stuff he did. But so you really have to remember they are people. It's not just the people on the ice. I do think on some things nowadays, depending on what it is, because they're under such scrutiny because they're celebrities of sorts.
Yeah.
Some of their stuff that comes to light, I'm like, is that something that you would point out in anyone else around you, or are you just making a bigger deal of it because you can, because they're right there? But I do think you have to keep in mind with it, just that, again, that they're people, whether you're either holding them accountable or you should be like, hey, hold on a second. Am I putting them under such a like hotter spotlight just because I can? Meanwhile, I'm going through the same thing and no one's holding me accountable. So
yeah. I think the bigger issue, Kat, is exactly that. Like no one's ever held those types of people accountable. It's like a sense of entitlement almost. I can guarantee you all of us as kids, we've been told no before. Probably in some pretty harsh ways, if I'm being honest. Like I was born in 94. My dad was an ass to me in certain ways, raised in the South. But at the end of the day, that made me a better person. Like I'm not going to go out and do something like that. Probably like ever, never, ever, ever.
Well, that comes from having consequences for your actions. Right?
Yeah. It's like there was no sense of consequence and they just let that entitlement grow and grow and grow. And then you bring up the fact that these guys are superstars and celebrities and paid extremely well, and that entitlement can only like balloon further, really, which it sucks.
Absolutely.
But
And I think a good mixture of those 2 points between Kat and Joel here is like people digging up tweets from like 10 years ago, you know?
Mhm.
And like, oh, this player is obviously fucking garbage because they said this thing 10 years ago.
When
Like,
they were 12. They said this when they were
Yeah.
12, everybody.
if I went back and revisited everything I said at 19, like, you know, like you have to give people the opportunity to grow as humans, and especially with these players as professional athletes, their careers end pretty young. So when you go back and dig up these tweets from forever ago, they were probably teenagers. And teenagers say really fucking dumb shit. I don't care who you are. You said dumb shit as a teenager.
I just had the luxury of not having the internet when I was a teenager. Therefore,
flashback
when I
Facebook
said dumb shit,
capture.
it wasn't recorded
Oh my
forever.
God, Kat, yes.
They're so embarrassing. It's like, what are you doing? I was like reading my book and I was like, why did I tell people that? Why did that matter?
Exactly.
Facebook memories are the best, bringing up all
It's
of the
funny.
dumb
I
things
actually
you used to
checked my
tell the world.
Facebook. Yeah, it's funny. I checked my Facebook from about like 2012, 2013 when I was in college, and like a lot of the stuff that I posted was just so cringeworthy, especially like when it came to like school and stuff like that. Like if I looked at it today, it made me feel like, what was I thinking back then? So
Exactly. A lot of it can be like that and so cringy and like just it feels weird, but it's a teenager posting it. You wouldn't
Yeah.
look at some guy. We'll just go back to Jacob Slavin because I love the guy too and we were talking about him. But if he had posted something ignorant as like an 18-year-old, not anything bad using slurs or anything, say he was like Mitchell Trubisky going back to the Bears, like I suck titties, you know, like
yeah,
you're 18. Who cares? It's just dumb shit
Mhm.
teenagers say, and you have to give them the opportunity to grow up. They aren't the same people they were as teenagers, but at the same time, you have to make sure that they did grow up. And while that's not it's not on fans to like make sure these guys grow up. It's on the teams, and they really need to do a better job because we know just through our 3 teams, they've not done the best job. But
Well, and if you think about it, like a great example of that
mhm,
is Dan Carcillo.
yeah,
Like, he was not the greatest person to play hockey against. He did some really questionable things. He said some really questionable things.
mhm,
And then Steve Montador died.
yeah,
And his entire world changed. And now he has literally come out and said, I would take my name off the Stanley Cup every time that it's on there if I could take away the effects that I've had in my life because of hazing and bullying and concussions, because he has grown as a human being
mhm,
and learned these things and come to understand that like the shit he did was wrong.
right.
And I mean, if Dan Carcillo can grow into a better human being,
Mhm.
there's hope in the world for everyone.
and the good thing about Dan Carcillo too is he's using a lot of the stuff he did in the past to like help other people too. Because I know he actually has been involved in a lot of these different programs and helping like drug addicts and helping retired NHL players and stuff like that too, just to find their feeding, find like internships and stuff like that for them. So I really like what he's doing a lot with his post-retired life. So
Yeah, sometimes people go through one thing and it changes their whole life, and they're just a completely different person, and they don't have these same ignorant views they had before, or sometimes they just grow up like we all do. I'm sure we've all said some really stupid, ignorant shit in our time,
Yeah.
you know? And and you have to realize like times have also changed. If you go back a decade ago, that was 2012. Things were so much different back then.
We all thought the world was going to end in December because
Yep.
of the Mayan calendar.
12.
Exactly.
I think
I
that's,
remember that day.
Same.
I think that's where it comes to knowing the difference between, as they say it now, like cancel culture, going back, picking up those tweets and trying to hold someone to a fire that, like, if the person pointing that out, if you went back in their tweets, you might be able to find something similar. And then holding people accountable, like for the things like with the Blackhawks or with Ian Cole. Like, that's a whole different thing. That's not, like, I don't like the cancel culture part. It can have it's a terrible phrase to go around now because it's turned into like a witch hunt of sorts.
Yeah.
And then people use it when you're holding people accountable. They're like, yo, you're just doing cancel culture. And it's like, that's not the same thing.
That's a really good point.
Like, holding someone accountable for the awful things they did is not cancel culture. It's holding them accountable because they did something awful. And when you hold someone accountable, you give them the chance to grow and to show you that they've changed. And I mean, Courtney and I have talked about this a lot when it comes to the Blackhawks. Like, she and I have probably been the fiercest advocates of holding that organization accountable for the awful things that happened to Kyle Beach.
Yeah.
And also like wanting to respect him as a human being. Because that's the thing. Most people are like, fuck the Blackhawks, but they're just saying it to say it. They don't give two shits about Kyle Beach and what happened to him.
Right. They didn't even know who he was.
Yeah. And Courtney and I are like, no. See, yes, hold that energy. Like, fuck the Blackhawks. They need to fix their shit. But also respect Kyle, because you didn't know who he was and you didn't know what happened to him. And now all of a sudden you want to be this person who's just like, yeah, they take away their franchise and shoot them into the sun. And it's like, no. Hold them accountable. Make them do the work and not be old men who yell at clouds.
Rocky.
But like, make them do the work. Make them suffer. Stop buying their merchandise. Stop going to games. Stop giving them your money. Make them feel the pain.
Exactly. And then it always comes back to your team, you know? It always comes back. And we've talked about this so many times. And I think I said it earlier. We know I'm not fully in my complete 100%
inebriation is
my yes.
She doesn't have all the faculties right now.
Switching teams, it's if you can still root for your, some people just can't, and that's totally fine, and I respect that. But if you can still root for your team and you want to, and they're just a part of you, switching teams doesn't make sense because every team has something.
We did,
if it's not directly,
we did put a caveat into that.
Mm-hmm.
The Seattle Kraken right now are probably the only team that you could root for and not have to worry possibly about there being a scandal because they're all of a season and some change old.
Maybe, but they have. We
But
all
they have
know
Bowie,
the
so
NHL
maybe.
recycles everybody. They have a GM who's been a GM before. They have a coach who's been a coach before, and players that they took from a bunch of other teams.
At least they don't have Kevin Cheveldayoff because I don't know how that man still has a job.
Or Mark Bergevin, to be fair. All of these people who were involved, even if they're not Joel Quenneville and Stan Bowman, I don't give a fuck. How do you have a job? You were there. You were in the meeting where they said, we want to win the Stanley Cup, then we will figure it out. How do you have a fucking job in the NHL? Just because you are not the head coach and the GM of the team. You were there. You knew, and you didn't do fucking shit.
Well, and here's the thing. Al McIsaac and Kevin Cheveldayoff were at the same level on the hierarchy when this happened.
One has a job, one doesn't.
And they were at the same level in the organization. Granted, Al moved up through the years and ended up becoming the VP of hockey operations. But Kevin Cheveldayoff is now the GM in Winnipeg.
Yeah.
And he was also present for all of the Bill Peters shit in Rockford.
You're telling me Mark Bergevin, the director of player personnel, didn't know?
Yeah.
When everybody else knew? They didn't know? They were there. It's it's not as headline making if they lose their job because of it. Like, oh, Joel Quenneville fired as the Florida Panthers are having this incredible start to their season.
He
Oh.
resigned.
Resigned.
He
yeah.
was
Bowman
allowed
resigned.
to
He
resign.
Yeah.
McIsaac
Alright.
resigned. They all resigned
Alright.
because if you resign, they don't have to pay out the rest of your contract.
Stan Bowman was allowed to fucking resign.
At least we don't have to pay him anymore.
You're right. We still
Well,
gotta pay Seth Jones though, so it's
it-
basically the same thing.
It comes to, like, if you talk about it like you're saying, like, we recycle coaches, GMs, all of this, and you're like, okay, well, they were around this person during this time, and of course you're like, I gotta hold them accountable, but it circles back to where we're saying, like, this is what they grew up with, like, this was just the standard for them, and they might not even see them being there and being maybe aware of it and not participating, but not doing anything to stop it. They might not even see anything wrong with that because that's how it was. That's how it's been. And so
that's where
you're like,
it's so frustrating because
you
you are
wanna hold them
totally
to
right.
things, but you're also like, you didn't know better. I mean, now you should, obviously, but
Right.
at the time, like, it wasn't malicious you turning your back to it. Like,
Mhm.
it
And-
wasn't malicious, but now it seems really bad. So everyone's like, oh, I would do that. I would do something in a heartbeat if I knew about it. And it's like,
hindsight's always 20/20.
Well,
You know-
and when people say
and,
that,
like-
it's like, but would you do something, or would you
Right.
also be the person who sat there and was like, I'm the lowest man on the totem pole here, and all of the people who are my bosses are saying we're gonna handle this. And when, like, if my manager says I'm gonna handle something, as a human being, I'm generally like, my manager's gonna handle this because she said she was going to.
So, like,
And-
fuck Stan Bowman.
and you see players get punished for, like, smaller things than
Yeah.
that. Like, like Ronta his name not being on the cup because he voiced how he was upset about not his playing time getting taken away. So he gets it a whole tip about that. His name doesn't go on the cup. And that's just playing. Like, that's not speaking up about something like this. So I'm sure they're also aware, well, if I say something, what's gonna happen to me? And that's
Exactly.
a selfish way to think, but honestly, who doesn't consider that when they're thinking things like this?
Especially in professional sports, there's only a certain number of spots available, and that's where it comes back to the players. Like, of course, with the whole Blackhawks thing, some people say everybody knew, other guys say we didn't know how bad it was. We saw that he was gone, so we thought it was taken care of. But then we have the whole thing about Ian Cole coming out today. We don't know when it happened. And then we hear that his teammates knew about it. So that could really impact either of your organizations, you know?
That could impact 4 teams. I mean,
yeah.
Something that I saw a bunch today, and I also saw this when everything came out about Kyle Beach, is fans coming out and saying, I hate that I ever had enjoyment associated with this player while he was with the team, or I hate that I ever supported this team while this was happening, and things like that. And like, I saw a bunch of that come out with Ian Cole today, just like, I hate that I ever supported him as a player. If I had known this had happened and this would have happened, I hate that there was ever this association. There comes a point where you have to give yourself a little bit of forgiveness. Like, how could you have known?
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah, like
Courtney and I have talked about that with the 2010 Cup.
They won the fucking Stanley Cup after 49 years. That's when all of this went down.
So I mean, it just comes to a point. I mean, I couldn't name you a player that would go out and say, like, hey, Ian Cole's my favorite player. Hey, like, I'm going to defend him till the day I die, whatever. But it still comes to a point where it's like, I mean, maybe he wasn't your favorite player, but he still at least contributed a little bit. So there was something to celebrate somewhat on his behalf. You can't kick yourself for supporting that when you, in the end, did not know that any of this had happened or was going to come out.
Because
Also, you were probably already supporting our team that had been built for a couple of years in, and then you just joined for a season. Will not be tainted by that one man. I refuse.
Yeah,
he wasn't my choice to bring on our team.
No,
right, and like, it's a little different when it comes to like what happened with Kyle and what happened with Ian. Because like, for you guys, it was a player. For us, it was like
an organization,
the whole organization just like
Yeah.
hiding this horrible thing.
and it's also the confusion of like the who knew, because
Exactly.
again, like, everybody knew, I had no idea. and there's literally like a 50-50 split on the side of like everybody knew and the side of I had no idea. And then you add in the people who are like, well, he was gone, so we thought that the organization handled it. Again, as a human being, if I were to go to HR and say this person did X, Y, and Z, and they said, okay, we're going to handle it, and then suddenly that person was gone, I'm going to assume that it was handled, and it was handled appropriately because that's your job. Like he went to the right people and told them what happened. They brought it up to management. John McDonough said, don't worry, guys, I've got this.
Joel Quinn was like, let me give you a great fucking review at the end of the year.
Yeah, let me put a smiley face at the end of your review. Great season, buddy. It's fine. But like, then he's gone. So in my mind as a human being, if he's gone, that means the organization handled it because he doesn't exist anymore.
And like with the Blackhawks situation, I know I've said this on my podcast a bunch of times. I've said it on Let's Talk WoHawkey, but I find it hard to blame the players who were around Kyle and all that. Like, obviously, the people who made fun of him and mocked him, we're never going to know who it was, and maybe that's good, but you don't know who else was a victim in that case when it comes to that. And then for Ian Cole, they say that teammates knew, but did those teams have processes in place where you could go to somebody and tell them and you would be believed? Did they know what they could do in that situation? Or were they just like, I don't know what the hell to do. I'm 20 years old and you're laying this on me. One of you guys will take care of it.
Yeah,
I can almost certainly say that up until last year, probably no team had any outline processes in place for how to report these things because the hotline didn't exist. None of the processes that are in place today existed last year because those were all put in place because of what happened to Kyle.
So these players didn't know what to do, and they've been so sheltered throughout their entire career. They don't know who they can go to without losing their job.
Yeah, and they're also probably not telling the teammates, the captain, the people that'll actually tell them, hey, that's fucked up. They're not telling those people. They're probably telling the people that they either think are intimidated by them or in awe of them or they're buddies with them. Because I can't see, like, I'm not going to say it was on our team, but for an example, I can't see Ian Cole going to Jordan Stahl and being like, hey, guess what? Jordan Stahl's
not going to let that shit fly.
Jordan Stahl will be like, sir, I'm going to need you to sit in this chair. 911. Yes, I need to report a crime.
Yeah. But he's over here and he's talking, and maybe he's talking with Steph Jarvis or KK, and they're like, what? Like, they don't know what they're like. We just got here. What is happening? And also, like, is it a joke? Are you just like, what is this? I don't know you that long, so like, also, you don't know the dynamic of the teammate they're talking to.
Also, the language barrier that exists in this league. It's not like most professional sports where, like, in the NFL, the majority of the people who play in the NFL are like born in the US or Canada or English-speaking nations. You can't tell me that, like, Piotr came in and Ian Cole was like, hey, and he was like, yeah, cool. I mean, the man, like,
maybe
could
they
you
think
imagine?
he just, like, went after somebody who was younger than him, which in most cases is fine. It's just when they're minors.
Yeah, they're not younger than Ian Cole.
Yeah, but they may not know what the full deal is. Maybe they didn't get the full story. Maybe they just don't know who to go to, which is I wouldn't know who to go to. You know, if you were on a team and somebody was like, hey, hooked up with a high schooler the other day, be like, what?
Yeah, it would just be like in shock.
Like,
okay, yeah.
Like, what do you do with that information? I wouldn't know what to do with that information. So all of these people out here, like, oh my God, these teammates knew and they didn't do anything. What were they supposed to do?
Also, what would you do if someone
Right.
walked up to you and was like hooked up with a high schooler the other day, and you're like, my first thought is like, are they a senior? Like, are they 18?
Right.
But also, like,
My
you're
first thought is
joking,
no.
right? Like,
Like that's something you want to go and brag about.
yeah,
Yeah,
like,
nobody
well, with
goes
we
and brags about
all-
it.
We all would love to say we would do the exact right thing. We would go to the right person. We would hold them accountable. I wouldn't know what the fuck to do.
but even then,
Who
when
do you go to? You
when
go.
you
You
do
walk
go-
into a police station, and be like, "My teammate slept with a high schooler." They'd be like, "Okay."
Huh?
they'd be
But
like,
even
okay,
then,
go get your skates on.
when
Yeah.
you do report it to the police, are they actually going to do anything?
Right.
Right. Like,
Well, yeah, and what's interesting with I pulled it back up because I was trying to remember what's interesting with the statement that's out about Ian too is
yeah.
the victim said the teammates came and told her he had told them that.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what their steps were. If they were like, hey, maybe you should know that he's talking about you like this.
Yeah.
And like maybe they weren't even sure it was true. Maybe that's why they went to tell her and were like, is it? Like what? I don't know what to believe. So like, and on some level, I think they knew whatever it was wrong because they told her about it. She didn't make it sound like they were like bragging. I don't know why you would brag about your teammate bragging about something else.
right.
So it sounded like they were trying to figure out what was true, what wasn't, and then what to do next. But
And like a lot of times when it comes to sexual abuse or sexual assault, the victims or survivors, however they want to label themselves, they don't want to come forward. So if you just go somewhere and they're blasting their story out to everybody, like that's not your place, you know?
Mm-mm.
So what are they supposed to do? Who are they supposed to go to?
It also must have been just like so hard for the girl to come out and say this because
Yeah.
she had been groomed for so long by him.
Yep.
Like,
Yeah, she had to put it onto like a burner
all-
account. She couldn't
all
Yeah,
like
of
she
use
like
her own
made
account.
a burner
Like-
account with a fake name,
Mhm.
and people are giving her shit about it. Like, I'm a survivor, and
Mhm.
I could never, ever
Right.
I love
just be like, "Hey,
Same.
Twitter, what's
And
up?"
that's okay. You
I
know,
love
like
that people are defending Ian Cole. Like they're like, oh, she's doing it for attention. First of all,
Every single freaking comment that I got on besides the one that was telling me like, hey, this is culture everywhere. Every single comment was like, so is this a guilty until proven innocent situation? Like what
That makes me so sick when I see comments like that.
well, okay, half of them are from accounts that are just burner accounts that don't have any
exactly
files, all of this. They're getting out there to defend a man that has no idea they exist. So they're over here being like, you guys all watch hockey because you love that you just want these guys to know you exist and love you. And it's like, so do you if you're defending them for doing this.
Good
Like,
old fashioned
also-
bootlicking, cat. It's called
Yeah.
bootlicking. Good old fashioned
Yeah.
bootlicking.
Also,
and I hate
the
it.
man already has a bad
I hate it.
reputation after this summer.
Ugh.
Like,
also, if you were gonna make shit up, why would it be about Ian Cole?
thank you.
Yeah.
right?
I,
You think-
oh,
We already were like, Abby, what do you like? I'm sorry, when it came out with Abby, it was hard for us to believe it because we're like, Ian Cole, like I
Of all people, that's
They
who
were, like,
you chose.
awful, but I totally would have jokingly, they were like, I totally would have thought more, like understood it more if it was Fetch. But Ian Cole, you sacrificed all of that for that man?
Right.
So-
Like if they were just after like money or anything like that, like there are a lot of other players you could go after.
Mm-hmm. There are a lot of players who make a whole lot more money than
A
Ian
lot of
Cole.
players with more
Like Nate Mack just got a big fucking contract. You don't hear shit coming out about him.
Mm-mm.
no.
no, you hear shit coming out.
But
about
again,
it.
that just goes back kind of to what everybody was saying earlier about how the big shot guys who actually know how to hold themselves kind of keep themselves out of this and actually have a sane head on their shoulders.
Mhm.
And I don't
Yeah.
even know if it's that or if they've been so programmed to just focus on hockey that they don't even see that stuff.
Yeah,
And
they've
Well, I
got
mean,
the
if-
blinders on.
If
Yeah.
the championship parties that they had all summer are anything to go by, I don't know if
Well,
that's
and again,
necessarily true.
that's a part of the programming. Like, you win the Stanley Cup, you get to lose your mind for 3 months because you just won the hardest trophy in all of sports to win.
Mhm,
So you get to do whatever the hell you want for 3 months.
mhm.
No
Yeah,
diets,
and then-
like.
Yeah, and then you have that story come out after the 15 win about Patrick Kane, like,
Mhm.
which, I mean, believe whatever you want, but it was thrown out. So
No, there were, and everything around that was just insanely confusing.
mhm.
Mhm.
I mean, the evidence bags that the police department doesn't even use
Mhm.
showing up at her front door.
Hadn't
Right.
he been already dating his girlfriend at that point too?
Yeah, and
Yeah, he was with
allegedly
Amanda for a while.
it happened in a home where 6 other people were.
Right.
Like, you mean to tell me that this happened? And, like, again, as a survivor, yes, I know that there's 3 options. It's not fight or flight. You fight, flight, or you freeze.
Absolutely.
Those are the 3 stages that your brain goes into. But no one in that house saw you return from this room and were like, "Hey, are you okay?"
Mhm. And like I'm very cautious to say like it was thrown out, nothing fucking happened. We don't know.
No,
We don't know.
Mm-mm.
no.
But all of the evidence, quote unquote, that came out about that, it was very sketchy. So then you
Mhm.
have stories like that where it's seemingly not true.
Mhm.
And then you have things like the Emily Smith burner account coming out. And then people are more reluctant to believe that, because people have gone after hockey players in the past. And it's just so fucked up.
Ironically enough, I am more inclined to believe an Emily Smith burner account than I am to believe somebody sitting in front of a news camera
Yes.
the day after this happened,
Mm-hmm.
going through all of these details. I am much more reluctant to believe that than I am to believe someone who is so terrified
Mm-hmm.
to say what they need to say that they set up a burner Twitter account.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
You know
don't
what
even
I-
use the
Yeah.
notes app. Like,
We're
they use a
talking-
Word doc.
We're talking about years
Yeah.
of manipulation, like mental manipulation, to the point to
Mhm.
where, like, she probably wasn't herself for
Yeah.
like
Right.
the past.
100%.
And what
it's
leads
sad.
me
It's so sad to see that. Like it.
Mhm.
Ugh.
Yes,
What
it said
leads me
that
to
it
believe
lasted
her
like 4
more-
years. Yeah.
Yeah, like she doesn't name a specific time this happened or a
Mm-mm.
specific team he was with.
Just
Like,
that it
he's
was
been with
years.
St. Louis, Colorado, Minnesota,
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh.
Wasn't
And
he in
Carolina.
Columbus too?
I don't think
Yeah,
so.
briefly I think he was in Columbus for like
Was he?
He was
half
in
a
New
season or
York for
something
a
like
little
that.
bit. He was with the Rangers for a little bit too.
Okay. Yeah.
Stick around because he's not as great as he thinks he is.
Yeah.
The
Right.
thing I will also say though too is while this did take years and years and years for her to finally feel comfortable making this burner account and posting it, this sat on Twitter for 2 days.
Did it
before
really?
blew up too.
Mhm.
This came out the 7th.
Oh my god. I didn't look at the date when I saw
Yeah.
it this morning. It was the first
So-
thing I saw when I woke up this morning because you guys were talking about it in the group
Yeah,
chat.
it probably took
Real quick.
to hit because we were all looking at what
Hockey
Kane,
Canada.
Kane's ex-wife posted on.
Oh yeah, about Latang.
Oh, the
Yeah.
Latang stuff
So
too. Yeah.
he played.
Beth, what were you gonna say?
He played in St. Louis for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seasons.
Okay.
Pittsburgh for 4 seasons. Columbus for 1 season. 2 and some change seasons with the Avalanche and then he played for the Minnesota Wild last year as well.
Okay.
And then 2 years ago, and then last season with the Canes, and then this season with Tampa. So I mean, he's been
And he's now
around.
suspended. I don't think we've mentioned that yet.
Yes,
but
he is now
the
suspended.
Lightning suspended him.
Shockingly, Courtney and I had this discussion. I was like, "That was fast. Like this
Oh, real
happens.
fast.
This happens quickly." Because
Yeah.
I was
new?
legitimately shocked. I was
Probably
like, wait,
because of the
what?
Hockey Canada stuff. Like they're like, we have to get on top of it, or otherwise we're gonna get like thrown to the wolves too. And it's
especially
true. Like,
considering Andrea Skinner was like, "This isn't just a hockey problem," which it's not. But then this comes out not even a week after she's like just word vomiting in front of the cultural whatever people of parliament, talking about how
that.
So shook that she's related to Jeff Skinner. Like, it
Yeah.
just, it was like,
I was
whoa.
wondering. I was like, Skinner.
And she just word vomited about how Hockey Canada shouldn't be held responsible because this isn't just a hockey problem. This is a culture problem, which, as we've said, it is a problem everywhere. But this is very ingrained in hockey culture. And the 2 news drops today are proving that. Not just Ian Cole, but also the Bakersfield Condors. And like,
have we talked about that since we started?
No, we haven't even gotten there
We've
yet.
mentioned it, but
we mentioned it, but like 2 drops in one day. Thankfully, Andrea Skinner has resigned her position from Hockey Canada.
Mm-hmm.
She was the one that resigned. Okay.
Yes.
I broke out the hard stuff at the right time, guys. Let's go.
Oh,
Yeah, no, she
fucking
and
go.
the funny
I'm
thing
gonna go
about
grab
Andrea,
another drink. I can hear you guys. I'll be right back.
Okay.
no, the funny thing about Andrea Skinner releasing her statement of resignation as well is she released it during a Toronto Blue Jays game. One
Which
of the
they ended
biggest
up losing.
games, one of the biggest
Yep.
games of their season, though. Like, everybody had been
Mhm.
looking forward to this game, and so she decided to release it in the middle of this game to try
Nobody
and keep it from
Yeah.
blowing up.
Well, because here's the thing: when you're in a media sort of situation, you know the right time to release things. The right time to release a statement of this nature is when something else major is going on,
Mhm.
because then you get buried in the news cycle because this event is more significant than this.
Mhm.
So yeah, if I was going to resign after saying the shit that she said, I 100% would be like, oh, the Colorado Avalanche are raising a banner tonight. So let me go ahead and just, I resign from my position effective immediately because I am a piece of crap.
Yeah.
Send.
Yep.
I mean, you see it with companies all the time. Like
Mhm.
workers winning lawsuits over companies just as they're sold to other companies
Mhm.
for shady reasons, like in
Yeah.
the working world. Like it's all the same stuff.
Yeah,
Mhm.
they
Really is.
settle a lawsuit, come to find out the company was sold 8 hours before the lawsuit settlement was signed. Therefore, your settlement is null and void
Mhm.
because they no longer own the company and agreed to this settlement.
Yeah.
Yep.
So crazy stuff like that. Like,
Yeah.
It's
But I don't know. While we've been kind of talking about this Ian Cole thing, I've got the statement from the Condors right in front of me.
Okay.
Earlier today, we became aware that Bakersfield Condors head athletic trainer Chad Drown has been charged with a very serious felony offenses related to contacting a minor to commit a sexual offense in the state of California. We are shocked and dismayed by the news. Mr. Drown has been relieved of his duties immediately.
The way you read that was such monotone there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Honest-
just
like-
I'm. Can you blame me though?
yeah.
Well, I mean, it almost just like showed how you don't like, you obviously were all very sensitive to these things, but also after a while, these stories that keep breaking and nothing seems to be changing, that they keep breaking. Like, it's kind of how you have to read it because you're like, I'm just exhausted. Like,
Well-
can't believe this keeps happening.
Here's the thing. We can say that there's been progress. The Lightning suspended Ian Cole today pending an investigation. Not
Mhm.
because the investigation is over. They suspended him pending an investigation.
It's going on now. Yeah.
It is a paid suspension. Let's
You know
keep
what?
that in mind.
Don't give a shit. He's suspended.
Yeah.
True, but,
Ian
like-
Cole's suspended. And Bakersfield said, we are not going to be an organization that lets a person continue working here when this happens. You are fired.
Hockey,
That in the
And it-
hockey world is
and Hockey Canada
progress.
has lost a ton of their sponsors. Like, a
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I saw
Tim Hortons
like,
is
it's like
by-
they were just getting checked off left and right.
It
Tim
seems
Hortons is my
things are
favorite.
changing.
Tim Hortons said we will not support the men's hockey program for Hockey Canada, but we will continue to fund women's hockey, youth hockey, and Paralympic hockey.
Scotiabank too, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, like F
And
men's
they have
hockey
the
Canada.
naming rights to the Maple Leafs. Like, shit.
Like
But
F the
let-
men's hockey program and their nonsense. But
Yeah.
ladies, we got you. Kids, we got you. People with disabilities, we got you. We're not going anywhere for you. Y'all
Mhm.
figure your shit out.
Yep.
And like y'all were saying, like we're exhausted. I texted Beth this morning after reading the stuff about Ian Cole, and I was like, I hate that I thought this, but my first thought was, yeah, that tracks. Like I wasn't surprised. And I hate that I wasn't surprised, you
Yeah.
know?
Exactly.
Well, people are going back now too. So with that, I saw a lot of people. I haven't seen her name hasn't been up on social media in a while, which I'm glad she probably has got about. But I saw a lot of people bring up Abby again to like as this broke because they're like, should we reassess that now?
Is
Like,
she the reporter with the king?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Abby,
Okay.
is it Abby LeVar or
Abby
LeVar?
Labar.
Okay.
I can remember if it was a B
L-A-B-A-R.
or a B. But yeah, like, should that situation be reassessed?
It probably should, because I mean, I said this I think it was at the end of the happy hour. Again, don't remember. But like he's in the position of power. He is the player. Like she has access to the team through him, and she's a journalist. Like you want the story, and yeah, maybe they did have feelings for each other, all that. Who knows? But like people cheat on their spouses every day. And it's really shitty. I'm not saying it's not shitty. It is shitty, but that is not at the level of what has come out today. That is not at the level of what has happened with the Blackhawks. That is not at the level of what happened with Hockey Canada, the Pittsburgh Penguins, all of that. People cheat on their spouses, and it is beyond shitty. But people came for her like it was the end of the world, and maybe
People have to remember there are two sides
to
things.
There
Always
are
two.
usually 3 sides to every story.
Yeah.
Because there's his version, her version, and then the truth, which is usually an approximation of his version and her version.
I love it. Take all the biased bullshit out and just you gotta view shit for what it is. Like,
Well, and generally you can approximate the truth from the 2 versions of the story that you get.
Yeah, and that's the hardest part. Like most of us here are podcasters. Kat is honorary. Evan is the virgin here. But like I don't know about y'all.
The podcast. Sorry, Evan.
That's all good.
Evan, after tonight, you'll be a virgin no more. It's fine.
Exactly.
I know, this is fun. It's a lot. Yeah.
Like at least I'm from Center Ice. We have some hot fucking takes about hockey, but we don't want to report the wrong thing, you know? So when this came out with Emily Smith, and it's kind of funny. I have Twitter pulled up over here. It's like who to follow, and since I've read it so many times, it's under there.
Like follow Emily Smith.
Yeah,
3333.
That came out, and I'm like, okay, well, number one, believe survivors / victims, however they wish to identify themselves. So I believe what she posted. Second, if we're trying to get out the most accurate information, I can't report on this because it's from an anonymous source. Nothing is confirmed. And so without that confirmation, it's hard to be like, fuck Ian Cole. He's done all this shit, which we know he's done more things in the past. But it's kind of that fine line to walk between, yes, we 1000% believe victims, but we cannot report this as 100% truth because we don't know what all of the facts are.
Yep.
You know?
Well, and the thing that concerns me the most is that the NHL is going to NHL this investigation, and you all know exactly what I mean.
They fined the Blackhawks $2 million for what happened with Kyle Beach. That is it. That is all they did. That is
what they
all
make
they
it.
did.
That's what they make in a night.
That is all they did.
Maybe not this season.
Maybe not this season, but
they paid so much more in the settlements. I would have to assume, thank God. But when it comes to the NHL and holding their teams accountable, there was so much proof to what happened. And all they did was fine them $2 million. That's as much as like a 4th line fucking bum.
They find coaches more for speaking out about how the referees did a bad job than they do stuff like this.
Which y'all know, because RDA speaks about that all the fucking time.
Not only that, like, then the NHLPA investigation happened and it was inconclusive because Kyle Beach refused to participate. I'm sorry. Do you understand what happened to this man? You expect him to recount all of that shit
He has a
again.
fucking NDA. He can't talk
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah.
They
And
do
also,
this after
here's
he has the fucking NDA.
here's the Jenner and Block investigation. This is all you need.
Right.
Like, an investigation's already been done. Exactly what are you looking to accomplish?
It's like
NHLPA?
100 fucking pages. That's all you need. Don't read it if you are not in the right mental space too. It is
Please don't.
very fucked up.
Don't read it.
Both
Like,
of us did, and
I read the whole thing, and Courtney and
Sick.
I were texting back and forth like, why am I doing this to myself? And I mean, here's the
Yeah.
thing.
Oh, I
told-
cried. I cried
told-
reading it.
I
Yeah.
told Courtney flat out, when the investigation comes out, good or bad, I need to know what happened.
Mhm.
Because I was born into my love of this team. My dad was born outside of like downtown Chicago. I have loved this team my entire life.
Mhm.
I know Al McIsaac personally. I've known him since I was 6 years old.
Mhm.
Like, I needed to know what happened. And I told her, I was like, I'm going in. Like, I'll see you on the other side of this report. I got
Pretty
two
much.
I got 2 pages in, and I was like, Courtney, I don't know if I can do this, but I'm going back in.
Mhm.
Like, our text chain that day was just like heartbreak and just pure pain, because this man Kyle did what he was supposed to do. He told
And-
people who are legitimate mandated reporters, medical
Mhm.
professionals, members of the clergy, doctors, police officers, all mandated reporters. If you report a sexual assault or a murder
Mhm.
to any of those people, they are legally obligated to report almost everything to the police.
And
Clergy is
everybody
kind of
failed him.
Clergy is kind of a gray area, because obviously, like, priests and confessional are bound by confession, whatever. But if you report a sexual assault to any of those people, they are obligated by law, regardless of your age, to report it to the authorities.
Yep.
He told the right people. Those right people went to the people that they needed to go to. And then John McDonough swooped in with, I've got this.
PR, man, we're gonna win the cup, and then we'll just quietly let
We'll
you go, but let you have your day with the cup,
Yes.
even after we let you go.
And also, Hockey Hall of Fame lets you have another day with the cup several years later.
And Joel Quenneville will give you a raving review when you're trying
Congrats
to
on
get
a
another
great
job.
season.
Smiley face. Because that's hockey, baby.
Oh, don't steal Kaner's line. Come on now. Come on now. But
Johnny
like,
Kane has
Forsland
had-
used it too, so don't
Patrick
jump in
Kane
with
has
that.
had a wonderful character arc. He is now Papa Kane and a
Patrick
wonderful
Kane
father
is the
to P. Kane
character
the
arc
third.
of the NHL that no one expected. No one expected 2008 Patrick Kane to turn into Papa Kane, who on the first day of his 16th season is like, when I grow up, I want to be a great dad. And I love Patty the Third the most. And all of us are like, I'm sorry, sir. Who are you?
Right, you have Jonathan Taves over here fucking everything up. And then you have PK88 like, oh my god, he's a wonderful father and so wholesome.
I gotta
It's
say,
come
it
a long
reminds
way.
me.
It's come a long way since punching the cab driver.
Hey,
You're right.
Yeah.
you're so right. But
You're right.
that was a very different. That was entitled "Never Been Told No" Patrick Kane.
Yeah. Again, that was young fucking Kane, and
That
he
was
has done
growing
so
up.
much in the meantime. And
Yeah.
again, like we've talked about, we're not excusing anything he's done, but you have to see the growth that players have. You have to take that all into account because, yeah, punching the cab driver was very messed up. And
Drunk
everything
Cinco
he
de
did
Mayo Patrick Kane.
in Madison was very messed up. Like, people can grow and learn, and you have to give them that space to do so. So bringing up these things from a decade ago and being like, this is who you are, it maybe was at one time, but if they grew up, you have to account for that.
Yep,
And
and there's
some people don't.
Patrick Kane today standing
It's-
with his first day of school sign like, this is my 16th season and I want to be a great dad when I grow up.
Right.
And I love my kid the most in the world. And we're all just like, oh.
And then you have the Colorado Avalanche, who have never done anything fucking wrong except for hire Patrick Waugh for a while.
First year, it went pretty well first year.
Yeah.
I can't think of one player on their team who has problems right now.
Well, I mean, Ian Cole did play there for 2 seasons.
Okay,
so-
but that was before.
Right now.
That was before. I'm talking about right now.
The funniest thing about Ian Cole is like when he was on the Avs, like I would have never expected him to be the guy to be to what he did now. So it's like it comes to the point where you just never know. Like
see, I'm complete opposite of you, Evan, and Bailey knows this for a fact. I have hated Ian Cole ever since.
Well, I as a player, I've hated him too. Yeah,
yeah. Like
I made multiple jokes.
Floor now. Go ahead.
I made multiple jokes with Joel during the season. I was like, hey, I don't like how many penalty minutes Ian Cole is eating. You can have him back if you want.
He was he is not what we wanted at all. We got him to be a little bit of an enforcer on the ice because our guys don't like to fight. I mean, we have Svech and we have a couple. They're not there to be goons.
Mr. Svechnikov.
I'm gonna miss that so freaking much.
Him to be don't miss it because we still have him.
Well, I mean, but he got put on waivers, which means he's in always hungry. So,
but no, he's practicing with the team right now. He is most likely still with us. Yeah. But we got the reason Cole only lasted a season with us is he literally didn't do his job. He made it worse. We're a team that we draw penalties. The refs already give us extra penalties, and then he added to that. And we're like, you're literally doing squat. Get out. And then
I will say the only benefit.
It's the same thing with the Avs, to where when he was on the ice, we were our worst version of ourselves. And I hated when we picked him up. I hated him when he played for us for the years that he did. And I was so happy to see his ass leave.
I love this.
JJ, you didn't love his 115 penalty minutes the first season he played for the Colorado Avalanche?
I didn't. He slowed us down.
And then the 36 the season after that?
Can't say that I did, no.
I'm sorry. We got that man to take care of it, like get in fights, like handle that stuff. Smith did more of that than he did.
Brendan?
Yes, he skates as slow as molasses. But he got more into fights and actually stood up for things than Cole did. Cole just got his ass.
And this is us complimenting him because I did not like Smitty.
No, he was too slow. I mean, he was a nice guy. Don't get me wrong. But to watch him, oh my God, the amount of times when teams were going and he was on defense, and I was like, he's going to get burned. He's going to get burned. It's going to stress me out. And it did. It happened quite a lot.
He did more than Ian Cole.
He did more
now
than
you
Ian Cole.
have my boy who has blocked me on Twitter, Calvin DeHaan.
Look, I'm trying to get you.
Twitter?
Courtney and From Center Ice are blocked by Calvin DeHaan.
The From Center Ice account and my personal account.
Why? What did you do?
We got to hear the story.
I don't know.
We don't know what she did. She has pictures of this man getting a jersey signed, like giving thumbs up. I posted on Twitter the other day. I was like, "Hey, at Calvin DeHaan, you have my friend Courtney and From Center Ice blocked. Like, she's actually a fan and she doesn't know why." And like posted the picture she sent me of them, like she is a fan of CDH and she is.
I have liked him since the Islanders, y'all.
It is unfair. This is like injustice to From Center Ice and Courtney Dagger.
His Twitter presence is pretty awesome, though. The fact that when he left and
Jared Ellis from Locked on Hurricanes.
That tweet was the best when he came back last month and was like, "Just kidding, I'm back."
Yes. I just want to know why I'm blocked.
Look, I'm trying to get you unblocked, Courtney. Okay, I'm trying.
Eric Johnson has me blocked on Twitter.
What did you do today?
This is from like 2014 or something like that. I have no idea. Like, just one day I was just scrolling through my Twitter account and I saw that he blocked me. I'm like, I never tweeted at him or anything, so I don't know.
I wonder if sometimes if there are people with similar names that they try to block and then they block other people instead. But,
I feel like it's not a coincidence with you though, Courtney, because he has both you and your show blocked. So I'm just like, what the fuck happened?
Courtney's had some hot game day takes,
shit where he, scored an own goal, and I was like, God damn it, Calvin! But
Well,
Her and Calvin DeHaan takes were not even like that spicy. She has had some
because
spicy
I like
takes.
Calvin.
And we love Calvin, but
If
she
anybody
is
should
blocked.
block me, it should be Seth fucking Jones.
Seth Jones
I
should,
call
like,
him shit
Let's give it a
Jed.
career. Watch.
Like, we talk more shit about Seth Jones and how awful of a defenseman he is and how he is not worth $9.5 million for 8 fucking seasons with a no
Starting
movement
this
clause.
year.
I took great pride, and so when we got Domi last season,
Oh God, he's with us now.
He's with us now.
enjoy. He'll show up for one game and one game only.
You
It'll
didn't do
be pretty
shit
much
in
the
the
whole team.
preseason.
Yeah, exactly. So you haven't got your one game yet.
Nope.
But what was really funny is when he joined the team, like everyone was like, "Hey, he's got me blocked. Hey, he blocked me. I don't know why I'm blocked." And then so I went to look and I wasn't blocked, and I was like, "Aw," and I was like, I got through the blacklist. I don't know why he was going through and blocking everyone. I guess everyone was like, "Shit, we have Domi," but it was just kind of hilarious. My whole timeline was like, "He blocked me. He blocked me." He blocked
Oh, I'm not blocked yet.
I need to
I'm
go
not
look
blocked
at this
yet.
and make
So-
sure I'm not blocked. Hold on.
So
It is Sunday, October 9th at 11:49 p.m. Central Standard Time. I am not blocked by Max Domi.
Hold on.
Nope, neither
Shit,
am I.
now I need to go look.
Yeah, you gotta double check.
Here's
Evan.
the thing.
NHL
If
Blackhawks
Max
number
Domi
13.
blocked me, the only
When-
reason why would be because I tweeted about how I actually enjoyed reading his book and my ADHD ass sat down and read the whole thing cover to cover in one day. That is an accomplishment, people.
That
I
is, 'cause
sat
you've
and
talked some
read.
shit.
I sat and read a whole book in one sitting in one day.
For a player you've talked some shit about. I'm impressed by that.
I will
See,
say he's probably gonna go back and watch his video and be like, "Oh, here's some people I missed. Here we
We
go."
are all about to be blocked by fucking Max Domi, okay? Every single one of us.
It is going to be October 10th at 5 p.m. and we're all going to be blocked.
I'm not blocked.
Listen, I have nothing against him. I just wish
Mm-mm.
he had showed up for more than just that one game.
Yep.
That's all I asked
Same.
for. He came in. We got him late. He came in.
The
I
2
thought-
goals during postseason.
I thought he
Loved
was
it.
going to be a little bit more of a filler player than he ended up being. He ended up staying like on the roster, like starting and being there. I was like, okay, that's fine. And then he wasn't producing. And I was like,
Yeah.
okay, but why are you taking this spot?
So he's
over
gonna fit
guys
in.
like Stephon that's been waiting the whole season for this and has produced more goals than you. I'm
He's
sorry.
going
What
to
I'm
play with
hearing-
Patrick Kane and Andreas
Antonescu.
Athanasiou. Oh, Lord,
gonna
that's hard
fit
to
in
say when you're
great.
not sober.
Yeah.
On the Blackhawks, he's not gonna produce. This is perfect.
Yo,
He
Patrick
is a
Kane
perfect
didn't-
addition.
have a point in the preseason.
It's going to
I
be
will
really
say-
interesting when he does something and pisses off Svetch and Svetch goes to fight him.
Where do you guys think Patrick Kane's going to get traded to?
Don't do this to me.
You see their faces.
Evan.
Don't-
Here's the thing.
Don't do this to me.
Pat knows this. JJ knows this. Bailey knows this. I
Oh,
am
why
not.
don't I know this?
You know this already because we're Blackhawks fans. I am not emotionally prepared for trade deadline
No.
2023.
Mm.
I
Yeah.
will need an excessive amount of consoling, and I
Alcohol.
currently don't want. I mean, my bottle's empty. I
Oh,
don't
no.
want
You're gonna have to stock up for the trade deadline, my girl.
Ma'am, you have no idea how much alcohol lives in this house.
It's gonna take a lot this season, my friend.
I will need excessive consoling. Like, we added somebody to our Among Us group chat, and I was like, cool, they can be added as long as they are aware that when the bad thing happens at the trade deadline, I
I'm
need
not
to
ready.
be consoled
I'm
because
gonna
I
have to-
am not ready.
They're gonna.
Well,
have
looking
to
at it
change the
objectively,
goal
though,
line.
like it's going to be probably like a huge turning point for the Blackhawks. Like whoever they
Okay.
get back in return is going to be, hopefully, is going to be a huge part of like the franchise going forward. So it's going to be really curious to see like
Y'all are committing to the long con just like we did.
Here's the thing.
like, just like with
Where-
us with the Matt Duchene trade, like That
Goodbye,
was-
Good
douchey.
fucking trade.
that was a trade that kind of set the groundwork for us
That
to
was a
really get
good
back into the
fucking
playoffs and to really become a Stanley Cup champion. So like
You
and
got Sammy, y'all.
I know
thought
that's going
fucking
to happen.
trade.
I'm
And-
sorry because he probably won't. I mean, it would be really nice. You guys would probably enjoy him if he came over to the Canes, but I'm going to tell you right now, we're not going to be in anything because we have no Monopoly money left.
Nope.
Yeah.
None.
And here's the thing: we're going to eat at least 50% of his contract. Courtney and I both know that we're eating at
So
least
it'll be
50%. We can afford it,
5.25 million.
but I'm
We
just
set
not.
10.5.
I'm not ready for it, especially since at everything preseason, he's like, I want to be here. I have not requested a trade. He has a full no movement clause. They can't, like, everybody's like, oh, he's going here, there, and the other. He's like, I have asked to go nowhere.
Yeah, he can
Because
show
I
for
want
it,
to
though.
Lightly
be
used
here.
Jonathan Taves you can have.
Yeah, I have this really cool, gently used Captain Sirius. If you're in the market,
He doesn't have hard miles on him at all. He's fantastic. He's, Captain Serious. He's got all these
He's got 3
intangibles.
cups.
We don't hate him at all.
No, we love him so much. Like, I offer you a gently used captain,
Can you take Derek King with him?
please. We enter you a gently used captain and
And an assistant coach.
and an assistant coach who has very much been like rode hard and left out wet for his entire career in the NHL. Please take him away. I broke Courtney. This is what happens when Courtney and I podcast together. Shit just happens.
We
Yep.
share a birthday.
I know you do. Look, I have the
Why
best
do I
birthday
share
twin.
a birthday with Derek King of all fucking people?
I will
I
say, we were just talking about him. I am birthday twins with Max Domi. So
Oh, no!
That cannot get any. Yeah.
I'm so sorry, but I have a birthday share with Derek King, and that's a lot worse.
I have the greatest birthday share. My birthday share is Ilya Brizgalov because
Shut the
it's
fuck
only
up, Beth.
it's
We don't
only
fucking
game why you
fucking
have to be
ask
mad.
you.
Why you
Why
have to be
you have
mad?
to be mad?
Why
It's
you
Well,
only
you
have
have
game.
to be mad.
It's
It's
only
only
game. Why you
game.
have to be mad?
It's only game.
I'm
only
pretty
game.
sure mine is Pierre-Luc Dubois, I think, or
That
something
is
like that.
beautiful.
Oh, are
PLD.
you lazy?
That's nice. I don't have a hockey one per se, but I do share a birthday with Grandmaster Flash. So I'll take
I,
it.
That's
I
awesome.
also share a birthday with Jennifer Aniston.
Okay.
Mine is also Carson Daly.
Nobody fucking cares, Beth. Kat, who do you share a birthday with?
I don't know. I'm actually looking that up right now.
I'm actually looking
JJ,
at
what's
mine
your
too, yeah.
birthday? JJ, what's your birthday?
January 1st.
Oh, what
You
a
a
New Year's
birthday!
Day.
baby.
A New Year's baby. You have the
Oh, I got
the
Messi.
outdoor fucking what's the
I don't
fucking
know a
it's
single
You
on
got
my
the Winter
patch.
Classic, JJ.
Thank you. It's on my
Yay.
fucking patch. I was like, what's it called?
Mhm. I get to watch
let's
the Winter
see.
Classic every day, every year for my birthday. I wish it
Hell
was every day,
yeah.
but
You share a birthday with Cole Perfetti.
Oh, that's
Me?
a good birthday.
I
You
take
win
this back.
Winnipeg.
I share a birthday with Henrik Lundqvist.
Oh,
Bailey
You
wins.
also
Yeah,
share
I
a
got
birthday
Lionel
with
Messi.
Patrick Hornquist.
Oh, what? What?
I got Lionel Messi on mine too. Mhm.
That's a
There
good
you go.
one.
You got Patrick Hornquist. You have Jeff Carter.
Okay,
Wait, who? Who?
JJ.
okay. This isn't
Jeff
a,
Carter?
This isn't a
no way.
birthday. This isn't a birthday, but on my birthday back in 1986, Wayne Gretzky got his 40th NHL hat trick.
Holy shit!
Way to go, Gretz. Also, you
I
share
haven't
a
scored
birthday-
46 NHL hat tricks, so good fucking job.
yeah.
JJ, you also share a birthday with Colorado Avalanche legend Freddie Hamilton.
I'll take it.
There we
Wasn't
go.
he a ice hog for a minute?
He played with
He
Arizona,
was.
Calgary, Colorado, and the San Jose Sharks.
No, I swear
I think he was
an
in
ice hog for,
Colorado like
2 seconds.
2015, I think, or something like that.
I don't know. He was born in '92, so he's younger than me.
That's Dougie's birthday, bitch, and he's a New
Oh.
Jersey Devil.
You also
All
share a
goats,
birthday
all
with
goats.
Avs player Mark Ulver.
Who?
He played in 2011 to 2013, 74 games for the Colorado Avalanche, 10 goals, 12 assists, 22 points, -7 rating, 39 penalty minutes.
Who was
Nice.
on February 11th?
February 11th,
Yeah.
Derek King.
Other than Derek fucking King, who has haunted me for the last 4 fucking years.
Let's see. You
Oh.
have
Birthday with Joe Burrow.
Who?
nice Joe Burrow, football player.
Oh, the football guy. The
Oh,
sports ball.
Alexa, hush your mouth.
He almost won the Super Bowl, but then he lost.
Ma'am,
but then
you,
he didn't.
Courtney, you share a birthday with Maxime Talbot.
Oh, okay.
You share a birthday with Mike Richards.
a good
Oh,
one.
am I gonna smuggle some cocaine across the border?
You know it. You share a birthday with Trent Frederick.
Who?
He played
Boston?
Boston.
Hey, I don't know how the fuck I knew that, but here we go.
You share a birthday with Andrew Hammond, who played for Colorado, Montreal.
Oh,
The Hamburglar.
Hamburglar.
Oh,
The
nice.
Hamburglar. All right,
Nice.
I like that a lot more than
You
Dirty.
Well,
share a
always have
birthday
game
with
5.
Ryan Lindgren,
Always game 5.
Matthew
Rangers.
Oliver,
Matthew Oliver. Who did he play for?
Trashville.
Oh, god damn it.
You're welcome. And I mean, that's pretty much all of the people who have played. I mean, you share a birthday with Eddie Shack, who was an absolute legend in like the OG NHL.
He was good. Yeah.
I mean, all right. Come on.
Yeah.
Eddie Shack.
Anybody else want to give me a birthday? Let's go.
June
Who we
24th.
got?
June 24th.
Yeah.
Let's fucking go.
2 days shy of Ilya Brizgalov. I'm so sorry.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Evan.
I just put June 22nd because that's my birthday.
Yeah, we're right down the right next to each other for that. That's cool.
We are. All right. So you share a birthday with Mike Brown, which is kind of amazing. He's a great dude. Let's
Also
see.
Kings, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anaheim, Edmonton, Montreal, San Jose, Toronto, and Vancouver. Different Mike Brown.
Oh, okay.
Michael Delzato was born on June
All
24th.
right.
Oh, it's such a strange career projection.
Oh, my dude, Jean-Yves Leroux. He played in Norfolk. I have his jersey in the closet. He was
Nobody
also
fucking
born.
cares, Beth. Who else?
Ma'am, he played for the Blackhawks. You better fucking care.
I don't fucking care. That was before my time.
We
Who
had
else?
a whole Let's Talk WoHawkey episode dedicated to number 23, Jean-Yves Leroux.
23 is who is fucking 23?
Jean-Yves Leroux.
Who else?
Let's see. You share a birthday with Bernie Nichols.
Okay.
Nice. Leaf, right? He was a Leaf.
He was not. He was Chicago, Edmonton, Kings,
lied.
Devils, Rangers, and San Jose.
He played around.
You also share a birthday with Gary Sutter. Jared
All right.
Stoll.
Jared Stoll. That's
Jared
Aaron
Stoll,
Andrews'
another-
husband. Aaron Andrews' husband.
Another cocaine enthusiast.
That
Let's
Kings team must
see.
have been wild.
I have a lot of
Vasily-
salt for those teams.
As for a recent player, Vasily
Podkolzin?
Yeah.
Vancouver, baby.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right.
Cameron
Podkolzin.
Hillis played for
Cameron
he played
Hillis.
one whole game for the Montreal Canadiens last
Oh,
season.
congratulations. That team fucking sucked. Who else?
Obviously, you already knew Pierre-Luc Dubois.
Yep.
And yeah, that pretty much covers all of the names that anyone would know.
Kat,
Oh wait,
what's your
Yuri
birthday?
Lettman was one of them, right?
My birthday?
Yeah.
I think Yuri Lettman was one of them too. I think.
Apparently not.
Yes,
Kat,
Yuri
what's your
Lettman is one
Yeah,
of them.
Yuri Lettman
Oh.
was he's
Beth, what the fuck? You missed
that's
that
a good one right there.
There's a list in front of me, ma'am. I'm going from 1930 to born in 2000, okay?
Kat, what's your birthday?
My birthday's December 10th.
Nice birthday.
December 10th. You are 5 days before Announcer Dad. His birthday is December 15th.
Oh, announcer dad. We fucking love him. He's
Announcer Dad, we
responsible for
fucking
this
love him.
beautiful jersey behind me right here.
He is. All right. So you share a birthday with Renee Bork, the Renee Bork.
Oh my god. Okay.
The Renee Bork. We've got Rob Blake.
God damn,
Get out
Kat.
of here.
What
Get
the
out of town.
fuck?
Cat.
Yeah.
Cat.
Rob Blake's
Yeah.
a good one.
We've
sure.
got Nate Gwennon.
Gennon,
We've had-
I believe
yeah,
there was.
yeah,
There is not
whatever.
Gwen. It's Gennon.
Whatever. Shh. Whole bottle of wine. Leave me be. Jacob Megna shares a birthday with Kat.
Ooh, Colorado Eagles legend,
Eagles.
Jacob
Oh, yeah.
Megna.
Okay.
The one and only
Mr. Megna.
Mr. Megna.
He's fast as fuck. He was on Evgeny Malkin's line at one point.
You fast as fuck, boy.
Mr. Jervis.
All I can think of is Jarvis.
Rob
that's
Blake
pretty.
is probably my favorite Av of all time.
Yeah,
Oh,
Rob
yeah.
Blake.
That
Oh,
was-
JJ
that was
finally
well
had an
watched.
answer. He was like, I don't
Oh,
know. Apparently
finally.
it's this.
Good job,
JJ has
my
finally
man.
gotten his favorite
2
app of all
hours
time, and it's
later,
Rob
he's
Blake,
got it.
Cat's
Rob Blake.
birthday twin.
Rob Blake probably has the best hip check I've ever seen any player ever.
Man,
Birthday?
if I
Watching
actually
him
got
was
to
like-
play, I would ace that hip trick.
Bailey birthday?
March
Wait,
2nd,
was that it for-
2001.
Was that it
Ugh.
for Cat?
That was all of the less than or more than double-digit games played.
Just
mean,
Rob
NHL.
Blake alone,
Legit
though,
fucking
catapults
players,
Cat
yeah.
into like the top 1.
Holy shit.
Absolutely.
Bailey shares her birthday with 29 NHL players, by the way.
Holy
Wow.
fuck.
What day is it?
March
March
2nd.
2nd.
March 2nd.
All right, March 2nd.
So we've got Charlie Coyle, Max Domi,
Boston, right?
Boston in
Charlie Coyle?
Minnesota. That
Mhm.
that Charlie Coyle. We've got Eddie Johnstone, who was
Johnstone?
before most of your times. He played
Johnston or John Stone?
John Stone,
John Stone.
Eddie John Stone, Johnstone. Henrik
fuck?
Lundqvist, obviously also Joel Lundqvist.
Oh,
Because if you
Joel.
get one Lundqvist twin, you have to also have the other one.
You get both.
You get 2 fucking Lundqvistons.
You
You
get
share a
fucking
birthday
2.
with Blackhawks legend Alex Nylander,
No way.
Yes. Darren Turcotte, Ramo
God.
Summanen,
Goddamn, Bailey, the fuck?
Ryan Shannon,
Who's Ryan Shannon?
Joby Messier. Ryan Shannon played for Anaheim, Ottawa, Tampa Bay, and Vancouver from 2007 to 2012.
Joby Messier? That sounds like a knockoff of Mark.
That's
That's
probably
like,
like
the,
his.
the
that's the Wish
AliExpress
version. That's the Wish version of Mark Messier. Jay McClement.
Avs legend right there.
Oh,
That's a good
Uh-huh.
one.
Toronto
Here's part of
Maple
the- here's
Leafs
part of the
legend
Art
right there,
Johnson
motherfucker.
Yeah.
Claude LaRose, who played well before anyone's time, but
Claude,
he was
not Chad.
Not
Claude.
chatty. Not Chad.
he played
I
for
would
the
know if it was
Minnesota
Chad.
North Stars,
He
the
was the
Montreal
Cane, right,
Canadiens.
Chatty. Rosie.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's see. We've got. Oh, they played 1 game in the NHL, so we're just gonna skip past their
Who
names.
is it, Beth?
Morgan Klemchuk and
Fucking
Stan
love
Kemp.
him.
Do you love Stan Kemp, who played in 1949, Courtney?
Yes, I do.
He played
I
one
fucking
game.
do. That's,
He
that's
played
Played
my
one game.
that's my
played
man
one
right
game
there.
for the Leafs in 1949.
Yes, he fucking did. He was a
He
player
got-
for the Toronto Maple Leafs.
He
Fuck.
got 2
yes.
penalty minutes. That's all he got
Yes,
in that
he
game.
did.
Was 2.
Yes, he did. I fucking love him. Give me a fucking jersey right now.
We've got Jacob Josephson.
Josephson?
Josephson, yeah.
You
Words.
drunk ass.
English is hard.
Look, you got Michael Hutchinson.
Woo!
Hey,
Hutchie!
Avs legend.
Yeah. You've got let's
Flyers
see.
legend Roman Czechmonic. That's a good one.
Yeah, you got Roman Czechmonic.
That's
Charlie
a name
Coyle,
I haven't
Max
heard in
Domi.
a long time.
Dan Dorian, who played 4 whole games for the Devils from 86 to 88. He played 4
Oh,
whole
I
games
love
in
the
2
Devils.
years. 4 games in 2 years.
Look, he was great in those 4 games.
I mean, you've got Clarence Drouillard, who played 10 games for the Red Wings in 1938.
I love him.
Herb Drury was born in 1895 and played 216 NHL games.
The more you know.
1895. 2 whole centuries before Bailey's birth year.
Yep.
Courtney is disappearing into her Crawford jersey.
I was wondering what you were trying to do, Courtney. No. But unfortunately, friends, I have to go to bed.
Look, I was
Okay.
changing my outfit and then my AirPods fell out.
We were like, what is Courtney doing right now? Because she's just disappearing into her Crawford jersey.
It's fine, okay?
It's fine. So, well, this was fun, guys. Yay,
Yeah.
random
It was.
podcasts.
I
It
love
was
impromptu.
fun. I enjoyed it. It's now 1 a.m. on the East Coast.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same out here.
I'm
Same.
dying because I got work tomorrow.
There.
Okay.
It
Well,
changed.
Courtney, I think it's time for us to bid adieu to our friends. They're just not used to our level
All right,
of
who's leaving
insanity.
us?
I unfortunately have to defer.
Bailey, most
Kat?
likely Evan.
I'll stay
Cat
on for a little bit.
Oh, Evan's staying.
All right,
I have nothing else to
Bailey?
do tomorrow.
Bailey, one more time. What is your podcast?
So I am a co-host for the Surgecast, all things Carolina Hurricanes. So go check us out wherever you listen to your podcast, as well as YouTube.
Go listen to the Ladies' Night episode. It's the best one.
Yes, I hosted
There you
it. It's the only episode that I have hosted without Zach. So it's a great
All
episode.
right.
Go
I will put your link in the description and the show notes so everybody can find y'all.
Awesome.
And Kat,
Appreciate
that
you.
is where you are an honorary member, correct?
Correct.
Fan fucking
She was on the latest episode of TSC. So
Yeah,
go
she was
watch.
their most recent guest.
What'd y'all talk about?
A
the
bunch
league.
of different things.
Mostly how the league disrespects the Carolina Hurricanes continuously.
Nobody fucking cares. The Blackhawks suck. Go away. Good night.
All right. I love you guys. Thank
Love
you.
you,
for the
B.
impromptu.
Hey, take care.
I love
Enjoy.
you, Bailey.
Kat.
I love you, Kat. Y'all have
Bye.
a good night.
You too. Night.
Good night, y'all.
And then there were 4.
And then there were 4.
Podcasting is fun. I actually like podcasting.
I would
Yeah?
like to thank my house for turning off all the lights at 10:30 and setting this beautiful red mood in the background.
It really did. Now you look like me.
I mean,
Except I got
with
the
my-
purple lights going, and then I got the red light over here. So I have like both
mean,
of them going.
this is my favorite because it's like a transition between colors. These
Oh.
IKEA LED lights were the absolute best thing I've ever purchased in my life. I have a set in my office. I have a set in my bedroom.
Ooh.
And I have a whole set that doesn't have a home yet.
Oh shit.
I like that. I need to step up my lighting game. I just have a desk lamp.
Y'all,
IKEA,
lights are
buddy.
so
I'm on the
fun.
couch right now, so
I got
my
these-
desk is all kind of a mess right now. So
I got these strip lights on the back of my couch, and that's what's purple. And then I got this red light over here.
Heyo.
Yeah. So
Nice.
you kind
It's
of get
pretty,
both if you look up
Yeah.
there-ish.
Yeah.
So in the
And she's
background
got
of my
these-
videos, you can get like the red, and then in the background of the podcast, you get the purple. It's
She's
beautiful.
got these really cool like tower lights too that are like rainbow colors.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I've
those
seen
are
those.
right here.
cool.
Of course, it's still too bright, but they're right next to my laptop.
Yeah.
You can kind of tell.
I
that
can
they're
see the
right
reflection in your glasses.
there you go. My blue light glasses.
Yes,
My eyesight's
yes.
actually perfect, but I use them so my computer doesn't ruin my eyesight.
Yeah, I have glasses with blue light filters, and I also have blue light glasses. Yet here I sit in my contacts with.
They
no-
actually work.
nothing.
I thought they were going to be bullshit, but like I'll sit in front of my computer all day and my eyes won't hurt or anything. It's perfect.
Nice.
I've never worn contacts before, so I've never really experienced
they
what it feel like. Yeah.
They freak me out. I can't touch my eyes like that.
So they freaked me out when I first started as well, but I'm like super poorly sighted.
That's fair.
I'm like negative 650 in one eye and negative 600 in the other eye.
Oh, I
And
can
my
read, like, the
glasses-
smallest line on those eye charts.
I can't see the big E on the eye chart without my glasses on. So my my prescription glasses, even with the thinner lenses, are very heavy.
I see.
And
Interesting.
so I just had to get used to. You don't really touch your eye like the contact touches your eye.
No, but you still gotta.
So the trick is you have to like look up.
No.
So
See, my girlfriend knows. She leaves the room when she takes her contacts out. I'm like, I can't watch this. I
Yeah.
can't see this. shit."
so you have to like pull the lids and then like look up and just like put the contact on your eye. You don't have to like shove it in your eye. You just have to like set it there, because especially like I have an astigmatism, so my contacts are weighted so that they sit
Mhm.
correctly on my eyeball. So as soon as I
Mhm.
put it on my eye, like I blink once and it's like hello vision.
Hmm.
So
Nah,
See,
nah.
I'm with Courtney. I couldn't touch my eye like that.
Yeah,
I can
exactly.
like hold on, let's see. I actually have my old glasses here. Let's see. This
That-
is the thinnest lens available, and that's how thick they are.
So that's
Dang.
like a quarter of an inch.
Yeah. Yeah, which for glasses lenses, at
That's a
the
lot.
thinnest available like lens,
Yeah.
like that's thick.
So,
Like if that was a lady, it would have like 47 C's at the end of it
ooh, shit.
because she's thick.
That's thick. So,
She's thick.
for those of us that are left, we just have, at least on my screen, it's Blackhawks fans up top here with me and Beth. And then we got Evan and Joel down here for the Avs. This is game 1 of the regular season.
Yep.
Courtney, are you ready to imbibe in a lot of alcohol in 3? Well, actually, hold on, wait. Guys, it's after midnight here on the East Coast. So
Oh my god, it is here too.
let me just go ahead and get the sign, and I'm going to take off this 3,
Very nice.
and I'm going to replace it with
That's
a
a
2.
Oh man. You know,
I'm so pumped for the season though. It's ever since like they won the cup in June, like I've been kind of like looking forward to the next season, looking for them to go back and try to win it again. So
You mean
So-
your team just won a cup and you're ready for more hockey?
yeah, you kind of get addicted. Yeah, you want more.
our team
Whoa.
fucking sucks, and we're like, oh no, hockey.
Courtney and I were talking because her and Jacqueline from Center Ice were on. Not obviously the most recent episode drops today, but they were on our last episode, and I was like, this season's going to go one of 2 ways. We are absolutely going to shit the bed, and it's going to be awful, exactly like we're expecting, or we pull some sort of bullshit miracle out of our ass. We make the playoffs. We make a run. We win the Stanley Cup. Yet whomever we traded Patrick Kane to forgot to protect their first round draft pick.
Vegas.
And we still end up getting the number 1 draft pick. So we win the cup and we get Connor Bedard, and life is good in Chicago again.
Dang.
Those are the only 2 ways this season is going to go. It's either going to be a shit show or this team that shouldn't win a damn thing is
So
going
you're
to
telling
win
me I
all
should
the
put
things.
so you're telling me I should put $10 down on the Blackhawks to win the cup at plus 10,000.
I mean, here's the thing.
I
JJ
will
was
never
present.
advise that, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did it.
JJ was present for when this bet was made, but I said I would get an Avalanche tattoo if they won the cup.
Look, y'all thought when I
It's
put that
beautiful,
Avs
too.
jersey
That looks
on
cool.
So beautiful.
for round 2,
It's my second time seeing it in person now.
that it was gonna be a fucking curse because I curse whoever's in the playoffs.
She does.
I'm a Leafs fan, so I put that Avs jersey on, and everybody was like, "No!"
He put that jersey on, and the first text message she got for me was in all caps, the letter N, followed by approximately 57 O's. And I was like,
then
what are you doing?
The only team I cannot curse is the Colorado Avalanche.
You're just that good.
It's true.
The only team. It is the Nazem Kadri magic, but now he is gone.
Did
He
you
is-
wear that jersey past years, Courtney?
I did not. I did
Okay.
not.
I just had
It
to
is-
check and make sure that you
it
weren't
is
the
a-
cause of our second year curse.
No,
for
No,
the
this is
past.
the only time. It is a
Second round
Mikko
curse.
Rantanen jersey
Okay.
because I loved him, and I knew when they drafted him he was going to be great. So I got a Mikko jersey.
I got
And
a
I
Rams
have-
jersey. He's
I have
Yeah.
not worn it until I put that on for round 2 when I was like, "Hey, Avs fans, guess what?"
And everybody was like,
this team I'm going for.
"No!"
And everybody freaked the fuck out. And then I wore it for pretty much every game. There were a couple games I didn't wear it for.
Those
I
are
think there
probably
were-
the 4 games the Avs lost.
No, it wasn't. It was some that I put it on for those 4 games, and then it went downhill, and I was like, I'm taking this shit off. Maybe it'll turn it around. And they still lost, so it didn't matter.
Blues series was a tough one.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
I
was
remember after game
fucking
5,
beautiful.
it's
Oh,
funny.
it was so beautiful with the Kadri hat trick.
I remember after game
beautiful.
5 thinking like, oh my God, we are so screwed after we blew that huge lead. And then they St. Louis won it in overtime. I was just like, this is
Tyler
done.
Bozak.
We're going to lose in the second round again. And then even in game 6, we were dominating them the entire game. And then like
Kadri.
until like the last minute, it was tied. And I was just thinking, oh, this is going to go into overtime. This is going to happen
Darren
again.
Helm with
And
6
Darren-
seconds.
Helm.
And then what do you
Darren
know?
takes the helm.
Darren Helm
So
of
What a
all
ball.
players.
so
Darren
Jared,
Helm.
so my co-host and I, Jared, we were talking about the Blue Series and
Mhm.
us being just very in tune with how that team was performing. We're like, this is going to be our toughest series. Like through, like I don't care who we play in the Western Conference Finals. I don't care who we play in the Stanley Cup Finals. This will be our toughest series.
Sure.
Jared kept
It
on saying
was.
7 games, and it was. To be fair,
It was.
It
I mean, to be
Um,
honest, playing the Blues in the playoffs is always a battle. It's a battle that the Blackhawks faced many times on their quest for
Johnny
the cup.
T, overtime legend.
They've always been such a physical team too. Like
Yeah.
even like I remember like they played one series against LA in like 2012 or
Wakey
2013, and like that whole series, even though LA came out, it was just such a bloodbath. They just play
Mhm.
they play with such structure. They hit a lot. They're hard on pucks and stuff like that. So
They have a
Jordan-
goalie who
knew it-
throws temper tantrums.
Dude, it is his God-given opportunity to do whatever the fuck he did. Throw a water bottle at Country.
Throwing
Yeah.
water bottles during
His
post-game
God-given opportunity. I
God
fucking hate
granted him the
Jordan
opportunity.
Bitchington. I
But the
hate
good
him
thing
so
too
much.
is that it really prepared them for like the finals too. Even like the same thing happened. They lose game 5 at home to Tampa, and like they would have hit. Like even Nathan McKinnon was saying on one of the podcasts he was on, like they could have held their help. They could have just put their heads in the ground. They could have just think, oh, we're screwed and stuff like that. They came back game 6 on the road. They felt like that since they were on the road, they didn't feel as much pressure to win the cup. And like they came out and they played awesome. So
I've been wanting to talk about this with Jared for our kind of inaugural lead up to the season. During the playoffs,
Go for it. Nobody listens to this podcast.
Before this year, like before us winning the cup, every single year the Avs got bounced on the road in the playoffs, going back to 1997, I think it was.
That's as old as the fucking Preds.
I was gonna say it couldn't be
Basically,
96 because they won the cup that year.
97
Didn't
was
they?
the Detroit series.
Yeah.
Patty?
Like excluding 01, it was all the way back to 97. They had lost on the road every single year until this year. And like this was the year where I was like, Jared, bro, let me tell you, we're going to like this is a different team this year. Like we will close out games on the road and we will do it like in a way that hasn't been seen. And he kept on saying, "No, dude, like it's gonna go 7 Stanley Cup Finals. It'll go 7 with the Blues." I'm like, "No, it's going 6 because we're gonna close it out on the road." And Beth can attest to that in our Belly Up Hockey show when we previewed the Stanley Cup Finals.
Okay,
But yeah, it was really good to get that off their backs. I think just as a franchise because that is some
dude. I'm so fucking happy for him.
Same. Like watching that man hug the cup was just one of the greatest moments. I mean, I'm sad that obviously Colorado couldn't make the deal work because I would have loved to see him go on and continue that legacy and do it again because the people of Denver really embraced Nazem Kadri when all of that stuff happened.
Treated him well.
Like when all that stuff happened mid-season with the hit, they embraced him.
And with St. Louis.
Yeah.
He embraced the city too because he felt kind of excommunicated from Toronto until all the Leafs fans were just kind of like, "Oh, like we would kill to have this guy back right now." And
I was so sad about that trade, dude.
Oh,
it broke Courtney just a little bit.
I can only imagine.
I love Naz so much.
She really does.
He's gonna do good things in Calgary, I think.
Yeah.
So
I think he is too. I mean, he's set up to do good.
Yeah.
I was just really happy with how Avs fans treated him and embraced him. And
It was a perfect situation. Like
Yeah.
he needed a place to be, like kind of, and we
Mhm.
needed that one extra push.
Exactly.
And he's gonna do great things for Calgary too. Like Evan was saying, like where he goes, like good things will happen. Like he's
I
gonna
still-
live in and around the Stanley Cup. For the
I
next
still
couple
think that
years.
suspension against St. Louis the year before was bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
It was one of those hockey plays that he
Yeah.
plays on the edge.
It happens every
And-
fucking game.
And it
Yeah.
was obviously unintentional. That's the
It's
thing. Like,
just because it was Kadri. Like I don't
Yeah. he
I
had
don't
a
like to see
history.
got pretty
players
hurt, too.
injured.
The fact
or
that they gave him
anything.
7 games for that too absolutely crippled us against Vegas.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it was so tough. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's like, I hope that Calgary embraces him and he embraces Calgary like he did and he was embraced in Denver.
It was beautiful
just-
to see.
I
It
just
was. I
don't
mean-
know that Flames fans will be as good to him as
Mm-mm.
Avalanche fans were.
I don't think so, especially seeing as he's like a Toronto boy.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of
Um,
expectations on him too after the season he had. So
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's just one of those things. And like the city of Denver really embraced like not only him, but his entire family.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And to see the way that Avs fans stood up for him after the hit during the regular season when they were like, come on, like we
Mhm.
understand he has a history, but this wasn't a bad play. Like this was just a hockey play that went wrong,
The
which
team,
happens all the time.
The team galvanized around him this year. Like it was
Yeah.
it was so rewarding to see coaches try to use Kadri as like a game plan at times.
Mhm.
Like where they
Mhm.
would try to go out of their way to agitate him. And you
Yeah.
could tell he was just above it. And
Yeah, and
like
he
that-
just played his
oh.
game.
Mhm.
And it was beautiful. And I mean, even the Bennington incident, because we all watched that game and we know that Nazem Kadri did not
What's
target
up, Callie Rosen? Nice to see you.
Jordan Bennington.
Also,
Another
former
Avs
fucking Leaf, Callie Rosen.
Another
Of
Avs
all
legend.
players.
Avs legend Callie Rosen knocked out Bennington for us, man.
I mean, and
I
just
fucking
everything
hate
that happened with that.
Bennington. Fuck.
Oh God, he's oof.
I hate
Like-
him so much.
I hate him so much. So much.
Going back to his fucking Chicago Wolves days, dude.
Yeah.
Ugh.
But it's like it was obvious that Kadri wasn't like, I'm gonna just completely change my trajectory because I'm
Right.
skating this way,
He was
And
going for
I'm
the
getting
loose
cut off.
puck.
this way, and Callie Rosen takes me out and goes into his own goaltender, but it's my fault.
A diagram, if you will.
Yes.
Bennington
Okay,
Okay.
is going to be a
We've got a can. Yes.
empty beer
got-
can. Okay,
Here's Callie Rosen.
I like the in the net view that we're getting right now for this.
Yes, same. Same,
Here's
same.
here's Kadri coming in on the
Mhm.
other side.
Mhm.
And then at times, and this happens physics,
Mhm.
and they're on ice. So you know what happens when you
An
just
object in motion stays in motion,
yeah.
Mhm.
and
It's
an
really
object
not
at
that hard
rest
to see.
stays at rest.
Like when Dylan Strome and Evander Kane concussed Corey Crawford. Yeah, that was good.
My boy.
Hmm.
But yeah, game one's going to be fun between Colorado and Chicago. I
Yes.
mean,
Look, as
I'm
long
sure
as
the
they're not up-
Avalanche fans feel that way very greatly, how this game is going to be fun. The rest of us are like, great.
As long as
But
the
I'm
Avs
telling
aren't
you,
up
I'm
3-0 within the first 5 fucking minutes like last year, like
Well, we have
calling
Jack
it now.
Johnson this year, so maybe he'll
calling it
score his
now.
first goal again.
and Peter Mazurek.
I'm calling it now. Seth Jones is going to have a career year this year. I'm not just saying that because he's on my fantasy team.
This
Yeah,
poor man
career year. He's going to have
drafted
a career
Seth
year.
Jones.
I'm so sorry, Evan.
Sir,
I'm so
I
sorry.
regret to
I
inform
must
you
Report. No.
that's not
laugh.
the shit shed is not going to have a career year this year.
Maybe the pooper scooper and Caleb Jones.
so.
But the
Seth
shit
Jones,
shed.
FCI listeners are very used to these acronyms. To you two who are new to this universe,
Yes.
the
yes,
shit
yes,
shed is Seth Jones.
Yes.
Okay.
The pooper scooper is Caleb Jones.
Because
Who,
he's
by
the
the
better
way,
Jones.
In case you were wondering, had the same number of goals as his brother, who makes 10 times as much a year.
Yo,
than
it
he
hurts.
does.
It hurts. And I called it. I said
You did.
I said Caleb was going to be the better Jones brother.
And you were right. And he didn't even play as many games. If he had played as many games as Seth, he probably would have outscored him.
He
Probably would have been
would've-
the better Jones brother.
Oh,
Like,
he
points
is.
wise.
Making 1/10 of what his brother does.
He actually knows what defense is, other than Seth is just like, oh my god, I don't know what to do. There's people around me.
Puck, run away!
Oh, it hurts. It hurts.
We're very
But yeah,
ready
I
to
stand by
embrace
what I
the
said though. I
process.
think he's gonna have a surprising year.
Is this only
No.
because
51
you
points last
drafted
year. It's
him
not
in
like he had a bad
fantasy?
year.
Evan,
Like,
would you like to put
statistically.
your money where your mouth is?
He didn't have a bad year. Evan,
Ooh.
please, you have
I mean,
the floor now. Please tell me how Seth Jones had a good year for the Chicago Blackhawks.
I mean,
It
I'm
is
not
all you.
saying like defensively or anything like that. I'm saying like statistically, he had 51 points, which is the second most he had in his career. So
We had Alex DeBrincat.
Yeah.
We traded
Just-
him.
just
Just in case you weren't aware.
We also had Alex DeBrincat on a line with Patrick Kane and Dylan Strome, who was the greatest chemistry witnessed in a long time.
We got rid of Dylan Strome and Brandon
Well,
Hagel.
Technically, we didn't get rid of Dylan Strome. We just didn't
let
re-sign
him
him.
go.
And then
to
we didn't trade
Washington.
him at the trade deadline like we should have.
And now he says that he didn't get any shifts in overtime last year, even though I distinctly remember one where him and Kane were on the ice, and Kane doesn't play defense, so that was a clusterfuck. And we got scored on because Kane doesn't play defense, and Dylan Strome was just off in fucking nowhere.
Mhm.
He had overtime shifts. He's just fucking salty.
The Derek
I'm-
King experience.
I'm glad he's gone.
I'm only sad he's gone because he gave me my warm-up puck.
You're right. You're right. We love Dylan Strome for that.
We do. Like, hold on, it's right here. I keep it close. It's right here in a puck case.
There you go. There you
Nice.
go. I like it.
nice.
I like it.
In the game where the Chicago Blackhawks at home got shut out by the Seattle Kraken, and I didn't hear Chelsea Dagger one fucking time. Not once. Not once.
I'm
But I
sure
got
you
this
got.
puck.
I'm sure you got a Courtney Dagger text to your phone.
I did, but my phone was on vibrate, therefore I did not hear Chelsea Dagger.
Damn it.
Also, I got soft serve, so I was a happy human.
There you go. Joel and Evan, I must ask you, how do you feel about the Valerie Nichushkin contract?
Evan, you want to go first? I could go first. I think that
You can go first.
I loved when it happened for us because
Mhm.
we signed him right before kind of all the free agency stuff started happening, and
Mhm.
I've always loved him as a player. Someone that Dallas discarded, had this like beautiful arc with us and found his like way in the league, so to speak, and has kind of turned into a beast with us. And getting him for that amount, I think is like something. Let me get on cap friendly here. Ooh, let me get on cap friendly here. It sounds it's really.
I
sounds really
love
happy to
Cap
see that.
Friendly so
Yeah, Friendly's the best site by far.
Cap Friendly is the best.
I am so excited. I'm actively using it right now. That means the time is here.
Same.
But yeah, just the term too was super just
It's 8 years, right?
yeah. Like I was really surprised at the term that we got him at. Like 8 years, around 4 or 5 million.
Oh, it's more than that, buddy.
Or well,
Yes.
yeah, more than that. It is getting
I will say-
6.12. 6.125.
Yeah.
Courtney will understand this. It's very odd right now as a Blackhawks fan to go to Cap Friendly and not find your team at the top of the list where it normally sits, and
Yeah,
have to
but-
just like scroll.
right.
Yeah, but then you
Yeah.
like click on the Chicago Blackhawks and you look
then
at
you
the
cry.
roster and you go, "Oh no,
Mm-hmm.
that's our
Seth
team."
Jones, $9.5 million.
Peter Mazarek and Alex Stalock, that's our goaltending duo.
Legendary.
Tank Manders.
Mm.
Thanks, Steven.
Hey, but you know what? Buffalo currently has the most cap space in the entire league.
They also have Alex Tuck and Dylan Cousins and JJ Paterka
They have more
and
cap space
Henry
than the
Yokiharu,
they have more cap space than the Arizona Coyotes, who normally have struggles reaching the cap floor.
who have Nick Schmaltz and Jacob Chikrin and
Schmaltzy.
Would
Not
Patrick
Phil
Kane say
Kessel.
yes to a trade to Buffalo?
I don't think so.
Nah,
I don't
think
know
so
that he
either.
likes Buffalo anymore, even though he was born there after what happened last time.
Even
he went
though,
back
like,
to Buffalo.
His rookie NHL card is from when he was like 6, sitting on the glass with his dad at a Buffalo Sabres game.
Yes,
My dad actually owns that card.
that's
Really?
fucking amazing.
Yes, he also has a
I can't-
Gretzky rookie card.
Like an Opeachy?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Papa.
Those were in the binders that we didn't look at while we were there.
He keeps those fucking hidden.
Would you also not keep like a near mint condition Gretzky rookie card hidden?
Yo, that shit would be in a fucking one touch and in a safety
That'd be in a
deposit
vault.
box.
To me, it would be in a
One
vault.
day it will be mine.
Oh. But for now, I have the barber pole jersey
Yes.
from Papa Wonder Buffers.
I have its twin in my closet.
That's beautiful.
And also, here's a picture of like 8-year-old me wearing that jersey.
The one that's on my
Pretty
wall
cool.
or in your closet?
The one that's on your wall.
Oh, that's fucking wonderful.
Look at that, right there.
I couldn't believe when he gave that to me.
He
was just like-
listens.
He was just like, here's a jersey. Does it fit? And I'm like, are you serious?
He
this-
listens, Courtney.
This is
He hears all things. He is a
This is-
Midwestern dad.
this is my bucket list hockey item is this Blackhawks barber pole jersey. And yes, it is the perfect size, actually.
He literally
I would love to get a Clark Griswold Chicago Blackhawks jersey. I feel like that'd
I've
be
got
awesome
one in
to
there.
have it. Oh, yeah,
I've got one in there.
That's sick.
Hold on. To the closet.
I have, to bring it back to y'all's team, I have the Mikko Rantanen jersey, and I have a Nazem Kadri jersey with the cup patch on it.
That's
Nice.
cool.
So I had to get it. I have a Toronto Kadri jersey, so I said if they win the cup, I would get the cup patch Colorado.
But
There you go.
just going back to Natushkin, I think
Yes.
I think Sakic and McFarland kind of identified him as a priority for them to resign him over the offseason. I mean,
Mhm.
he was such a huge part of the playoff run. I mean, he was playing first line minutes in like the finals and stuff like that too. So I think it's a great signing. I mean, he probably could have gotten more money on the open market, and the fact that they got him for 8 years too. I mean, that back end of the contract, you never know. It could be a disaster at the end, but I think right now it's a great fit, and I think I'm really happy that he's coming back.
One of the
For
best
you, Evan.
two-way forwards in the
That's
game
a beautiful
right now, man.
Griswold jersey.
Yeah.
It is. It is. But one of the best two-way forwards in the game. His back check is ridiculous. His forecheck
If he
is
still has a
ridiculous.
foot.
If he still has a foot.
Also true. Does the
But
man
also,
still have a
like,
foot?
That combination of Gabriel Landeskog and Arturi Lehkonen on the forecheck was mind-blowing in the playoffs.
For sure.
They were
Mhm.
on
That
it.
combo was stupid good.
Yeah, Lehkonen was always causing those turnovers. Gabe would keep the puck in, and then here comes Makar, like, oh shit, the puck's in our zone, I'm coming back. So then he gets the puck, everybody comes back, and then they just score a goal. Like, wow.
Lekkonen's gonna be. He was almost like point per game, really, when
Mhm.
from the time he joined the Avs to the very end of it, our run, and
Yeah.
he's someone who can play anywhere. Like he played on all three lines for us. He also played center at times. He played on the wing at times.
Big on the PK too.
Yeah.
He's just, I can't say enough about him. Like he's just one of those people that when he's on the ice, he's like a little like when I'm watching it, I feel like I'm watching like the old school like Looney Tunes-esque like Elmer Fudd hunting a bunch of like critters, you know?
Kinda, yeah.
And
Yeah.
he's
You
just
mean-
like
You
I
mean
don't know.
Avs legend Mikko Lehtinen? That guy?
Oh,
Nico
Steve Dangle.
Letkinen.
Oh, Steve
Oh,
Dangle.
Dangle. Fucking
Oh,
He's
dang.
entertaining.
But yeah,
fucking love you, dude.
he's gonna be really
Mhm.
crucial for us. He's
I'm
gonna be
just
good.
really glad that the Avs kept him.
I am
Like
too.
when
He sent me a
the-
drunk Snapchat.
Did he,
He
really?
did. I saw it. It was amazing.
A couple.
That's awesome.
A couple. And like I was asking him, like, are you going to resign and stuff? And he's like, if the money's right, you know, he's just like smashed at like
Trashed.
this party with my friend, the same friend that his spot at the parade, he saw
Yeah.
Byram and all that stuff happened like right in
What the
front of him.
hell? This friend is just fucking connected.
So
Mhm.
his girlfriend knows people who know people, and
I
then
gotcha.
he was somehow there. Ran into Lekkinen. He's like, bro, Lekkinen's with me right now. I'm like, no fucking way. And then he texted, like, Snapchatted me, and then I was snapping him like, there's no fucking way. Like, tell him like, and then like, I get just this like drunk gibberish like in and I'm like, I'm literally texting Arturi Lekkinen right now, and it's
Yeah.
awesome.
That's
So-
amazing.
JJ's friend is like, you know how we were talking earlier today about how like my dad probably knows a guy who knows a guy?
Yeah, yeah.
That's JJ's friend. He knows a guy who knows a guy.
Okay.
Basically, he's
Okay.
a guy who knows a guy who knows
Yeah.
a guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's just, yeah, he was like, you know, like he was destroyed too, just like you know, he had like his face on and stuff, and he was
At least he wasn't falling over like
no,
McDermott.
no.
I had to get a Curtis McDermott jersey, by the way. Yet another unfortunate bet that I made.
That'd be a sick jersey to have, though.
That was amazing. I said I would get an Arturi Lekkinen jersey after he got the overtime goal against Edmonton. I haven't gotten it yet. I will.
Yeah.
I will.
I haven't gotten the McDermott jersey yet, mostly because almost all summer, all Avs jerseys were sold out everywhere.
Yeah.
Like you could get like extra smalls or like 20 XLs.
I
that
literally
was it.
bought my Kadri jersey like before the final buzzer went when they won the cup
Nice.
because I wanted to get it after the second to last game, but I was like, no, I can't curse this. I can't curse this.
Oh,
I
yep,
have
here
to
it
wait
is.
till they actually win the cup.
Here it is.
Then I was like,
JJ
I
still
know
has
it's
the
happening.
Snapchat.
Oh my gosh,
That's awesome.
And there's
that's fantastic.
Yeah.
But yeah, just
Dude
getting
was
him
having
for
a
5
time.
years. Yeah.
I don't know if you guys can see that or not.
Yeah.
He's such an underrated player.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
the year before, of course, with the Maple Leafs being my second team and the Habs beating them in the playoffs, all that. Montreal fans were so nice to me in comments on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
So I was still following along with them. Oh my gosh. That's
sweet,
amazing.
sweet boy.
Yeah. And then, of course, Arturi Lekkinen got the goal that sent them to the cup final. So I've had this soft spot for Arturi Lekkinen this whole time. And then he comes to the Avs, and they were my Western Conference team, of course, this year in the second round. I was like, oh, I want so badly for him to do well. And then he sends them to the fucking cup final again. Like,
2
oh
years
my
in a row,
gosh.
2 different teams. I think
He
they
scored
said
the
it's only
game winner
happened like
too in game 6.
yeah, I think
he
they
did.
were saying on the broadcast that that's only happened like one other time in NHL history, like a player scoring the game-winning goal to
Yeah.
send their team to the
To the
Stanley
cup
Cup final, being on 2 different teams and doing it 2 years in a row. It's only
Mhm.
happened like one other time in league history.
There
Mhm.
were a couple Avs fans just like on like the Twitter sphere and stuff who didn't know who the man was.
He's
And I was
Mikko
like-
Lehtinen. Mikko Lehtinen.
I was like, guys, like you don't
Arturi is
know,
the man.
like y'all don't know who we're about to get. Like he's a certified gamer,
Mhm.
and like like getting him at $4.5 million for the
For
next
5
few-
years too. Yeah.
Like
That's a
I almost
steal.
like that more than the nuke signing, if we're being
I
honest,
just-
because
The Nichushkin signing is just so long to me. Like, I like it, and of course he was fucking amazing in the playoffs this past run to the cup. It's just so long. Maybe I'm jaded because of Patrick Kane and Jonathan Taves signing those 8-year deals worth 10.5.
no,
and
it's
then-
actually good to hear from people who have experienced those
Yeah.
super long contracts.
Takes him
It's
to
tough.
835, I think. So
Yeah.
Well, and if you look at like the Kane and Taves signings, like for one side of it, like the Kane signing was great.
Mhm.
I mean, he has continued to be a producer. He has continued to contribute. He has
had like
the
90 something
greatest.
points last year.
He had 66 assists last year. 66
Yeah,
assists.
he's still playing- he's still playing-
everyone the man plays with, they just elevate. Like it's
Yeah.
insane to see.
Yeah,
And-
Patrick Kane's still one of the top 15 players in the NHL.
But then
But then you have
Jonathan
Jonathan
Taves.
Taves.
Like,
we don't even have anything to say about him.
none.
The lesser Taves, if you will.
In the
I-
last preseason game against the St. Louis Blues, granted, of course, Ryan O'Reilly, he had a 38% face-off percentage. That is all he is good for anymore. It's face-off.
Face-offs. That's it.
38%.
That's supposed to be his bread and butter. He is supposed to be the greatest player at the dot. Period.
He is not even in the Selke conversation since 2016. Like,
Yeah.
And yet Bergeron again won it this fucking year. Like,
Bergeron's good.
oh, Bergie. I don't like the Bruins necessarily, but who can hate Patrice Bergeron? Nobody.
No one.
Nobody. There's not a bad thing to say about the guy.
I will say I do miss the way back days when it was Patrice Bergeron and Tyler Seguin, because those two together are just. I mean, that was just insane.
They
But
had like
then
Mark
they just-
Recchi too. They had
Yeah.
that 2011 team was really, really good.
Yeah.
But then
Lucic
they
was
just
there in his prime.
Gave up. Lucic is a Bruin. When you think Boston Bruin, you think like
Milan
big
Lucic.
Yeah.
hulking Milan Lucic.
Yes.
That or
Here's-
Chara. Like one of the two.
Here's my
Who
thing. The
retired
2011
this year.
the 2011 Cup would not have happened, and it's like literally in books places without Sean Thornton.
I have his
Sure, yeah.
pants.
I do too. It's a great book. You have his pants. She
I
has
do
Sean
have his
Thornton's pants. So my dad had Sean Thornton's pants.
And he's like,
And-
"Do you want some hockey pants?" I was like,
Sure.
"Yes,
So
I
she
do."
she now has Sean Thornton's pants from when he played for the Norfolk Admirals.
He's
a
like,
great-
"But you have to put them on so you can say you were in Sean Thornton's pants." And I was like, "Okay."
I don't swing that way, but thanks, announcer dad. You're the
I
best.
know. It was
Such a Midwestern
hilarious.
dad. Like you have to put him on so you can
I
say
know.
you were in his pants.
I love him
Um,
so much.
He's the best. But so my dad had Sean Thornton's pants. He bought him at an equipment sale. Only guy who wore the same size as my dad. But in his book,
I also have your
Z-
dad's helmets back.
yeah, Z and several other players said that they would not have won that cup if not for Sean Thornton. And it showed in the way that they played, because in the games,
That's Papa Beffer's helmet.
in the
Nice.
games that he was a healthy scratch, the Bruins played like garbage. And in the games when he played, they played as a Stanley Cup winning team.
He brought so much physicality to their bottom six. He was such a huge big part of that cup run.
Not
That
only
was
that,
probably one of the more exciting cup runs I think I could have remembered. So
I can
have
think of a
never
few others.
rooted for the Bruins, but then I saw them going up against the Canucks, and I was like, "Fuck yeah, Boston!"
Let's go Bruins! Well, that's like I've never in my life cheered for the Blues. I only cheered for the Blues to win the cup because number one, they were playing against the Bruins, but number two,
I
because of Layla.
didn't. I was like, "Come on, Bruins, please,
Layla was-
Boston."
Layla was the reason that I
That's fair.
wanted the Blues to win
That's
because
fair.
she deserves only the best things in the world, even though she's a Blues fan.
I was going for Boston through and through because I can't stand the Blues. But that's.
I mean, I can't either. But that little girl.
That's fair.
Like,
No, it's fair.
also
That's
the
definitely fair.
Blues won the cup, so I got to go see the cup
That's
because
fair.
one of their assistant coaches lives in St. Augustine.
Mm.
So
That's
his
cool.
day for the cup, like he opened it up and had like a public viewing, and I actually wore this jersey
Perfect.
to the thing, and like we took our picture or whatever because you have to take a picture with him, and it was like, ugh. And he looked at me afterwards. He was like, "You can hug it if you want to," and I was like, "Thanks." Like, almost
I
like
saw it
just,
at the
like, picked it up and
convention.
walked
Nick
away.
Letty brought it out. I think it was after the
Aw.
13 win, and then I think after that, after the same one, 13. We just won 3 in 6 years. It's fine.
It's hard to keep it.
I was actually at when I think it was 2015 that they won the cup. The Blackhawks won the cup for the third time in 5
Yeah.
years, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Six,
I
yeah.
was at I was living in New Jersey at the time, and I was actually at the cup thing when Trevor Van Riemsdyk had his cup day with the cup.
Aw,
So it was pretty cool.
TBR.
PBR.
It was really cool to see it all and everything, but it was pretty unique.
Yeah.
Still finding
Aw.
ways to be relevant because I remember Beth and I were
I love
talking about
Trevor.
this for a little bit when the Oilers were playing the Avs in the Western Conference Finals. They
yo.
somehow would just always show Duncan Keith once per game and bring up the fact that he has this many cups, and I'm like, yeah, because of the Hawks.
They kept making it
Okay.
sound like Duncan Keith won these cups with the Edmonton Oilers.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
this is his
like-
10th visit to the Stanley Cup playoffs and this,
Right.
that, and the other.
Look.
And JJ and I were like, because he was on the Blackhawks.
Okay, so
Like,
Duncan Keith, he's
Nature
a
Jesus.
very divisive player, if you will.
Mhm.
When he was with the Blackhawks, everybody fucking loved Duncan Keith because he was Duncan Keith and
And
He
he
was-
never opened his mouth. That's the thing.
number
the
one
man-
defenseman.
Never opened his mouth.
Never talked to the media.
There was no teeth in his mouth.
You're right.
He
You're
did
right.
lose 7 teeth, but he also came home with a Stanley Cup. So
Then he went to Edmonton and he couldn't stop fucking talking. And he didn't want to get vaccinated. He showed up to camp. He knew he had to get it, didn't get it. He didn't cooperate in the Jenner and Block investigation against the Chicago Blackhawks.
because he didn't know anything.
He was an assistant captain this whole time. He just couldn't stop fucking talking and putting his foot in his mouth at every opportunity that he possibly could. And now people in Chicago who once idolized Duncan Keith don't fucking care
Mhm.
about him. He was this god. The number one defenseman just could do no wrong. Did
Played like
everything.
67 minutes of hockey in a 60-minute game.
Did everything. Scored the cup-winning goal in 2015.
On the Conn Smythe one year too.
Won the Conn Smythe also in 2015.
Couple Norris trophies.
Yeah. Could do no wrong. And then he just couldn't shut his fucking mouth.
Yep.
And we learned who Duncan Keith really was. And now nobody gives a shit.
Courtney and I were talking last off season, and we were like, "Is this why he never talked to anyone while he was in Chicago?"
Yeah. I mean,
Like, were they just like Duncan?
I don't know if you remember, Beth, but he said something about like women reporters in the locker rooms when he was with Chicago. I don't remember exactly what he said, but he gave somebody some shit. Like a woman reporter, like you shouldn't be in here, blah, blah, blah. And then he like apologized and everybody shoved it off. And they're like, oh, it's Duncan Keith, it's fine, blah, blah, blah. And then he goes to Edmonton and he can't stop putting his foot in his mouth. And people are like, oh, that's just who Duncan Keith is. And that's why he never talked to anybody, because we don't want him to fucking talk.
Yep. So it was a female reporter in Vancouver.
Mm-hmm.
She questioned Keith about a two-handed stick swipe on the back of Daniel Sedin.
Which he was very much known for.
Uh-huh.
He
And
did throw that elbow. He did high stick Jeff Carter.
He responded, "Oh no, I don't think there was. I think he scored a nice goal and that's what the ref saw. Maybe we should get you as a referee, hey?" And then she went along and told him that she couldn't skate. And he said, "Can't play probably either, right? But you're thinking the game like you know it. Yeah, see ya."
Interesting quote, right?
Would
Yeah.
he say that to a man?
No, he would not. He wouldn't even question their ability to play or skate or have knowledge of the game.
Because, like, you take that just at face value. Like, oh, you've never played the game. Oh, you probably never played the game, huh? But would he say that to a man?
Would he say that to Mark Lazarus?
Right.
Methinks no.
Right. So then you just learn who Duncan Keith is. And then the Colorado Avalanche beat the Edmonton Oilers.
They didn't just beat
We
them.
swept them.
They
We
pulled out
swept
the
them.
brooms
We
and swept them out of the building.
Which is another thing too, because I noticed on Twitter now, like ever since we swept them, like all these Oiler fans are coming out of the woodworks and just like saying, "Oh, we're gonna kill you guys this year," or whatever. Oh, we could have. The games were close. They could have gone either way. If Draisaitl was healthy, it would be a much different series, and I just think it's just so funny. So
Here's the
Yeah,
thing:
maybe-
Draisaitl isn't
Maybe
even the biggest
Edmonton would have won a
problem.
game.
If Kadri wasn't taken out, we would have won in 3 somehow. I don't know how,
Yes.
but we would have.
Edmonton would have like surrendered after game 3.
Can
but
we please just relive how Mike Smith tried to throw the puck up the boards, but then it was kept in the zone and he got scored on?
Mhm. Like I think Edmonton fans honestly forget that our backup goalie swept them.
Pavel,
It was
I
Frankie.
honestly forget
Frankie.
that Frankie pulled 4 wins, one of them being
Oh,
a
I don't.
shutout.
I
against
I
don't.
love
them.
him so
And
I
much.
love
it's-
him so
oh.
much. But
Beautiful.
like, here's the other thing: it's not even Draisaitl being hurt. It was Darnell Nurse being hurt.
oh yeah, Nurse too. Yeah,
Like,
Nurse had the
When-
worst injury of the 2.
But
Yeah,
also Kadri.
But also, Sarah Nurse is the superior nurse. That's why she's on the cover of NHL 23.
You're right. And nobody can forget the JT Comfer goal coming out
Timothy,
of the penalty box and
it
scoring
just
5
bodies
goals.
Evan Bouchard, and
Oh, you mean the goal
First
that
to the puck.
I called on a Twitter space? They
Yeah.
were like, "Who's gonna score?" And I was like, "JT Comfer," and everybody was like, "Ha ha 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 ha!" And then what does he do? He scores, and they're like, "Cool." A little bit later, who do you think the next As goal is gonna be? I was like, JT Comfer, and they're like, "Haha, yeah, K." And then guess who scores? JT Comfer, and I was like, "I rest my case.
That
Do not
goal
doubt my abilities."
was so
He-
beautiful. Mike Smith was like, "Where'd it go? What?
And JT was like,
Through
"In
your
the net."
fucking legs, bitch."
He shot out of a cannon, and
Mhm.
like
Oh.
the Oilers, to their credit, I mean, they have a great top line, but we buried
That's it.
them lines deep on all just every single facet of the game. We basically just we're like, okay, you
If
guys go.
there's one
The
thing
Oilers
Hawks
have
fans and
McDavid and Draisaitl. And I
If
guess
there's-
Evander Kane.
if there's one thing Hawks fans and Abs fans can agree on, it's that you need 4 lines to win a cup.
yep, 4 lines and 3 deep pairs.
And 2
Well,
goalies
I mean,
or
the-
one.
Yeah.
the Blackhawks
extremely-
needed like 2.5 defensemen in 2015.
Oh yeah,
They needed like Duncan Keith
Brent
And
Seabrook and
Brent
like
Seabrook.
half of Nicholas Yalmerson.
and Hammer
Corey
just to block
Crawford.
pucks.
Mhm.
Like, they briefly needed Scott Darling,
Mhm. In the
briefly,
first round against Nashville.
because Trashville was doing Trashville things. But then Corey was like, "Don't worry, Scott.
I got,
I
you,
got
bro.
this. I got this." And he came back in and did beautiful things.
Beautiful.
Beautiful Corey Crawford things. And then had the greatest cup speech in the history of cup speeches.
Mhm.
Yeah. And like for real, like the Oilers, I mean, obviously we did to them what we did to them, but the last time you guys played them in a playoff setting, you guys
we beat them in the
In the
bubble
also
bubble, right? In the
We
bubble,
beat them
too,
in the
yeah.
play-in
sent their
round in the
assholes.
bubble.
when we shouldn't have been anywhere close
No.
to the playoffs.
Mhm.
Mm-mm.
So that
Anywhere
was
close. Us in Montreal. We got
So-
brought in with the last 2 fucking spots.
because that was that weird bubble year to where
Yeah.
it, like you guys wouldn't even have been in the playoff field.
Oh,
Where we
And-
also didn't even know that we had COVID tapes.
Yeah,
Like,
that's the crazy thing. Like
we
I remember
didn't even
that.
know.
Like during that time was our first episode ever of the Mile High Pundit podcast, and we did
Oh,
like
wow.
a full like bubble breakdown of like
Mhm.
all the matchups. And Jared was like, our first matchup we talked about, one of the 2 or 3, and this was years ago, was the Hawks and the Oilers.
Mhm.
And Jared's like, Joel, like I don't see this going like past like I think it was a 5-game series.
Yeah, the
at that
play-in was
point.
5 games.
Mhm.
So it's like best of 5, and he's like, I see the Oilers just winning 3 right in a row and just taking care of business. I looked at him, I was like, bro, no. Like the Oilers, just there's something about them. I don't trust them. The Hawks will
We
prevail.
had the man, the myth, the legend,
Mhm.
Corey Crawford.
Crawford was so
And we
And-
also had Robin Leonard.
Mhm.
And we had Dylan Strome scoring the butt goal on
Yeah.
The butt goal.
I forgot about that. That was awesome.
But we also I remember in the Vegas
and
series.
Matthew Highmore. That was a
Oh,
good
Matty
series for him.
Highmore.
But this man.
But I remember screaming at the TV during the Vegas series in the official first round of the playoffs because it was like down by 1, 2 minutes left in the game, and Taves and Kane were sitting on the bench. And I remember just
you had like Doc out there, and
screaming.
like
Oh,
Kubalik
Kurtz.
still, I think, at that point in time.
Probably.
I don't know why Kubalik was out there, but he was.
But,
Score
like,
that bomb.
2 minutes left in an elimination game.
Mhm.
And your 2 most clutch final minute Blackhawks are sitting on the bench. And I swore on my life that Jeremy Colleton probably heard me screaming from Florida. Because I was mad.
Oh, Jeremy, I love you so much, my dude. But Jeremy,
Bad calls.
Jeremy, you took my piggies to the playoffs. You almost got them to the Calder Cup final. But my dude. But I will say, Corey Crawford's last NHL victory against the Vegas Golden Knights in that playoff series was on Johnny Rockford's birthday, who does all of our designs for From Center Ice.
Johnny
one of
Rockford
my
is
best
a
friends.
legend.
He does our logo
He's the
design. He
one-
does everything.
He is also the one who came in clutch in our first Drunken edition
Yes,
of From
and
Center Ice when
handed
Rashi
me the
Works dropped
phone
his
with-
statement and he pulled it up and was like, "Here you go," and then
Yep.
just like waved in the corner, like you just saw
Yeah,
a
he's
hand
like-
like
hello.
That's
So
awesome.
Corey
That's cool.
Crawford's last NHL victory was on Johnny Rockford's birthday. Another guy who had supported Corey since the Ice Hogs. So,
since the Norfolk Admirals. I loved Corey Crawford
yeah, my
and
whole
Craig Anderson, who is still shockingly
all
playing
of this,
NHL hockey.
all
He's
of
still with
those
the Sabres.
things over there.
He's another
on the
Avs
shelf
legend too.
are all Corey Crawford.
So, fun story about Craig Anderson.
oh, Craigie.
The
Buffalo.
first year that he played for the Admirals, he spelled his name Andersson, claiming
When did
Swedish
he
Anderson.
drop the S? Was he Swedish at one point?
claiming that it was because of his Swedish ancestry until someone discovered the man's birth certificate and was like, sir, there's only one S here.
You're just a regular old Anderson.
You're just a plain old Chicago boy, Anderson. You are not a Swedish Anderson.
You're just Anderson.
Also, my dad was on a flight with him. He told this story to Courtney. My dad was on a flight with Craig Anderson and flying. He got called up and then was being sent back down. My dad was flying back home from some sort of trip. And they were like, sorry, guys, we're delayed. Somebody's connecting flight was late. We're just waiting for him. He's on his way. He walks on the plane and my dad goes, you're Craig Anderson. And he goes, how do you know that? He was like, I'm the PA announcer for the Norfolk Admirals. He goes, oh, you're Beth's dad.
Well,
Dang, let's go.
oh, Craig. I was hoping so hard that the Blackhawks would bring him back to Chicago this offseason when he was a UFA.
Have
So
him
he
go
could
for
finish his season.
Yeah, that way he can go full circle. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just finish his career with the Blackhawks. Doesn't
That would be
matter if he
beautiful.
wins or loses. Just
I wish they would have done the same with Michael Leighton, but we kind of broke the poor boy after 2010.
late. At least he came back to the Ice Hogs after that.
He did, but
And he was such a good man.
such a good man. But poor sweet Michael Leighton
Mm.
being the goalie on the other side of the drought-ending, game-winning overtime goal.
I must ask
Where's
y'all.
the puck? Where's the puck?
I wish you guys
I'm
still
pretty sure that
had-
Chris Pronger has it.
That was funny. I thought that was funny. I knew you guys were probably going to be like, "Oh, he's an asshole" or whatever. But like, I remember when Adam Burrish was like, "Oh, if I'm the next year, I'm going to see Chris Pronger. I'm gonna hit him." And then Chris Pronger goes in the interview, "Where is that in the minors?" or something
Yeah.
like that. So
And now he's just like working for the league somewhere.
I
And,
think there's,
and
like,
Burr is
travel or something
working
like
for
that
the
now.
Blackhawks.
who? Adam Burrish or
Yeah, Adam Burr
Oh,
works for
okay.
the Blackhawks.
Mhm.
I know that because he was the MC for Marian Hosa's one-day contract signing, and I
Oh,
was all of like
Hogs.
20 feet from those very handsome gentlemen. It was awesome. We didn't know it was going to be Hosa one-day night when my dad bought the tickets for that game. But the hockey gods were like, "Ma'am, you need a little bit of joy in your life." So this random April game that
Especially
you decided
after
to come
last
to,
season, dude.
this random April game that you bought tickets for in November, guess what? Now it's Marian Hosa night. You're
Oh,
welcome.
November 20th, right? That he's getting his jersey retired.
Yep.
Mhm.
Nice.
That'll be fun.
Yeah.
I think you guys should have kept Kevin Lankinen because I feel like
Lankinen.
Lankinen. Sorry,
Kevin
my bad.
Lankinen.
Lankinen.
He got his
Which
first
is-
which
win
is
as a
interesting
Pred on
be-
Saturday.
It's
He did really well on Saturday.
Trust me, Courtney and I are both on the Kevin Lankinen should still be a Blackhawk train.
which is interesting because like he's in Nashville now, and they put Connor Ingram on waivers today. So I'm wondering if he's going to get claimed or not tomorrow.
He's probably going to end up back in the ECHL where he was just a couple years ago.
Avs
No,
are going to
he's
sign
gonna-
Connor Ingram.
He's
That
gonna
would
be
be-
in the
as a
fucking
veteran.
AHL, and then he's gonna be a pain in my fucking ass because he's gonna be with the Milwaukee Admirals, who we play like 12 fucking times, with the Ice Hogs, and
Hot takes
Connor.
are flowing. Jacob Chikrin going to get traded to Ottawa.
Oh, he'll get to play with Alex to break it.
I think he's going to go to either Ottawa or I think he's going to go to St. Louis. I think.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Evan, that is cursed. Evan,
on.
you
Hold
need
on.
to
That's
take that
my-
back.
that's
Evan,
my
You know.
prediction.
Evan, you're going to timeout. Anyway, so now that Evan's in timeout with that awful take about shit Lewis, look at his face.
He's
What
like,
just
wait, what
happened?
just happened?
I just put you in timeout.
You just
You
put
went
the
to
virgin
timeout.
in timeout. He doesn't know what that means, but
I don't even know. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Yeah.
It means this. You ready? So Evan's back in timeout again.
It's like I'm in grade school again.
Yeah. Go sit in the corner.
you brought up St. Louis. It just automatically exits you out of the conversation.
Or
True,
anything,
like,
I guess.
yeah.
Or
Yeah.
Oh.
Like if you bring up that awful place, which by the way, that team would not exist is not for the Chicago Blackhawks and the Wirtz family.
mean,
They're so obsessed with Stan Kroenke.
we
They
don't
are, yeah.
talk about
Mhm.
the Wirtz family unless we're talking about Danny, Beth.
Well, this was like many, many years ago, obviously.
Oh, Danny might have been a child.
I don't think Danny had been born yet.
Oh no, then we really don't talk about them because Bill
Um,
and Rocky are some
This was pre-Bill. This was Bill's dad.
pre-Bill?
This was Bill's dad. He is the reason why the St. Louis Blues exist.
$3 bill. Oh no.
Yes. So back in the day, history
Ooh.
lesson. Everybody gather around.
I need to
History's
take
fun.
Jersey after
I
this
like
one.
history a lot.
Back in the day, the Chicago Blackhawks owned an arena in St. Louis, Missouri.
Because
And they
why
also
not?
owned the land on which the arena sat. And the gentleman who brought the St. Louis Blues into the NHL wanted a franchise. And Mr. Wirtz said, sure, I'll approach my friends at the NHL Board of Governors to give you a franchise. However, if you would like a franchise, you must purchase this arena and this land in full. If you do not do both of those things, I will tell them no hockey for you.
Sounds like a riddle.
So
It does.
St. Louis Blues guy purchased arena and land. Mr. Wirtz went to NHL Board of Governors and said, give this man hockey for the St. Louis.
Back
And
when it
now-
was that simple.
The Blues exist.
Damn
Because
Blues. They
Fuck.
Of
should
the Blackhawks.
they shouldn't be so fucking shitty to Blackhawks fans then.
Right?
Yeah.
Because they wouldn't have hockey if not for the Blackhawks.
They're so fucking rude. I've never had a worse experience with
Mm-hmm.
away fans than fucking Blues.
I had a bad experience with a Blues fan here in Jacksonville, Florida.
In Jacksonville?
At the
Dang.
ECHL All-Star game. This
That's
chick
like the most random place too.
Yeah.
Okay, so newsflash, Jacksonville, Florida is actually a hockey town. Just so you know, like it is. But we were at the ECHL All-Star game. My father was with me. And this woman who had blue shit all over her car drove hours to get to the ECHL All-Star game, not knowing that you needed like tickets, etc., to a sold-out game.
Hmm.
Good luck.
She just thought she
And-
could just waltz right in there because
Yeah,
she's a
look at that
Blues fan.
Jacksonville Iceman jersey. It's
Hey.
fucking gorgeous. We don't wear that jersey anymore.
I'm sorry. It's been since I bought the shit in 2018.
That's a
okay.
pre-COVID jersey. But she was like super duper rude and like cut us off the whole 9 yards, and then realized that I had like hockey stickers and an Iceman sticker on my car and started following us to get to the parking lot. And got out of the car and she was like, I can't believe I just followed a Shithawks fan anywhere. I was like, well, I'm glad I got you to your fucking destination. And then my dad was like, did you know that you wouldn't even have a fucking hockey team if not for the Blackhawks? Show some
Oh,
respect,
no.
young lady.
Oh,
And I was
no,
like, yes,
Papa
Dad,
Beth
yes,
was there.
yes. And then
Announcer dad was there.
we went to the side door where they had delivered snow to Florida, and we had a snowball fight. And we were the first people in line to get in the building, and we were the first people without VIP passes and media passes to see the Stanley Cup.
Shit. I've been to St. Louis a couple times. I think I've been for 2 games, both against the Washington Capitals. The first one, I said, Ovi's getting a hat trick tonight. I said this during warm-ups. Sure as fucking shit, Alexander Ovechkin goes out in that game and scores a motherfucking hat trick. I was like,
This is where Courtney's voodoo started.
what? And it was amazing, and I can never root for the Blues. So, of course, my loud ass was standing up every time Ovechkin scored. I was like, yeah, Caps, here we go, baby. Here we go. And then the second time, see, nobody got on me that time. Actually, I sat next to a Blues fan during that game, and he was very nice. And we were talking about Colton Parayko. It was his rookie season. And I was like, I really like Colton Parayko. I think he's going to be a good player. He was like, yeah, I do too. And I was asking him about his rookies. All good. I had a good experience with that Blues fan. So shout out to that guy if he remembers the person rooting for Alexander Ovechkin to get the hat trick. Shout out to you. Second time Jacqueline and I went, we took her brother and his now wife. They weren't married at the time. And we went to the Blues game, also against the Washington Capitals. There was this fan a couple rows above us, And I wasn't as obnoxious that time, but every time the Caps scored, I stood up and I clapped, and then I sat back down, as you do if you're cheering for the away team. This fan decided to call Jacqueline a dumbass bitch just for rooting for the Caps. Garrett, her brother, Jacqueline's brother, was about to fight this fucking man in the stands. And he would not stop. Like, we weren't wearing Hawk stuff or anything. We did the first time that we went. It was early in our travels to away arenas. We were wearing Blackhawk stuff. Nobody really gave us shit for that. Second time we went, we weren't wearing Hawk stuff at all. So nobody would know we were like a rival fan. And he just would not shut up. He just kept heckling her and calling her a dumbass bitch and all of this.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
And it was just so much. Thankfully, nothing occurred from that situation, but
I would have ended up in damn jail in St. Louis because of that shit.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
crazy. Yeah.
that's the only place that has ever happened. We went to Columbus the first year we started going on road trips to see hockey games, and it was the Columbus Blue Jackets against the Ottawa Senators. And we both wore Blackhawks jerseys because, you know, we didn't know that if you go to a game and your team's not playing,
It's
if you
kind of
wear
like
your-
taboo. Or
yeah. So we were wearing our Blackhawks stuff, and people in Columbus were like, "Hey, go Blackhawks!" We were like, "Hey, go Blackhawks!" And it was just super nice, and people
Yeah.
were super kind to us. And I highly
yeah.
recommend everybody go to Nationwide if you have a
Nationwide is
chance.
amazing.
That's where I want to go this year because I think I think Columbus is like
Mhm.
I don't know, like 2.5, 3 hours away from
Yeah,
Indianapolis. So
yeah, it
You
is.
should go to Fuel games too, by the way.
yeah,
True.
I do. I do go to. I go. I would do a
Okay.
bunch of them. Yeah.
Okay,
good.
yeah, but Columbus games are so much fun. Nationwide is awesome, and
They have like a hat trick display on the concourse, which is amazing. It's just like a giant plexiglass
Yeah.
box that
They
they put all
have-
the hat trick hats in.
they have a Tim Hortons connected to their fucking arena.
Yeah.
They
Really?
also have a parking garage right next to it. So if you drive, all you do is park in the parking garage and you walk across the street and you're at Nationwide. I will appreciate any arena who gives me easy parking.
Mm-hmm.
Any arena. And
Mhm.
people really criticize that when it comes to Chicago. It's very easy to park by the United Center.
Oh
And
yeah.
people say that it's not, but it's literally parking lots surrounding the United
It's
Center.
literally like the United Center and then just parking lots.
It's
all
really,
there
it's
is.
really, it's really easy to park at the Prudential Center for the Devils too.
Yeah.
Like it's
Is it?
I've been to the Rock. Yeah, it's really easy.
I
the
haven't
Rock
been
is
to the
really
Rock
easy.
yet.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a lot.
okay.
It's a very nice arena. It's not in the nicest part of Newark, but like
It's in Newark.
it's
It smells
it's
like
not.
it smells like
it's
fast
fun, though.
food.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Exactly. Yeah.
It smells like fast food instead of garbage. So you know that is an improvement for New Jersey.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. I stepped out of Newark Airport and I was like, "Why does it smell like fast food?" That's the
Because
first
the
thing
rest
I
of the
said.
state smells like garbage.
Yeah,
You're right.
Newark's airport's kind of a dump, but that's another story.
They stole my toothpaste. I
Um,
told that story on Let's Talk WoHawkey, the last one. They stole my fucking
They
toothpaste.
stole her fucking toothpaste. It's fucking rude. But no, the Rock is nice. Nationwide is awesome. The people, like the
Nationwide
staff
is-
at Nationwide, are really great too.
They're so
Um,
nice. I don't know why people talk so much shit about Columbus. It is
They're
so much fun.
nice.
Columbus is cool. Yeah.
It's
It's
a fun
accessible.
environment. The cannon is loud AF.
It is.
Like-
I have to warn Jacqueline. I'm like, they scored a goal. They're gonna shoot off the cannon, and then she's fine.
I forgot about the cannon. I went with my mom. We were going up to see
Mhm.
my grandpa before. Unfortunately, it was like a month before he passed.
Mhm.
But we did like a driving road trip. I flew up from Florida to Maryland, and then
Okay.
we drove from Maryland to Michigan, which is usually what we do when we go to northern Michigan.
Okay.
And I was like, Mom, this trip might not be fun. We need to do something fun on the way. And she was like, okay, what did you have in mind? I was like, it's preseason hockey time. So we went to a Columbus Blue Jackets, Detroit Red Wings preseason game, I want to say it was.
Okay.
It was the year that Brandon Saad got traded to the Blue Jackets.
I was
And
gonna say
act-
traded to the Blue Jackets or traded to
Traded
the Blackhawks.
to the Blue Jackets.
Yeah,
I
he's-
have a Brandon Saad Blue Jackets third jersey in my closet.
I have a
Um,
Bobrovsky Blue Jackets jersey. In my closet.
Babo.
Sheesh.
But I really love the thirds, and like I went to the arena store, and my mom was like, "You can get one thing," and I was like, "I want the alternate jersey," and she was like, "Okay," and I was like, "But I'm gonna pay for it to be personalized." So she bought me the jersey. I paid for the personalization. They were like, "It'll be ready in the first intermission." Cool. I go back in the first
Damn,
intermission.
that's fast.
It was pregame. Jersey not ready.
Still.
Jersey not ready. And they were like, "We're so sorry. We had to find the alternate jersey letters and numbers because they weren't up here like they should be. So where are you sitting?" And I was like, "Here." And I just like showed them like my paper ticket because this was pre-COVID. So, you got paper tickets.
Paper tickets.
And she was like, "Okay, cool. We'll bring it to you." And middle of the second period, they literally like walked down with like a bag from the store. And we're like, "Here you go." It was still warm.
What?
The jersey was still warm.
God, I love Columbus.
Like
Fresh
so nice.
off the press. That's
And they were
that's
like,
incredible.
of course, Midwestern. So they're like, "We're so sorry about the delay. Like, we apologize." And I'm like, "You're fine. I promise. Like, tell your folks I says hi.
Well,
You're fine." But just like such nice people.
That's amazing.
Such a nice arena. It was clean, which for like
it is.
some places that's not the case. Gary,
It's a
thank you
really
for beating
nice
the shit
area,
out of me with
too.
your tail. The hotel we were staying at was literally like right across the street.
Okay.
So we just left the car at the hotel.
I've
And
stayed
walked-
at the Red Roof Inn in Columbus every time I've gone. I haven't had a bad experience. So if you need a cheap place to stay,
I didn't pay for the hotel, so
I want to be able to, and for the first time, actually, I'll actually be able to do this now. But since becoming an NHL fan, all those years ago, back in like 2000, it's crazy to think that, but I've always wanted to go to away games just to see how other teams can conduct their business and take in like the food and like the drinks and the different types of people that you get to meet. And for the first time, actually, now with my job, I'll actually be able to make some work trips and see some games. So
that's exciting.
Pretty
Cool,
exciting.
I will say when you get to the United Center, because I know that has to be on the list.
It is.
You
Yeah,
have to get,
that's on the list for me this year.
you
Definitely.
have to get soft serve. You have to be a happy human. I know Pat Foley is gone, but you have to continue the legacy of the people eating soft serve in the stands. You have to be a happy human.
Now that the tickets are cheaper, sit in the 200 level. There's better food there.
The food
For
in the
sure.
200 level is legit.
It's
sure.
so
Yeah.
much
My
better.
dad like
Because-
conned his way into the 200 level for us to get food.
Yeah, I'm
You
trying to get out. I'm trying to get out to Chicago in like January or February. That'd be
Okay.
like a perfect time to like really.
That is
go
a
out there. So,
terrible time to be in the
Because
city.
you
of
have to
Chicago. I
like
am so
show
sorry.
your tickets to get into the 200 level
Yeah.
because it's technically the club level.
Yeah, he
So
was
if
like,
you're-
"We really just want to go get food right over here.
Mhm.
Like, we just want to get
That's-
the food from there." I've been telling her about this. This is her first game at the United Center.
So that's kind of
announcer dad.
it's super similar to the Avs layout at. I'll always still call it Pepsi Center or the Can.
I actually
I call
went
it-
to an Avs game when it was the Pepsi Center.
That's
I call
awesome.
it the sack.
That's awesome too.
Sack.
But I'll still call it the Can because technically it can be still called the Can, I guess, because they recycle
Yeah,
cans.
ball,
you can't really
ball
call it
does
the ball.
canning.
You can't really call it the ball or anything like that.
I call it the sack. It's
Um,
perfect.
I mean, we
But
still
kinda-
have
kinda same thing.
the Sears Tower in Chicago. I'll take it.
yeah,
Like
Yeah.
with the club level tickets being cheaper than
Mhm.
like other tickets, and like the food that you get on that level is like
well, normally back in the 2010 era,
You know, when the
The
Blackhawks were
200
good,
the 200 level tickets were very, very unaffordably priced.
they were over $100 per ticket. I'll say
However,
that.
we did discover on the crossover episode we did that you can sit behind the Blackhawks bench for half the price of what
Of
you can
the
sit behind the
Arizona
Coyotes bench at their ASU arena, because it
That's
is
awesome.
$635 to sit behind the bench.
That's going to be
At-
another
at the
interesting
Coyotes
thing.
game.
The lowest price ticket for a Coyotes game on like a random Tuesday is $133.
And the lowest price at a Blackhawks game is like $23.
Yeah. And at like most NHL games, because we went and like
Mhm.
went to like random other arenas and there were like $20-$30 tickets.
Yeah.
Not in
I mean,
Arizona.
It's why the Coyotes are ranked below the Blackhawks in my power rankings.
I know.
Yeah.
I love
I
you so
mean,
much for that, buddy.
most NHL arenas have 3 levels. You have the 100, 200, 300. They
Yeah.
just have
100.
100, right? They
And
don't have
standing
to.
room
Not
only at the top
Calgary.
of every section.
Standing room is why I had a fucking grudge against the Colorado Avalanche for the longest fucking time.
That's true.
Because I was in college, broke as shit. I wanted to go to a Blackhawks game. I went to college in Chicago. So I got standing room only tickets because they were like $40. And it was against the Colorado Avalanche back when Semyon Varlamov was the goaltender. And so I went to that game. My feet hurt so bad because I was standing the whole time. The Avs shut out the Blackhawks 4-0. I was so pissed off because of that, because they wouldn't let us sit down. There were empty seats in the 300 level. We tried to sit. They were like, "Do you have tickets there?" We were like, "No, but nobody's sitting here. Like, you can't sit there. You got to stand." It's like,
Was that the year that they broke the streak? Yeah.
No, that was
What?
2013.
no. It was before that.
It was 2013. Ask
I
me
think it
how
was
I know.
2012. I think it was that cursed 2012 year.
Yeah.
It was either 2012 or 2014 because I graduated in 2015.
Yeah.
So yeah, I had a grudge against the Colorado Avalanche for the longest time. So like, I went to this fucking game. They lost 4-0, and my feet hurt. They wouldn't let me sit.
Yeah.
Fuck
No,
the Avalanche because
The
that's who
streak
they
was
played.
The 2013 lockout season, after they had the longest streak of no regulation losses, and could have extended it one more time, but no, the Colorado Avalanche had to come in and end
It's
that
okay.
that streak. But it's okay because we ended
It's
up winning the President's Trophy.
What
and then
happened at the end of
Stanley
that season?
Cup,
Mhm.
And
That was the year that we wrongfully made the playoffs, and people expected great things the next couple years. And
Is that
It
when
was
you
that
played
year.
Minnesota?
that was the Minnesota
Yeah.
year where we
That
lost
was
in 7.
2014, I think. Yeah.
Was
Was
it
it 2014?
Yeah.
was Minnesota 14?
yeah, because I think in
2013 is when we 2013 is when we were in
13.
last place and we got McKinnon in the draft. So
Was that 13?
No,
yeah,
that was
it
9 years ago.
2012.
no, because McKinnon got drafted earlier than that.
No, I thought it was 2013 he got drafted. Because
He was
2012.
drafted in the 2013 NHL entry draft.
Oh my god. And he's still
Also-
such a baby. How is that possible?
It's the chickpea pasta.
I think, he defies logic.
It's the chickpea pasta.
Defies logic.
But yeah, no, I mean, yeah, you guys ended the win streak, but President's Trophy,
Stanley Cup.
Stanley Cup,
Guess who didn't win the President's Trophy when they won the Stanley Cup?
the Colorado Avalanche.
That's right. The Florida Panthers won the President's Trophy.
They did. And then instead of like preparing for a game against the Tampa Bay Lightning, they went to a strip club before a game instead.
That is my favorite. I don't care if it's true or not. It's true in my
I
brain.
hope it's true.
I don't care. It's true.
I'm pretty sure that's a very NHL player thing to do. I feel like that is 100% true.
That is a fucking
It
me
was.
thing to do. I don't
Like
fucking
You
care.
know,
That is
we're
true.
about to get swept. Let's just go to the titty bar.
Richards and Carter were doing that in Philly, like during that whole Stanley
And
Cup.
LA. And
Yeah.
LA when they were both in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
I mean, that's when Richards, tried to take cocaine across the border. Do you guys think that the Avs can repeat this year?
I think they have a good chance. I mean, it's going to be hard, obviously, because winning the cup in general is just one of the hardest things you can do in any sport. But like,
It seemed pretty fucking easy for the Avs.
their core
this
is
year.
there. I think Georgiev is going to do really well as the new 1A with Francouz as the 1B. They just need to stay healthy, though. That's the biggest thing, is especially in the playoffs, is being able to withstand a lot of the injuries and stuff like that happen. So I think they have a
feel
good
like-
shot, but it's going to be tough.
I feel like there it is.
Nice.
Of course,
After
the
he
goalie
punched
lover.
TDA, I bought it.
Yes.
Yes.
I remember them saying that they didn't bring Georgiev in to be a 1A, 1B. Like they're expecting him to be the primary and Pavel to be the backup. And I'm like, when does Frankie get the respect he deserves?
Thank you, Beth.
Because the man
He's
was
just
the only
small.
tendy in net. I don't care if he's small. You know what?
Oh,
All
I
goalies
don't
used to
care
be small.
either.
So let me.
They all used to
I
be
just-
small and cute and like wear nothing on their head and still stop pucks.
You have
Saros
fucking
you guys-
Saros. You
not a
have
big guy either.
You guys want to
Exactly.
hear? You guys want to hear a little
Yaroslav
Frankie?
Halak's a pretty small guy.
Yeah. Y'all want to hear a little Frankie tale?
Absolutely.
Frankie
I
Tail,
love
yeah.
Frankie.
I mean,
I think Frankie's
Anybody
better than
who's seen
Kemper.
his mask will know, obviously, I love goalies. These are the Yeti feet prints from his mask.
Mhm, mhm.
Like my tattoo artist, literally, I printed out a picture of his mask and traced them exactly from
Beautiful.
the picture
Badass.
because I love goalies. And
I
plus, it's
believe
not a
in
super...
Frankie more than Kemper. That's for sure.
So
Kemper did it.
Frankie, back in his day, became the youngest goaltender in the KHL to post multiple seasons of having a 945 save percentage.
Holy
He's good in the
shit.
cage. Yeah.
Like this dude coming out of the KHL before he got picked up by Colorado and the Eagles for a little bit,
Mhm.
he was legitimately considered as going to be like a Shesterkin type goalie, like a Saros type. You know,
Mhm.
it's just, and then him with the Eagles too. What he was able to do with them, winning Kelly Cups with them, and then all that stuff. The one thing that has derailed him, unfortunately, is injury.
Mm-hmm.
And you saw it when he was not in was injured, how it affected the team, especially in the playoffs. You
He
finally
definitely
get
feels like a room guy. Like
You
he
get-
Especially in the
feels-
Dallas series.
mhm. Like
He feels like a room guy too. Like he feels like the guy who just elevates
really-
locker
he-
rooms.
And a fan
he
guy.
really
Like
is.
when they beat Edmonton, remember like watching the TNT broadcast when the whole crowd was just chanting Frankie? Like
Mhm.
everybody loves that guy.
That
Mhm.
sent like shivers down my back personally because like you hear
Same,
those-
and I don't even root for the Avs
Like-
except for in the playoffs.
like I used to hear those exact same chants coming out of the Eagles barn when I used to work Eagles games.
Okay.
And like just seeing him back to like that level of like intensity, I guess. I don't really know what to call it, but it's like
Mhm.
he when he's on. He's a super small goalie for what it is, like you guys were saying, but he plays with such a feistiness. Like people in the Edmonton series were probably thinking he was a crazy man in net because there are times where he was like, there's a picture I have on my phone of like a puck that's like in between like center ice and like one of the face-off circles up top. Like it's in that area. And there's like Draisaitl or McDavid or someone's like around that area, and Frankie's literally like from the face-off circle to his crease, like up in there. Like he's
When he
he
made the
doesn't-
save from
yeah.
the face-off
Yeah.
dot. Oh my
Yeah.
god, I was like, Frankie, what are you doing? Get back on your net!
like people don't realize like that's how he plays, and it's
That
so
was so amazing.
That's a
Oh
very
my
like
God.
KHL style of goaltending too. Like
he's
they're
he's
just
very
nuts.
feisty. He's feisty.
I can't believe he made that fucking save.
It was beautiful. I
Like,
was screaming at my
that-
television, like,
that-
"What?
I was like, Frankie, where are you going?
Go home!
That
Your
is-
home is the blue
I love
paint."
it. I love it. That is like vintage Frankie though. Like when he's
Oh, I
at
love
his
it
when
so
he's
much.
when he is at his best, he is making plays like that, and you're screaming. You're literally like, "What the hell is he doing?" But somehow he just comes up with the big save, and
It's kind of like Flurry in that aspect.
yeah,
Flurry,
Like,
the
Flower,
journeyman
what are you doing? Where are
traveler.
you going? Oh my God.
Sir, why are you at the blue line? No, Flower, go
Like-
home.
Like Patrick Waugh trying to take the puck across the red line and getting a penalty for it.
Yeah.
right.
Well, and like the way the fans reacted to Frankie reminded me a lot of like vintage Blackhawks days. when the UC was just echoing with Corey chants.
You know,
Like-
the 2 milliseconds they actually liked him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas like us people who actually understand life and hockey, we're like, why don't you respect this elite
I love
goaltender that we
people
have?
outside of Chicago who are like, Blackhawks fans love Crawford, don't they?
And we're all like, I mean, the ones who know hockey, yes. The other ones are
Have
like,
you
"He's
been on
the-
Blackhawks Twitter? Oh my
he's
god.
the worst thing to ever happen to the Chicago Blackhawks. And we're like, the guy who won 2 cups, he's the worst.
Yeah.
Literally every backup that came in, they were like, he needs to take the job. Auntie Ranta needs to be the starter. Ray Emery needs to be the starter. Scott Darling needs to be the starting goaltender for the Chicago Blackhawks. Crawford can't handle it. Bitch, what? I'm sorry.
The man won you 2 cups.
The only Blackhawks goaltender in history since 1926 to win multiple Stanley fucking Cups.
The man brought a cup celebration to the UC on home ice
The only one.
because no, it was the second one.
Well, the only one from that group.
Yes, the only one from that group. But
Mhm.
in 34, the cup should have been presented on Blackhawks home ice. But the NHL thought that the series was going to go another game, and they had already sent the cup back to Toronto for the next game.
It sounds like the series against Tampa where it took
Dang.
like 20 fucking years for them to bring the cup in.
Well, because it
there
was
a storm.
raining in Chicago. There was a storm. The cup left the hotel at game start, and 20 minutes after the game was over, arrived in the United Center.
Oh, that was the
That was
only
the
time.
longest wait ever.
The only time Rocky had something good to say was during that the rally at Soldier Field. He was like, "It sure was raining in Chicago, but I didn't see any lightning." Whoop.
Whoop,
Oh my god.
Grandpa,
Very cringe.
Grandpa.
Grandpa.
I mean,
Real.
I didn't see much lightning this past year either.
Yeah, for sure.
Only time it
Guys,
rained
I
was
gotta
at the
get going.
parade.
It's starting to get pretty late for me out here. So
Yeah,
it's like 2:34 in the morning. So
I mean,
Oh,
same.
You're
It
past
is
the
1, 2, 3,
the-
4 over here.
the time zone change from me. Then you're in Eastern time, eh?
yeah, I'm like right at the edge between Eastern and Central. So
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
well, this is a lot of fun. Hopefully I get to do more podcasting in the future somewhere.
Oh, we enlightened the Virgin.
Look at that, Virgin no more.
For
Evan,
sure,
you did
yeah.
a fantastic job. I'm glad you joined us tonight.
JJ,
Appreciate it. I
look,
appreciate it.
We've initiated you a guest for the Mile High Pundit.
Yeah.
Exactly. You got another
Yeah,
ass
come on
pen
in.
over here.
And talk Avs hockey, you're more than welcome to, brother.
Let me know. Yeah, definitely. For sure. Yeah.
Now I could say center ice guest Evan
From
Jobiak.
Center Ice.
Joe back it's pronounced.
Joe
So yeah,
Joe
it's
back.
all good. All right, guys. Enjoy the rest of your night. Take care. Have a good one, guys.
Thanks
Bye,
for joining
Evan.
us, Evan.
All right,
See ya.
have a good one.
And then there were
three.
three.
Bitch, get out my brain.
Oh,
Oh,
I cannot. We're all in different time zones, right?
I mean,
think
it's
so.
also 2:35 in the morning here yet.
It's 1:35 here.
And I'm at 12:35, so
Oh, you're in the
I'm in the
past.
past.
This is at like 3 hours and 17 minutes. I
Yeah.
don't even know what the fuck we talk about. What do we talk about?
Stuff,
We talked
things,
about a lot.
hockey.
A lot of
Hockey.
good
We
stuff.
talked about a lot of hockey actually
We
for a From
did.
Center Ice episode. The fuck?
I am so proud of us for staying mostly on topic and not just skirting around issues.
This is when you have all hockey podcasters in one episode and not just people who are like fans of one team trying to ignore it.
Oh, you mean like our episode about the lawsuit
Oh my
where
god.
it's like almost 3 hours long and the last 15 minutes are the only time we talked about it because we were like, we've avoided this for long enough.
I don't even remember what the fuck we talked about. All I know is in therapy, my therapist said I am the best evader she has ever met in her life.
Like that's
that
like
tracks.
NHL. Like
I'm a hockey
that-
fan. That
that's
tracks.
like Connor McDavid level of evading defenders.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right. if I don't want to talk about something, I will find something to talk about.
You will.
That is not
I don't
my
even remember
thing.
half the shit we talked about on that episode or the post game or the post press conference shenanigans. I don't remember half the shit we talked about, but
I
I
don't re-
surely remember yelling a lot of fuck words at Rocky Wirtz after he dropped that bullshit of an apology.
Literally, the only thing I remember is that part because it was the promo clip, so I watched it so many times. I don't remember the fuck we talked about for the rest of that episode.
I just remember like halfway through
We took a wine break.
we did, like legitimately middle of the episode. I was like, Courtney, I'm out of wine. She's like, I'm out of wine too. We'll be right back. And then like a 10-minute break out because like we both did like a potty break,
Yeah.
grabbed more wine. I came back, I was like, I just brought the whole bottle.
I
but
mean, it called for it after that bullshit.
It did. And I just remember like halfway through that apology just being like, oh my God.
Just what are you even
Like-
saying?
and
That's
then you-
kind of how Ian Cole's apology felt.
Ian
I didn't even
Cole's
see it.
statement, there
Was
wasn't
it?
an apology. It was just the
I didn't see
statement.
his statement today.
So his
Beth,
statement,
pull it up.
I am.
pull
His
that shit
statement
up.
was literally almost like a copy and paste
I
of the
swear,
Blackhawks statement
God.
when the lawsuit was announced.
they just
um,
have a template on like a Google Drive somewhere. Like, oh, somebody's in trouble. Pull up the template. Let's go. We got a
God
Twitter
damn.
thing.
We
They're
got a
gonna
Twitter
release this
thing.
shit.
We got a Twitter thing.
We're
We
gonna
gotta
put this in a
change
notes
the
app and
name.
release this shit on Twitter.
Change the name, change the team. We got a
Insert
Twitter
player
thing.
here. Insert
Exactly.
team here. Jesus.
It's like a fillable Google form where it's just like player name, team name.
What happened? Brief description of what happened.
action. Like just. Ugh.
Here we go. Statement from Ian Cole. : I take the allegations made against me today in an anonymous tweet very seriously.
I knew it. Sorry. I don't know if you guys saw me mouth that right before Beth said that. I said, and then
Did you really? Oh my
yeah,
god.
like on the you can. watch
Courtney's
the
gonna
video
watch it
and
on
go
playback
back
and be
on.
like, Joel the Swami.
Holy shit.
I completely
Joel
deny.
wrote this.
Joel's the guy with the Google form.
He controls the NHL Google form.
I completely deny these allegations and will fully cooperate with the NHL and the Tampa Bay Lightning, their officials and legal departments in the forthcoming investigation. I look forward to clearing my name and demonstrating to the NHL and the Tampa Bay Lightning that these allegations are unfounded. I will have no further comment until the NHL's investigation concludes. Oh my God, Joel, your eyeballs.
Sorry.
He was part of
Just-
your team. I'll let you have the floor first.
Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. As you know from my earlier kind of outburst, I despised Ian Cole when he was with us. So to me, it kind of, it's like you were saying earlier, it kind of tracks for him in my eyes. And especially after what happened this summer too, like when I heard the news today about it, I was like, I hope, like, just kind of thinking about it, I was like, I hope if like, that stuff was happening when he was on the Avs, I hope the people from our team at the time who know about it speak up and say something, at least. Because to me, it's like, that's something that he would do. It's a scumbag move. I happen to think he's a scumbag guy. And yeah, I'm disgusted, like beyond disappointed son. Like, I'm disgusted at this. And at the same time, it's not really surprising, which is kind of weird in a way.
It's unfortunate. Yeah. Beth and
This-
I talked about that too. Like, surprise is not one of the feelings that we had when
No.
it came to this. We're just like, well,
Also, this just in, Ian Cole has locked down his Twitter and his tweets are protected.
Oh shit.
Dang.
But yeah, I mean, Courtney and I were talking about it earlier. Like, it's par for the course.
Mhm.
I mean, it's like a regular NHL season has begun.
Right. And like, of course, we're Blackhawks fans. Like, I was telling Beth earlier today after I read this, like, I don't know that anything after last year could surprise me anymore
Mhm.
when it comes to the shittiness that is the people involved in the NHL.
And I was talking, and this was in regards to, because there was another thing that we haven't even effing talked about today, that Montreal chick.
Logan! Oh my god, fucking Logan Mailloux, dude. Jesus fucking Christ.
JJ, I don't know if you saw this. I tweeted about it earlier, but
Did you see this?
Did you see? Okay, so the VP
Oh
of
my God, you didn't.
communications
It's news to me.
for
So you know the deal with Logan Mailloux, right? Their
Yeah.
draft pick from
Yeah.
okay.
yeah,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
the VP of communications for the Canadiens tweeted out
For the Montreal Canadiens, the team in the NHL.
the original 6 franchise, you know, that guy.
Mhm.
Logan was not convicted of sexual misconduct. He was convicted for sharing an explicit photo of a woman without her consent. Last I checked, that's still considered sexual misconduct.
It's the
She-
same thing. Yeah.
She literally tweeted that. He was not convicted of sexual misconduct. He was convicted of sharing an explicit picture without her consent.
She is the VP of communications for an
For
NHL
the
franchise.
Montreal Canadiens.
That really grinds my fucking gears. I'm sorry. Like,
No.
it's the same thing. It's the
Yeah.
It is.
like
And like I said this on the happy hour earlier, like if you signed him to the ELC like they did, like Mark Bergevin was the general manager when they drafted him. He's no longer with the organization. He's with the fucking LA Kings. You could say that Logan Mailloux had, you know, learned from his mistakes, had matured. He's in a different place now. You can't say that when there's a different group in charge and you have their fucking VP of communications saying he wasn't, you know, charged for sexual misconduct. It was just sharing
It was
a picture.
just sharing an explicit photo without her consent. That's it.
That
That's
means
all-
they
that's all he
don't
did.
fucking care. They
Yeah.
haven't tried to help him and teach
Yeah.
him what was wrong about that.
And like, I honestly was a little like the teensiest bit proud of Logan when he was like, I don't want to be drafted.
Don't
No
draft
one-
me.
Don't draft me. I don't want to be
'Cause
drafted.
it-
And the
it
Canadians
takes-
were like, and with our pick, we choose
Logan Mailloux.
Mailloux. And he was like, but no.
And with the next draft pick, we have the Chicago Blackhawks with Stan Bowman and like 10 females standing in front of him, hiding him from the camera.
Yeah.
Ah!
it's one of those things to where it, from his perspective, it takes some stones to
Mhm.
to you know come out and say that, like, you know, do not, like, don't pick me. I'm telling you this because I'm recognizing
That
you
I
know,
fucked
all
up.
this. Yeah. And on the other hand, it's like with the NHL, what we've been kind of talking about tonight, it's always the fact that actions unfortunately speak louder than words.
Mhm.
And it's like it's unfortunately there's like this machination to this machine.
Mhm.
I'm not making a lot of sense, but you get the point.
Oh, I
Like,
get-
yeah.
you know, it's something has to change.
And the
But-
fact that this kid acknowledged that he fucked up,
Mhm.
that
That's
he
a part.
was
That's a start.
It is.
undeserving of being drafted
Mhm.
by an NHL team. Don't draft me. I don't want to be drafted. I don't want this. And they still were like, here you go.
In the first round.
Yeah.
Like that holds weight in the NHL.
When a child has better recognition for his fuck up and the fact that he doesn't want this right now, at least, like, let him do the work he has to do and, you know, make the reparations he needs to and do what he has to do. He didn't want this. And the child was smarter than like the 100-year organization.
Yeah. Like one of the organizations that literally was like the start of the NHL.
Yeah.
Like it's
and one of the most decorated teams in the league.
The literal winningest organization in NHL history.
The Montreal Canadiens. Like, everybody knows that name. The Montreal Canadiens.
Yeah.
And they take this guy. And, like, I only want to give him, like, so much credit because he still did the thing. It was like, don't take me in the draft. But, like, he's a teenager. And that doesn't excuse what he did. But he probably didn't think it through, you know, which doesn't excuse it again, but people above him who know how wrong that is needs to teach him that's not okay, and this is why that is not okay, and here are the consequences to your actions. Instead, he was a fucking first round draft pick in the National Hockey League.
The fact that like people who are old enough to be his parents were like, no, son, it's okay.
It's fine.
We're still gonna draft you. It's fine.
In the first round.
You're still gonna be a first round NHL draft pick, kiddo.
Like,
we're proud of you.
That is something. Like, if he was taken in the second or the third or
the seventh,
so on or so forth, people would have still been like, that's really fucked up. But he would have been like, oh, a second round draft pick. He is a first round.
I feel like it almost could have been worse if he was like a later round draft pick, just because there wouldn't have been as much of a spotlight.
That's a fair point.
Like, let's say he was picked up like in one of the later rounds, and let's say for shits and giggles, the Canadians did pick him up again.
Yeah.
Would there be like as much scrutiny for a first round player as opposed to like, and that's like sickening to say because we're talking about sexual assault here. Like,
that's a really good point though. If he was taken, say, in the 7th round, they take him. Do people say as much as they do since he was a first round draft pick?
Yeah.
Or do people not know who Logan Mailloux is?
Right.
I feel like there still would have been some stink. Like, there still would have been like a, this kid fucked up, but, you know, obviously they see something in him. So they didn't draft him in the first round, but you know, they're going to work with him. They're going to develop him, get him the help he needs.
Yeah. And I mean,
that's a really good point. I mean,
that's fantastic at all.
It would have been a different narrative to the,
just like that kid that the Coyotes took. I don't even remember his name. The one who had bullied the black kid when he was in high school. I don't remember his name.
I don't
but he wasn't a first round pick.
I remember that story though.
Yeah.
I do too.
See? You don't remember his name.
Yeah.
Everybody knows Logan Mailloux because he was a first round draft pick. So that's a really good point, Joel.
Yeah.
Thanks. It's just when and y'all getting full MHP style right now. I pull no punches. When
I love it.
When things happen like this in our society, right? Let's take hockey out of it for a sec. When let's say someone who is convicted of a sexual assault is trying to get their dream job, and let's say their dream job happens to be, you know, a pretty good job because we're comparing it to the NHL. So we'll say like
college swimmer kid is the first guy that comes to mind before you finish your story. The kid who was like a really good like high school collegiate swimmer.
And
like Stanford kid.
Yeah. Like assaulted a woman
like behind a dumpster.
And then
was just let off.
The judge was like, you're a good boy. Don't do this again.
We're gonna let you off because it could impact your career.
It could
Yeah.
impact your future and
We
your
don't want your
career.
future to be in jeopardy.
And it's
Mhm.
like, okay, and what about his victim / survivor?
Yeah.
Right.
What about her life?
Yeah. So he was trying to get a job, really good job.
Yeah, so like let's say he was trying to get a really good job at like as like a doctor or like working as like an engineer somewhere,
Mm-hmm.
and the same type of stuff pops up, like, oh, you have a sexual assault case.
Mm-hmm.
Most employers would not hire said person. They'd go for another candidate.
Mhm.
Or, depending on the morals of the employer, they say F it and hire the person.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, something has to change.
Mhm.
It's just
I feel like with the celebrity that is professional sports, we know about it. Whereas if it were a doctor, or I mean, that case with the swimmer, Beth, like you brought up, like that really blew up across all social media. But there are so many cases daily that don't
Mhm.
yeah.
blow up and
Because
nobody
it-
ever knows about it.
Because
And-
it's just people like me and you
Yeah.
and you.
Mhm.
Like we
And
don't
nobody
get,
knows.
yeah.
There's plenty of cases that never even make it into a courtroom because of insufficient evidence.
And it's really hard to prove
Mm-hmm.
cases
Unless
of
you're
sexual assault.
in the room or actually have a positive rape kit that's processed,
Right, not just stuck in some backlog for 10 years.
because the majority of rape kits aren't even processed.
Because backlog.
Yeah.
Just think about that. The
Mhm.
majority of rape kits are not processed because there is a backlog. That means there are so fucking many
Mhm.
of them. They
And they-
cannot process them.
And they don't take precedence over any other crime that involves forensic science.
Marijuana.
Oh, no. If you have a charge for simple marijuana possession now, you have been pardoned federally by the
Bless 'em.
President of the United States.
Bless them. Never used it, but bless them.
I mean, I've partaken.
Plenty of people have. I just never have.
Yeah.
But like, it's just fucking dumb. There are so many.
Mhm.
And these are the cases. Like, there are very bad ones. Like you go to the extremes, like murder and all of that. And of course those need to be processed in a very quick manner of time so they can hopefully catch somebody. But when it comes to sexual assault and anything involving that, these are the things that truly impact somebody's life and somebody's future, because you
Correct.
don't feel safe anywhere.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Anywhere, and they are not taken as a priority, and there is a backlog because
Mhm.
there are so many of them.
Like-
So many.
Not that it has anything to do with the situation that happened with me. I refuse to take public transportation alone.
Yeah. I don't blame you.
Like when I was in Chicago, I took the L from the airport to the hotel, but I was with someone.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, our flight was delayed like 4 hours. So it was late when we got into Chicago. But I wasn't also going to pay $80 for an Uber
Mm-hmm.
when I can pay $15 for a 3-day pass for the L.
Right. Like,
Yeah.
I went to New York City a bunch of times this past year. I didn't take public transportation many times by myself, but every time I was out in public, I had a knife on me, just in case.
Mhm.
Thankfully, never had to use it.
That's how the majority of women participate in public settings in this country.
I knew exactly where it was, exactly where I'd have to move my hand to grab it.
Mhm.
And one of my male best friends at the time bought it for me so I could protect myself.
I mean, for the
Because there
longest
are
time,
a lot of great men in this world. And when people say like fuck men and all of that, like the men who know that they are right morally don't take offense to that. You know, just like when people say women are crazy, but like, yeah, they are, because you know,
You're not wrong.
exactly. Exactly, because there are those extremes.
Yeah.
But the good men and the good women don't get FaceTime on the news. They don't go viral on social media.
They try to work together to fix whatever is fucking wrong with this world.
And then get shit on when they stand up for themselves, when people say like women just watch hockey because the players are attractive. And it's like, you're making a really large assumption here that the majority of the players in the NHL are attractive.
They ain't. Or men can't be victims because they're strong. Like,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
I mean, we're like 3 hours and 40 minutes into this cast now. I like when Bailey said that tonight earlier, it kind of resonated for me personally, just because fortunately I'm a victim of abuse. It was one of those things where I dated a girl way out of my league. I'll just say that, like, at the time, like, I did not know what I was doing. It was just one of those things where, like, my friends were saying even, like, get out of this while you can. And I didn't listen to them. And it culminated with a police officer stopping her in the mountains after, like, an escapade at a bar up there. And it was over New Year's, like, it was over my birthday at the time. And I hadn't really, like, thought about it up until that point of the cop actually, like, taking her into the cop car for putting hands on me outside of the bar. And then you, like, go back and think about it, and it's weird. Like, it's just one of those things to where, like, I won't be the same because of it. And it's just something that, like, I have to, you know, I still get, like, anxiety going places. Like, I don't really go to bars anymore, really, because of that. And
that's totally valid, and that needs to be recognized, that, like, women aren't the only people who feel that. Men are victims too. Just because, like, men are perceived, it all comes down to this, like, cultural perception where, like, oh, women are so weak, and oh, we can't do anything, and men are super strong and we can overpower everybody. That's not how it is. It's in the middle. Like, women can mostly handle their own, and men aren't just trying to overpower everybody. We're all just trying to live. You know? And people on both extremes of that are taking advantage of it. And I'm so sorry, Joel, that happened to you. That breaks my heart. And it's not talked about enough, and it's not okay.
Thank you. It was just one of those things to where, like, we had dated for a little while too, like around a year and a half at that point. And I just never really noticed it, and I would never, like, do anything to really, like, defend myself, because like my mind was telling me that, like, I cared about her. And, like, then when all that stuff happened over my birthday, all of it just kind of flashed before my eyes, and, like, I shut down as a person for, like, a good couple years. Like, I won't sugarcoat it. It was a rough time, but
it's like your brain trying to protect you by shutting down, but
then that it just gets worse because you're not moving. You're stuck in that mindset. You're not moving forward. And obviously, I'm so sorry that happened, but I also want to thank you for sharing that, because not a lot of people would, and that takes
like so much power and strength
Yeah.
to be able to share that.
And
Thanks.
it's really brave, because not a
Yes.
lot of people in your shoes would do the same.
Mhm.
And not even just from like you being male. I mean, it's hard being someone who has gone through domestic violence of any kind, or physical, emotional, sexual, anything. It's hard to talk about it, because you have to like relive that moment a little bit. And it's the same when like you report things to the authorities. You
Mhm.
have to now go back and relive this. I mean, my bedroom door in this house is a completely different door than all the rest of them, because my ex broke it in half. Like it
Mhm.
is, and we couldn't find the 1986 doors that come with this house, because it's the 2020s.
Right.
So like my bedroom door is a completely different door than the rest of this house, because we were in an argument and I got scared and I locked myself in the bedroom. And I was even more terrified because there are guns in this house.
Mhm.
And like, what am I going to do?
You
But
just never know.
you never know. And I mean, it's like our roommate at the time ended up like stopping him from entering the bedroom after the door was basically like in tatters, because I was terrified.
Mhm.
And it's never an easy thing to talk about, and it's not an easy thing to share
It's
with
not.
people that you care about, let alone with like random strangers. And so like I really, really commend you for sharing that with us, because more people need to hear, like, it's not just like women getting
Mhm.
randomly attacked by strangers. Like it's people that you know and you think that you care about or that you love, and your brain just is like, yes, we love them, so whatever they do is fine. Like I've never been a person to like play slap somebody that I'm in a relationship with, like outside of like a tap on the back, like not like,
Mhm.
oh, like haha, that was so funny, let me slap. I've never been that person,
Mhm.
just because I feel like that line can easily be crossed.
It can easily be taken too far, and
Mhm.
that's on both sides. Like, I commend both of you for that. Like, it takes strength no matter who you are, be it Joel as a man here, Beth as a woman. Like, that takes a lot of strength, because as a society and community as a whole, like, being vulnerable has historically been looked down upon,
Mhm.
because we're all supposed to just be able to handle our shit, like, everything's fine. But that's not it. People say it takes a village to raise a child. Like, it takes a village to just survive in this fucking world.
Mhm.
Mhm.
It's hard, and that's okay. You need people who can empathize with you and who you can talk to, and people who you can come to when you are scared or worried or upset, that can just listen to you, because that takes a lot of the strength out of feelings. If you're mad or upset, if you just talk about them, that takes a lot of the power out of them, and then you don't take them out on the people that you love,
Mhm.
Yeah.
because you're able to talk about it. And for us, me and Beth as women, like, it's become more acceptable to be like in therapy, talk about your feelings, all of that. Women feel things like crazy, and we always have all
We've
these
got all of the emotions and feelings, every
over
single
the
one of them
top
at the same
feelings.
time.
Yeah. And then it comes to men, it's like, you don't feel anything. You're perfectly fine. You have to be able to handle everything and like run your household and blah blah blah. Nobody talks about men's feelings. Like,
Yeah.
you're human.
It it's kind of like it rubs me the wrong way, just because it's also like a machismo
Mhm.
type thing sometimes, to where like even if like there's like news stories about, like, let's say like something happened with like a teacher and a kid, and the
Mhm.
teacher happens to be like relatively attractive, and like the kid is like a male student, like I guarantee you there's going to be comments in that story saying like, oh, like, nice job, little dude, like I wish my teacher was like that back in the day. Like,
My teacher was 70 years old. You're so lucky that you have such a young, pretty teacher.
Like,
Yeah,
oh,
and
I wish I could have
it's-
slept with my teacher when I was in blah 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 grade.
Yeah, and it's like this ugly mix of like repressive.
Mm-hmm.
Just I don't know what it is, but it's disgusting. And I know
Mhm.
I've said that word a lot tonight, but
Well,
But
and
that's
it's like,
really
That's
think of
the
anything
word for
else
all
said.
of this, though. You're right. That's the word for it.
and
You're
when
not
that
wrong.
happens in the reverse, if it's like a young male teacher in his mid-20s and a high school student, it's like,
And they're both
oh,
attractive.
Mhm.
yeah, and like just this attractive, like mid-20s, just graduated teacher. They're like, he's the most disgusting, awful human being in the world. This poor little girl. You don't see anybody in the comments like, way to go, sweetheart. Like, he's a looker.
Right.
Like, look at
But-
you bagging that guy. Come on now. You're ready. You don't see that.
But when it's the opposite way, you see nothing
Mhm.
about the person in power being the teacher. You see nothing.
Mhm.
You just see, oh, I wish I was him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or how man, I can't believe you were able to bag her. Like,
Like,
it's like,
That's
It's
not-
ridiculous.
It's
It's
abuse.
so yeah.
yeah.
It's mentally. Yeah, it's abuse. I mean,
Because it's not like it just happens. It's not like you're just in class and then all of your sudden you're like
It's
in a
not like it's in the
closet with
movies.
this teacher
Yeah.
and you're like
It's-
going at it and then it's done.
It's not like
Yeah.
movies and TV shows where it's like, oh, I dropped my pencil. Oh no.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
Oh
Will they,
no,
won't
you've
they?
seen
Like-
you've seen
Yeah.
my cleavage. Like, you need to stay after class, young man. Like,
Yeah.
that's not how it happens.
It's grooming. Just like you would think
Yeah.
of grooming with a young female and an older male. It's exactly the same thing.
and
except-
it's the same power dynamic. It doesn't matter what your gender is. It's still the same
Mhm.
power dynamic. It is a person in authority
Mhm.
using that authority to take advantage of someone in a lesser position.
Yeah.
Mhm. And then when it comes to men as the victims, like when you have that physiological response, like it's not because you are mentally into it and mentally turned on. That's just what your body does.
Mhm.
So then it's like, oh, you obviously wanted this. You're into it. I can see it visually.
Mhm.
Obviously, this is what you want. When
Yeah.
inside you're terrified and you
Mhm.
don't know what to do because you can't say no and you don't want to say yes because you've never been in this position before and you can't express your feelings to somebody else. You go to your friend and say, this happened, I'm terrified. And they're going to be like, you did what? Holy shit, dude. Congratulations. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Like,
And add to that, like, the mental confusion of your body reacting to what's happening.
exactly.
Yeah.
So,
Exactly.
I mean, obviously, I want this because my body is telling me
Mhm.
that I do.
Yep.
So,
And that
this must
happens.
be what I want to have happen.
Yeah, and that happens with women too. Like when you
Mhm.
are sexually abused, you can still like finish. You can still have an orgasm
Mhm.
and not
And-
want it at all. You can be terrified out of your mind, absolutely adamant you do not want this. But that is what your body is programmed to do. It's just more visual with men. So
Mhm.
I think maybe that's why men as victims aren't taken as seriously because you can see what is going on.
Mhm.
But women go through that too. And then there's so much shame. Like, obviously, this happened. So, did I want it secretly?
Yeah.
But no, that's just what your body does.
And honestly, like, fear and pleasure hormones are not that different from each other.
No,
No,
they go hand
So-
in hand.
it's
I
basically
mean-
the same. It's like the
Mhm.
same flight or fight.
Fight or flight. Yeah.
Same response, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the hormones are the same.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just the different, I guess, neurological responses to what's happening. Because I mean, it's still a simple biological act at the end of the day. Like, it's a P
Mhm.
and a V,
Right.
and it's just the situation that's changed. you don't want this, you're terrified. However, okay, my body's saying I do want this.
Right. And that's
And
confusing for you. Like maybe at some level that's confusing for the person committing this horrible act against you. Like obviously you want this. And,
right.
like that's such a misconception about arousal for both and or all genders. Like when you're turned on, it doesn't necessarily mean what your body is saying. Like men can get an erection and not be turned on. Like I don't want this.
Enter
Happens.
teenage boys that like
Exactly.
are going through puberty
Just
and
standing up in class like, oh no, like I don't want
my
this right now.
pants.
Yeah. And then
like
you could be trying to assault a woman and like, oh, you're obviously ready. I can feel it. Like, no, it's a physiological response because your body is programmed to do these things for these acts. And historically, they've been very abusive. So your body's just ready for it when it feels certain stimuli. But neurologically, you really don't want it. And you can say that. And then it's hard to prove down the road.
Well, that's just like the whole argument that comes from that as well. Like with the political climate we're in right now, well, like a woman can't get pregnant if she's sexually assaulted. Her body won't allow it. And it's like, I'm sorry.
We aren't ducks.
That's
we don't
not...
have two different hallways in our vaginas. There's one.
Yeah.
There's one. We aren't ducks.
Well, no, there are some women who have two hallways.
Oh, you're
like,
right. You're
there
right.
are women who have been born with like
you're right.
two sets of reproductive organs, which is just
You're
insane.
Right. Good call.
There's a woman who was pregnant with two babies in two separate uteruses with two different gestational periods.
Ow.
Like she was having twins that weren't going to have the same due date because she had two parts. So, which is just insane. But that just goes to prove like both her parts worked.
Right.
So her two hallways were still a singular hallway. But like there's nothing in the body that's going to prevent a pregnancy without medical intervention.
Right. There's not an on and off switch. Like, nope, don't want to get pregnant. Turning this off now.
Like ovaries do what they do at a certain interval every month from puberty until menopause.
And sperm do what they do. Like, oh, I got pregnant. Obviously, you wanted to impregnate me because you love me and you want to stick around forever.
Yeah, you want to be saddled with me for at least 18 years. Perfect.
Yeah, this is great. I'm pregnant. You wanted this. Like, I'm pregnant. You got me pregnant.
Yeah, so we must be destined for a future life together.
Obviously. Like, it goes to both and or all sides. Like, that's just what bodies do. That doesn't mean it's what you want or what you consent to or what you set out to do. And so when it comes back to like all of these people in the hockey world, like we're never going to know exactly what happened, but the way people react to it is so disturbing. Like with Ian Cole, with Abby, was her name, the reporter?
Abby Labar,
yeah, like calling her all sorts of names for stepping out on her fiance when Ian did the same thing.
And Ian's wife, I don't know if she's had the baby yet, but she was pregnant. I don't know if she's I don't know if she's still pregnant. I don't know if she's had her kid yet. But like not only was he married, but he was expecting a child.
Right.
Yeah.
And
it's just
like it comes down to those things, and it's just so weird to me the like how you conceive both of these things, whether it's a man or a woman. Like think of a man as the reporter and it's a female athlete, like you'd be all over that guy. All over him. Like, what did you do? Blah, blah, blah. Obviously, you wanted the fame and all of that. That's why you slept with this guy, so he would write more stuff about you. But then in that case with Abby and Ian, it's probably like, you wanted access to the team, so you slept with him and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Like,
Which is pretty much what most of the commentary was when that happened. They were like, oh, she just wanted more access with the team. She just wanted this, that, and the other. And it's like, she was already like their game day reporter. She already had the access.
It is such a disservice to say something like that, because that's basically just the main media, if you will, trying to kind of sweep it under the rug, kind of say, well, there's incentives, and it's incentives, and everyone loves incentives, and that's why this happened. And no one ever thinks about the just all of the little tricksy, like little motivational things like you guys were talking about that happens over the course of years with that. Like everything that he said to her, from like making her feel from basically the point to where like she was questioning herself, she was questioning her relationships, and like he was just still Ian Cole. And I think that's what pisses me off the most about all of this, is that you'll get certain people, and not just Ian Cole, but like others included in this, to where you'll meet them everywhere, but people just like to see like how far they can take people. And
that's
like
a really good point.
Like it becomes like this fucked game for people like that. And when you throw like the element of like, a sexual twist into it, it becomes even like that much more just like revolting, to where it's almost like fetishized in a way when I look at it.
I mean, in a way,
there's some
the
deep-rooted issues that need to be worked out type shit. But,
and in a way, it has been fetishized. Like there are like sects of like sexual people who have like rape fantasies and this, that, and the other. And it's like, I don't understand. Like, number one, you could never replicate the terror that truly happens, especially when you're if you are consenting to this happening, like that pretty much nullifies this entire scenario.
I think when it comes to the rape fantasies and such, from things that I've read and like opinions from other people who have that sort of thing, it's like people who have been victims trying to take back the power in that situation and like trying to replay that scenario. So it's kind of a role play in that part. But like you said, Beth, you can never fully relive that because of the terror that is involved. But people have those fantasies like, oh, if this happened again, this is how I would take control of it and take back control of my body, which is what you should have. You should have control of your body. At the end of the day,
is like,
every single person should have control of their body.
Yeah. There's I can't remember because it's almost 4 a.m. Which like educational philosopher it was, but there's actually an educational philosophy that talks about like the hierarchy of needs and bodily autonomy. Maybe Maslow? I don't know. Very, very early in the morning.
I feel like
and like bodily autonomy is the number one like need on the hierarchy of needs, like having control over yourself and your body and what happens to it, and even like the option of what you want to do with it. Like that is the number one need of every single human being on this planet, is having autonomy over your own body, which is why we do things like get tattoos and get piercings and do, whatever, because this is my body and I want to do with it what I can and what I want to, because it's mine. And I mean, even something as simple as cutting your hair.
Yeah.
And like, I've never understood the dynamic of like, I have to ask my partner if it's okay if I dye my hair.
Gotta
Or
be your own person.
yeah, if I get a haircut. Like, I understand that like this is a person who obviously you care about and whatever, but like it's still my body.
Right.
Like, also it's just hair.
Yeah, it'll grow back, I
Like,
promise.
it'll grow back. The most like out there moment I had many years ago, I wanted to like cut my hair short.
Mhm.
And my ex was like, no, I hate short hair. And I was like, cool, it's my head.
Right.
So I
'Cause,
cut my
like-
hair short.
Because, like, we can have, like, whatever you live in, a box, a
Mhm.
car, an apartment, a house. We can have all of these things that we call home and
Mhm.
whatnot. But, like, at the end of the day, all we can really control as where we live is in our bodies.
Mhm.
Like, we can't control what happens with our houses or anything like that. You
No.
know,
At
like
the
our
end of-
homes are our bodies.
We
At the-
have, hurricanes here, tornadoes in Illinois,
Yeah.
snowy things in Colorado.
Mhm.
Like, houses can go very quickly. I mean, we saw it just a week ago with Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, I
Right.
mean, coming from Beth's perspective, living in the South and going through hurricane seasons down there, it really puts it into perspective at how, like, at the end of the day, it's going to be, I kind of lost my train of thought. Hang on. We'll circle back to it. It was a really good
Yeah.
thought. It is getting kind of late here, late-ish.
is.
Not really. It's only 1:23.
I think Courtney's AirPods died, and
They
she's
did.
trying to see
I'm
if she
good.
can hear us still.
I'm good.
I saw the look on your face where you were like, all right, are you in? Is it
I'm good. The
Sound.
AirPods did die.
But it goes back to what you guys are saying about the only thing that you can control really is your own self, and your own happiness, and you have to be your own person. Also with that, it's like at the end of the day, the end of like whatever all this is, like this crazy life, it's gonna be us, as in like people like us versus the people that are like currently the people that are actively trying to like sweep stuff like this under the rug, like what we've been talking about most of the night. And like there's some sick people in some really powerful spots just kind of all around the country, in my opinion. At the end of the day, it's going to be us versus them. So the only real thing you can do is nurture yourself and nurture the people around you, because like living through hurricane seasons down south, when it's just you down there and your people, the only people that will help you are your people down there.
Mm-hmm.
And like government isn't coming. Like no one's coming to save us, or say this is what's going to happen. Here's going to be the ruling. Like it's at the end of the day, it's all of us versus basically those few like really sick-minded people that I don't know. It's going to be. It's crazy. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. I'm going to be honest.
No, I feel
It is
you
like-
though. Like,
No, it makes total sense. And it's like when a hurricane happens and the power goes out, your people, it's like, shit, I have all this meat in the freezer. Oh, cool. I have a barbecue grill. Oh, awesome. I've got like this propane hot plate and a whole bunch of like frozen veggies.
Mhm.
And then you're just out on your street with, honestly, these days, people you've not really ever met before.
Yeah.
Because it's not like the 80s and 90s where everybody who lives in your neighborhood because your kids play outside, and it's just a bunch of people coming together and feeding everybody and making sure you've got water. Hey, I've got a generator. Do you need to charge your phone?
Mhm.
right.
Like that's what happens when disasters hit, is people come together. But then you have to wait 6 to 12 months to get X, Y, and Z. And heaven forbid, if you're in a low income community,
Oh gosh, yeah.
you're waiting even longer. And it's ridiculous what comes when, especially like with Ian, because Ian's path changed relatively quickly. Like
Overnight.
overnight, Ian went from being a Gulf storm to being in, I'm going to turn and hit the entire central Florida region. And like, I was in Chicago when Ian hit, and one of my friends was like, you should have packed more. You knew there was a hurricane. I was like, yeah, a hurricane that was supposed to go the other direction. Like, hurricanes don't often decide like, I don't want to just go this way. I'm going to make a sharp right turn. Like, that's not generally the pattern of a hurricane. They are probably some of the most predictable natural disasters that there are. Yes, there's the cone of uncertainty and the infamous spaghetti map. But for the most part,
or trying to redraw the route with a Sharpie like the other guy did.
Jesus, I forgot that happened. But like, it's not often that a storm is just like, just kidding, I decided I want to go visit Tampa. Like, that's not what happens. And so she was like, why didn't you pack more? I was like, because in my 36 years of existence on this planet, this is one of the rarest things that happens with hurricanes. They generally choose a path, and the weather guessers are really good at their weather guessing when it comes to hurricanes, and their spaghetti models might be a little wonky. However, it still gets it in the general direction of where it's supposed to be within several days' time. So I wasn't expecting to have to stay an extra day in Chicago. I'm not sad that I did. Don't get me wrong.
I'm a little sad you didn't come up here to stay with me, but
I didn't have a car, and they paid for me to stay at the Ambassador Chicago for another night. So, I mean,
yeah.
But like, it's like, you should have been more prepared. It's like, my house was prepared. I found people to watch my dogs for an extra day and to take care of my pets. And oh no, I had to go buy some more clothes. Shucks. Darn. Like, I got to walk to Target and then walk back to the hotel because I was in an actual city where like traveling on foot is easy and not like I'm going to die because everything's 4 miles away.
Or, underwater, like in Fort Myers Beach.
Yeah.
Well, and it's to the point now where the Florida Everblades play in Estero, Florida, which is right outside of Fort Myers. And their arena is currently being used as a disaster shelter, and it is still housing people.
Wow.
And they've already had to move all of their home preseason matchups or cancel them. And they're talking about having to reschedule some of their like first home games and swap games around because they are unsure when Hertz Arena is going to be available for events and not just as like a shelter.
Jeez.
It was the same with Katrina. I mean, the Superdome was home for a lot of people for a long time.
Yeah.
And that really comes back to like, it takes all of us taking care of each other to get through life. And like the past few years have been a clusterfuck for everybody. Who could have expected like the start of 2020, unless you were somewhere else that was more like in tune with what was going on than in the good old United States, where we're like, it's fine. No, nothing.
It's just a cold.
It's yeah.
It's totally fine. We lived for like 2 months and 2 weeks with it's fine. Nothing's happening. Like, nobody could have predicted here in the States, because nobody told us what was happening, that like life would shut down for however long. Like, I still don't really go anywhere when I'm in Rockford. Like,
I live in Florida where they pretended like COVID was a serious thing for 6 to 8 weeks.
Dude, my sister also
like,
lives in Florida. Somehow she has not got in it.
I've had COVID twice.
Twice?
Twice.
I knew about the one time.
The first time was asymptomatic. The only reason I knew I had it is because I went to donate platelets and they ran an antibody test
Okay.
and it came back positive. And I was like, cool, because I had no
Wow.
idea.
Yeah.
The second time was after I had gotten both doses of the vaccine, which I was in the clinical trial for. So I got,
Oh, wow.
I was eligible to get vaccinated before anyone in my age group.
Mm-hmm.
And it was right after Christmas last year. It was awful.
Mm-hmm.
Like awful. I was like, I can't imagine what this would have been like if I didn't have a vaccine.
Like
Like
I know somebody personally who got COVID before vaccines were available. So back in 2020, they still have long COVID symptoms that are probably never going to go away.
I have somebody who's the same way, and she was like, I felt so awful and I've been so miserable. She's never been vaccinated, by the way.
Oh, the person close to me has done she got it at work. Like
she is under the assumption that she can never get it again because she had it and she was symptomatic. And I'm like, that's not how COVID works, but cool. And she's been like taking all this medication and going to the doctor, and it's like, you have long COVID.
mm-hmm.
Like all of your symptoms literally line up with having long COVID. And she finally like got to the understanding just recently that it's not all these thyroid problems that the doctors were saying that she had. She was like taking thyroid medications and nothing was changing. And it's like, because you don't have a thyroid disease, you have long COVID.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, I went to a family wedding in Mississippi. I'm talking big family wedding in 2021.
Okay.
And my uncle, who didn't, he never really thought anything of it, got COVID at the wedding. Me and my brother and my mom and dad flying in from Colorado, we had gotten our shots and stuff, and I tested negative. Like, there was, so many people at that wedding that ended up getting COVID, including like my grandma, who doesn't have like the best health-wise issues. And my uncle was always the biggest proponent. He was always the most vocal about it. He was always like, I don't need that. It's gonna, like, I'm strong. Like, I'm real strong. And he unfortunately died from it.
I'm so sorry.
And to where he had to go, had his ventilator stuff and left his 3 kids behind, four kids if you count the adopted kid, with 3 other kids of her own. So it's kind of like a shit show down there. But it's always the people who were like the most like against it, because even right up until him getting into the hospital, he didn't think he had it.
Wow.
He was like, it's allergies, it's something or another, and then the next day he was like on the ventilator. So
that happened with a coworker of mine. He was anti-vax, also very unhealthy, like had heart problems, was overweight, had diabetes, and he got sick and was out for like 2 weeks or so. And he was getting ready to come back and refused to go to the hospital, like flat refused, and ended up dying at home. And he was one of the COVID isn't real kind of people. And it's just like, because hundreds of thousands of people are dying from this.
Yeah.
Right.
Like in some places, like 6-figure people are dying in a day.
Right.
But this isn't real. And my friend with long COVID was like, well, that many people die from X, Y, and Z every year, and you don't see people making a big deal about it. And it's like, because like cancer is not a communicable disease.
Yeah.
Like, you don't breathe on someone and give them cancer.
Like, this is still an active situation.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, this is still a thing.
People don't get that. And it, like, I feel like it all comes back around to like caring about those around you.
Mhm.
Like, I rarely get sick. Maybe once, twice a year
Same here.
pre-COVID. Like
Yeah.
when seasonal allergies would come around, maybe my immune system dipped and I would get like a cold or something. But like my girlfriend is immunocompromised, her family is, my dad has high blood pressure. I'm like, I can't get these people sick. If I got it, I would
Mhm.
probably be fine as a healthy 20, let's see, this started in 2020, so 27 through 29-year-old. I'd
Mhm.
probably be okay.
Mhm.
But I couldn't risk giving it to somebody else if I didn't know I had it. I wouldn't be able to live with myself
Mhm.
knowing I gave it to somebody else.
I was terrified when I got COVID because my dad had just been here for the ECHL All-Star
Oh.
game.
Mhm.
And he'd been gone for like not even 2 weeks when I got
Mhm.
COVID. And I called him panicking. And like, luckily he worked for the health department in Cook County.
Mhm.
So he was able to get tested immediately and he was fine, thankfully. But like, I was terrified.
Yeah.
Like, my dad has diabetes. He's in his 60s.
Mhm.
Like, kind of ticking the boxes
Right.
for somebody that like bad things happen to if you get COVID.
Mm.
And come to find out, I'm 99.9% sure that I got COVID at the ECHL All-Star game because I know of at least 3 people who showed up with having COVID.
Mm.
Because they didn't want to miss the experience.
Oh my god.
It's
That's just I can't comprehend that.
Mm-hmm.
I can't comprehend it. Like
Mhm.
oh.
Like, the commissioner emeritus, Patrick Kelly, was there. This man is old.
Mhm.
He is old. Like, when he walked out to drop a puck, I was like, holy crap, he's still alive. Old. And people are showing up to this event with COVID.
And just knowing they have it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what freaks me out
But
about
they
Ice
wore a
Hogs
mask,
games
Courtney.
too.
They wore
Yeah.
a mask, so
Oh,
it's fine.
they actually did.
I mean, not like an N95.
Oh, well,
Just, you know, those cutesy masks you can get at like Walmart that are
gotcha.
cotton.
Yeah, that's what freaks me out about Ice Hogs games too. Like they were like masks are required at the
Mhm.
BMO and all that, but they weren't requiring like the tests like the Blackhawks were, which fine. We're in Rockford. No, not everybody's gonna get tested to go to a hockey game.
Mhm.
But then like November 2021, it was the night I got my booster shot. So it was in
Mhm.
November. And Jacqueline and I were at a hockey game, and there was this person that was in our section just coughing all over the place.
Mm.
And we were like, sir, first of all, you're not wearing a mask. If he had been wearing a mask, maybe that would have been a little bit different. A little bit. But he also had one because, like, he got up to go to, like, a concession stand or something, like, put the mask on. And I was like, sir. But he was also in the season ticket holders group because, you know, we ruffle some feathers sometimes and, you know, say things in the group like
You ruffle feathers?
this they deleted the season ticket holder group, but I think we're probably partially responsible for that. But yeah, we were like, this person in section 203 is just coughing all over the fucking place. And I'm pretty sure that person responded and was like, it's no big deal, blah 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 blah. And I'm like, all right. I didn't go to a single Ice Hogs game after that until the playoffs. That was in November. So I was like, fuck this shit. If you don't care, you're not vaccinated, so who knows what the fuck you picked up?
Mhm.
Like, I'm not risking it.
My favorite pandemic people were the people who would wear a mask and then pull it down to cough or sneeze and then put it back on their face.
For me, it's got to be the people that wore the same mask for like weeks and
Months.
didn't change it ever.
Yeah.
And like some people I worked with did stuff like that at like a car dealership type stuff,
Oh.
to where you're like, dude,
Like, during COVID, I got a cold. I did get sick once, and like when I get a cold, I'm like leaking from every orifice on my face, and it's pretty gross. So I went and got tested at Walgreens, like the drive-through. You do the whole swab yourself, blah blah blah. And before that, I had to go somewhere else. I was wearing my KN95 mask and leaking from the nose. I'm like, this is absolutely disgusting. I can't do anything about it. I'm just leaking inside of this mask all over my face. But like, I'd rather have that than potentially spread this to somebody who it's going to kill.
yeah. Like I got COVID when it was actually, yeah, only time I really got COVID was during the Avs parade when I went and some festivities were had, and I was like, there's no way I'm not getting COVID from this. Like,
I know somebody who got COVID from an Avs playoff game.
Really?
But
at the ball.
At the sack?
At the can.
At the sack?
At the ball sack.
But yeah, JJ and a couple other people in your group got COVID as well. I think Bailey was the only one who didn't get COVID.
Somehow Bailey has still avoided COVID.
I haven't gotten it
after Grant and I were with her for a solid like the entire day, like until like 4 p.m. Yeah. And Grant and I both got sick as fuck the next day.
Wow.
And she was like, I'm somehow okay.
I'm fine. Just like in her room, like locked away from everybody, like, I'm fine. I've tested several times. I'm good to go. And it's like, okay, Bailey, what you got? Like,
yeah, it's really weird. Like, my family are the only people that I know who haven't gotten it. Like me, my dad, and my sister. But the weird thing is me and my sister don't share a dad. We're half sisters. So it's not like a genetic thing.
Yeah. My dad hasn't gotten COVID. And he works for freaking health department in the middle of the pandemic.
Yeah, I know somebody who works with public health and they've gotten COVID like 2 or 3 times. Like,
yeah.
Well, that was like one scare I had because it was around Christmas. And then after they were like, I tested positive. I was like, I was with you.
Yeah.
But I tested negative on like 3 PCRs at all these home tests. So I got lucky there. But yeah, me, my dad, my sister. And my sister lives in Florida. She hasn't gotten it. Me and my dad live here in Rockford. But
Florida.
Everybody else I know, other than announcer dad over here, has gotten it.
And my stepmom like works in the schools. So she's around like,
and she hasn't gotten it?
Unsure.
Most impressive.
So.
Wow.
I don't think so. Because I mean, like schools are like giant petri dishes of disgustingness.
When I'm here in Rockford, I don't really go anywhere, but I've traveled, like I said, back and forth to New York City a lot of times over this past year. And
well, and it's what's funniest to me is people are like the whole like infringing on your rights thing. It's like, you do realize when like polio was a thing, like vaccinations were required to go places. When the Spanish flu was a thing, vaccinations were required to go places because like people cared about their community more than they cared about themselves.
Right. And it's like, it's not even a second thought to me. I get out of my car to go in somewhere, like, whoop, mask.
Yeah.
I don't even think about it anymore. I'm just like, whoop,
here's the thing.
There it is.
I enjoy the mask life because I can lip sync to the songs in my AirPods. I can talk shit about people who are annoying me at a store and they have no fucking idea. Because they can't see my mouth.
I don't have to smell other people. Like,
yeah. Also, in the like heavily masked times, my allergies were never better. Like, I didn't have any issues. The next year, allergies were awful because it was like not in my little bubble of space.
Yeah.
And like the first time I walked outside, I was like, ugh, pollen, no pollen bad. But I mean, it was nice. Like,
Yeah.
I understand why like Asian countries are often wearing masks and have been for years and years and years and years and years and years.
Yeah.
Like if
Right,
you
when
go
you're
out into
sick. Like,
not even that, like if you're getting ready to travel, it's very customary in other Asian countries and some European countries to wear a face mask when you're out in public so that you don't bring some disease to wherever you're traveling to.
Mhm.
Imagine that.
whoa, the more you
Imagine that.
know. Thinking
Crazy.
about other people in your community? What?
I know.
That's so weird.
Insane. It's insane.
I mean, and even here in like northern Illinois, it gets fucking cold sometimes. Those masks, they'll keep you warm.
I know.
Mm.
See, it gets really hot here, so those masks were it was, especially on like KN95 days, it was like it's 104 degrees and there's 90% humidity.
Yeah, I've
90
only worn
degrees.
N95s to the Ice Hawks playoff games I went to, but every day my masks are just KN95s.
Yeah. But I really feel like we should probably wrap this up.
Probably. It's been almost 5
Probably
hours.
so.
Like
This is
gonna
a
take
record.
forever to download.
A record for From Center Ice somehow.
Hey,
I'm pretty sure it's a record for all of us
Let's
on
go.
all of our podcasts.
You're right. Somehow it's almost 3 a.m. I don't know how we got here.
Yeah, it's
I don't know what the fuck we talked about.
all the
Everything.
things.
You're right.
We pretty much covered anything there was to cover.
What didn't we talk about is the question.
Who's winning the cup this year?
Avs. I gotta say it.
The Blackhawks. Oh wait, it's not 2015.
Oh. Yeah, I think if Newhook can step up and be the 2C that I think he can be,
Mm-hmm.
I think we can get it done.
What about your goaltending?
Goaltending, as long as we stay healthy. Gotta stay healthy.
You
Because-
think Georgiev is just as good as or better than the fuck is it? Kemper?
Well,
It's
so
almost 3 a.m. I don't remember his name anymore.
so the thing is when you have the blue line that you do in front of the net, the Avs have this thing of where, you know, when goalies leave the Avs, they drop off. When goalies come to the Avs, they get better. And a lot of that's because of their defensive play. And I think that with Georgiev coming up and Frankie, as long as they stay healthy, I think they can get it done.
Man,
May not be as pretty, but they can get it done still.
as long as the Avs defenders can defend that stick side of the net, which
Yep.
they could not do during the playoffs, and it was driving me fucking insane. If they can defend that right side of the net there, I think they'll be all right.
I agree.
With that, we should probably wrap this up. Joel, where can the people find you on the internet?
Yeah, so personal Twitter handle just at JoelJames15. We have our Mile High Pundit podcast up on Spotify, Apple, basically wherever you listen to podcasts, along with my co-host Jared Shuck. We talk a lot of Avs stuff, as well as just other Denver sports stuff too. So we also just talk about kind of life in general at times, and yeah, I loved coming on the show. I dig the style of it very much. So
Oh yeah,
thank you for having me.
of course.
thrive on
Thanks for
chaos. That's what we
joining
do.
us. Beth,
Yes.
where can the people find you?
So my personal on Twitter is at WonderBeffers. And you can find the podcast on Twitter and Instagram at Talk WoHawkey Pod, and anywhere you find your podcasts, and also on YouTube.
And of course, as always, I will have the links to all of these wonderful people's podcasts and personal Twitters and the show notes and in the YouTube description. This has been a marathon from Center Ice episode. We've talked about a lot. It's been a lot. I hope this got you through like 4 different commutes to work and back. Whatever it's been. I hope it's been fun. I had a lot of fun. I hope everybody else did too. And thank you both for joining me. Thank you for all the other people who joined us, 2 podcast virgins on this episode, which I'm very proud of. And with that, Gary looks like he is ready to go to sleep with Miss
He is,
Beth
like,
over here.
half
I am ready to
asleep.
go to sleep after
He
I
curled
feed-
up and was like, I'm gonna purr on you until you get out of this chair, mother.
I'm pretty sure my cats are just yelling downstairs, but since I put the headphones on, I can't hear them because I haven't given them dinner yet, and it's almost 3 a.m. So
Ma'am.
my living room may just be a mess right now. They probably tore it up. It's fine. They know how to deal with me. Not Jared, your friend, tell him thank you for, being on the podcast with you. Joel, thanks for joining us. And I'll catch you all supposedly tomorrow in a cozy cast. Who
That would be
knows?
today.
Something will happen. It's 3 a.m. I can't promise shit. The regular season starts this week. I love you all. Goodbye.
Bye.
Peace.